Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36, Blood and Armor. Over 2 weeks had gone by, and training had proceeded just according to plan, each individual making noteworthy progress. It was intense, tiring practice on all fronts, but morale was high all around. It was almost to the chagrin of the teenagers that Masake, Erza, and Urahara all insisted there be proper resting pauses. There was no sense in overworking yourself, the three of them had agreed, especially since the more human parties could risk something like a cramp, a torn muscle or spraining. During one such break, Urahara was sat in his makeshift lab, hat pulled down low as he analyzed data. Things were terribly busy, and he had precious little time to rest. With a bit of coffee thrown into the mix, that made for ideal working conditions for the likes of Urahara Kisuke. He had always been a natural workaholic, at least when he was interested and invested in his work, which was how he had once become chief researcher in the GoDI. Skimming through data for his personal research was the perfect way of getting work done, while keeping the steam up. He was so immersed in the beauteous symphony of information, just begging to be sorted, analyzed, and quantified, that he didn't even notice the Ryotsu of Erza, slowly coming through the doorway. "What is it?" he mumbled distractedly, noticing her at last. She had just recently showered, he noticed, but she was as fastidious as himself, and if she wasn't already on her way back to training, it meant she had something to say. "I've been thinking," she said slowly. "What a change of pace that must be," Urahara said offhandedly, feeling he might get away with the barb. "I've been thinking," Erza repeated, "that you're going through quite a lot of trouble to help us." Urahara said, still eyeing the data, barely even focusing on Erza. "It's one thing to let us use the basement, that doesn't cost you anything. But as of Rukia's disappearance, you've personally taken a hand in this. You not only saved Ichigo and Masake, but you're personally helping with training. You're organizing. What can I say? I'm consumed with guilt for having tied you down," Urahara said dismissively, and shrugged. Something in him, though, realized where this was going, and slowly, the data began to shrink in priority. "You never do anything unless it is for personal gain." He could practically hear her brows furrowing. "Is that so?" "Yes, actually. You've demonstrated this time and again. So I wonder, what's in this for you?" The question was sharp, to the point, and the tone was clear. She was not going to let this go. Urahara spun round, still seated in his chair, and looked her in the eye. It was a valid question, and she could under no circumstances find out the truth. "Tell me, Erza, have I ever been anything but useful to you?" he said, keeping his tone quiet and reserved. "Have I ever gotten in your way? Have I ever done anything to you that did not help you?" "The answer," he said, letting his tone rise a little, cutting her off before she could begin to reply, "is no. In fact, you come to me every time you need a favor that brute force can't resolve. And I am happy to oblige." "For a price," Erza shot back. "Has that price ever been unfair?" Urahara retorted. "Have I ever extorted or exploited you, Erza? Have I ever conned you out of money or favors I had not earned? Something for something, that is the oldest form of trade in human history, and I like to think I'm fair." "Don't sidetrack the issue, Erza tried, but Urahara cut in again. "Have I ever been unfair? Answer the question, please." "I suppose not, no," Erza said irritably. "A new GGI. Identity papers. A million small favors. I helped you save the children from those Quincy's all those years ago, and I did it for free. Tell me more, please, about how I only ever do things out of self-interest." There was an edge to his tone, deliberate, as if he was slowly growing more irritable. "That doesn't answer my question," Erza insisted. "What's your stake in all of this?" "I know your history," Urahara said, still avoiding the answer, "so believe you me when I say I understand. You barely escaped the claws of a wicked, manipulative bastard, so a less wicked, manipulative person like me can't inspire much trust. But as understanding as I am running out of patience. I have been nothing but good to you, and I am getting tired of being treated as if I can do no good. I may not be your kind of touchy-feely, idealistic group hugs for world peace friend, but believe you me, I am capable of doing better than you think of me. Erza said hesitantly. Urahara sighed theatrically. Not convinced, no. I'm not surprised. Let me tell you something, then, that I never shared with anyone. The only one who knows, in fact, is Yuruaki. Did it ever occur to you that yours wasn't the only life ruined by Aizen Saushik? You mean? Erza said, surprise apparent in her voice. I am not a hero, or a villain, or some amazing soldier. Urahara exposited. He was probably laying it on thick, he realized, but it would probably not matter. Everything I ever wanted from life was to invent, to do science. I had exactly that. But Aizen Saushik, he took that from me. He had me framed for murder. You know the hollowification incident. That, you mean that was him? Erza exclaimed. You were framed. She was incredulous, seeming unsure what to make of this. Given her history, it was not at all an unlikely thing to believe, and its being true was a bonus, too. Urahara nodded. I crossed him, by accident, and that was what came of it. I was never a saint, but I never was the dark as night villain I was made out to be. I lost an entire life because of him. I lost my science division, my passion, I lost all the friends and contacts I had, I lost my reputation. I lost absolutely everything. Everything except Yuruaki. Erza took a deep breath. I had no idea. She mumbled. Wait, you're not lying, are you? I guess I could be, Urahara said, and shrugged. It's not like I have evidence for this. But ask yourself, does that seem unlikely? Huh. Erza murmured, entirely taken aback. So I say, Urahara said sharply, letting his voice rise just enough to sound a little angry, believe you me when I say I have stake in this. Believe you me when I say I can do good because it's right. Believe you me that you weren't the only one he hurt. I'm sorry. Erza said quietly. I had no idea. It's all right, Urahara said, and sighed. It's not like I expect people to understand me, anyhow. All they see is a greedy, shifty man looking to get ahead. Which, to be fair, is mostly true. I've wronged you. Erza said firmly, and Urahara had to suppress a smile, she was brimming with righteous sympathy. I sincerely apologize. You're right, you've done right by us. Thanks, Urahara said curtly. Now, if you'll excuse me. He made a gesture with his head toward the computer screen. Of course, Erza said, a little awkwardly. I'll see you down in the basement. In 20, Urahara said, nodding affirmatively. He had only just gotten back to his numbers, grinning quietly to himself, when a familiar voice rang out, sultry and amused. You really haven't lost your touch, have you? Urahara let out a most undignified yelp, and actually fell off his chair. Aren't you supposed to be down there, training Tatsuki? He snapped at Yuruaki, who had emerged from the shadows. It was frankly amazing how well she could hide herself when she wanted to, and he was grateful nobody else was there to see him lose his composure like so. I'm no hero, Yuruaki said, mimicking him. You weren't exactly subtle. Know your target, I remember that one from school, Urahara murmured irritably. She reacts positively to honesty, and is not used to deception, so it was in fact ideal. And when she finds out what's really going on? Yuruaki said quizzically. I'll deal with those bruises then. Urahara said hesitantly. Being reminded of his mistake made him uneasy, and some part of him, oddly enough, felt ill at ease with his lie, despite its marvelous execution. They're making good progress down there, Yuruaki said. Exceptional, even. Yes? What of it? He said, puzzled by the change of topic. So just so I know, how expendable are they for the mission? Do I detect a hint of judgment, Yuruaki? He said, raising an eyebrow. No. I just need to know. How many of them do you expect to die? They are soldiers now, he said, and shrugged. To die is an occupational hazard. Even Erza couldn't fault me for that logic. As for what I want, what I expect, that one item retrieved at any cost. No need to go out of our way to get them killed, but when it comes down to it, it's much more important than any of their lives. That's not being cold, that's reality. Is that a problem? No. Yuryuki said, and sighed. This is one thing I don't miss from our old lives. Responsibility for people living or dying. It has to be done. Urahara said dispassionately. No point in worrying about what may come. Yuryuki nodded. You're right, I suppose. On that note, Urahara said, rummaging through his desk, I actually have a contingency plan. Plan B, you might say. Where did I put it? After some rummaging, he produced a small beetle-like device, no larger than the nail of his thumb, gleaming and chrome. What's that? Yuryuki wondered. Get that to Rukia. In case it looks like we can't secure her. No questions asked, huh? It won't kill or hurt her, Urahara said dismissively. Your conscience will be clear. But keep it to yourself. Yes, it would be a real shame if people started trusting you after full disclosure, eh? She rolled her eyes. Full disclosure and they'd never work with me. Urahara said neutrally. Get down to the basement. We'll start training again soon. Erza stood face to face with Ichigo, a stern look on her face. They were well away from the rest, because they were by far possessed of the most raw power, and a move gone awry could go catastrophically for any innocent bystander, especially with their upped pace. Ichigo held his sword at the ready, kept low, already posturing like a veteran. Erza could point to 101 flaws, of course, but all things considered he had come remarkably far. She had upped the pace gradually as these weeks had gone by, pushing harder than before, and though she had feared many times that she had gone too far, he had not broken. He had adapted, and gotten stronger for it. His Ryutsu control was still disgraceful, but his skill with the sword, his bearing as a Shinigami, was markedly better. It would not be enough. Ichigo, listen, she said, a hand on her sword, still sheathed. I'm good to go. Ichigo said resolutely. Facing her, training this seriously, any sense of immature masculine posturing had been beaten out of him. He was dedicated now, and fully submissive to her expertise. There's a problem, Erza said. If I thought more training would fix it, I'd already be fighting you. What is it? Ichigo said, almost irritably. It was clear he was itching for more training. Have you gotten any closer to learning the name of your Zanpakuto? Erza said. Any dreams? Unusual feelings, instincts? No. Ichigo muttered. I guess I figured it'd come naturally, or something. I hoped so too, Erza said, and nodded. However, we have at most a week before it's time. Ichigo, what you will face there are monstrously powerful people. You and I will be our team's heavy hitters, and their lives may depend on your strength, not to mention your own. I get that, Ichigo murmured, disturbed by the mention of life and death. He had the skills of a warrior, all right, but not the mind of one. But what am I supposed to do? Not what you will do, no, Erza said, and shook her head. This is my responsibility. Ichigo said confusedly. But I thought Zanpakuto react to the state of being of their partners, Erza explained. My first taste of Bankai was triggered in a state of near death. Extreme situations help. So, there's a problem we can't solve with brute force training, and your solution is to use even more brute force. To a point where I might die. He said the words flatly, as if both in disbelief and utterly unsurprised at the same time. No, that's very you. I shouldn't expect anything else. I will go all out, even using my Shikai, Erza said coolly. And by all out I mean no punches pulled. I'll try to hurt you. I'll run you through, I'll cut you, I'll do whatever it takes. Are you prepared for this? I have a choice. Ichigo said incredulously. Yes. Erza said. I would never force this on you. Either we do this, or you may walk away, ceasing training altogether. Oh, a choice, Ichigo snorted. Right. Keep going or else, that sort of choice. right? Do you accept? Erza said sternly, not indulging his sarcasm. Yes. Ichigo said. Do your worst. Wordlessly, Erza pulled her sword, and without even using its command, it turned into two long, sleek katana, one held in each hand. Be ready, then. He'd been ready. He had been sure he was ready. His mind and body was well honed, trained in live missions and even more rigorously in training. He had gotten to know his aunt's style. He had gotten to test it on one of her best students, and had nearly come out on top. He should have been ready. But when his aunt had come barreling down on him, slamming into him like a locomotive armed with 2-foot-long razors spinning like a whirlwind, it had been all he could do to not be cut down instantly. He had been forced back, only barely keeping himself balanced, his arms working overtime to just block the absurd number of attacks. Within seconds, he had taken maybe a dozen minor cuts, and he suddenly realized just how big the difference between them was. She wasn't even using that much more energy than him, she was just fast. Really, really fast, and she hit with the force of a tsunami. There was no time to think, only to react. Desperately, his mind fell into all the patterns he knew and had trained for, so hard, reading her moves at an instinctive level. Parry a thrust, 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 slash, thrust, slash slash thrust stab. All in the span of a second. It was insane. How in the world was he supposed to compete? How in the world would he be able to fight in the Soul Society, if this was the level he was going to go up against? A burning pain interrupted his terrified musings, and he staggered back, a deep, thick line of red appearing over his chest. Erza kicked him in the midsection, keeping him off balance, and mercilessly attacked again. She had cut him. Seriously. She had cut him across the chest, hard, and it could have killed him. Part of Ichigo desperately wanted to cry uncle, to give up, to just not die and take a moment to breathe, but something inside him, something stubborn, utterly refused. This, he realized, might have been a mistake. A second later, his lame attempt at a parry in his disoriented state was batted aside, and she ran both of her blades through his gut, and Ichigo felt his feet lift from the ground, carried up by the hard, vicious metal of her blades. He let out a shocked gasp, spitting blood. As if they had never existed at all, the blades dissolved. He dropped to the floor, somehow keeping his footing, and Erza kicked him again. He could see her Shikai reforming, now a spear and shield. Relentlessly, without mercy or restraint, she thrust forward, shield raised high and spear stabbing at him. Breathing raggedly, almost panicking, Ichigo somehow managed to remember how to still fight, how to still defend, how to still stay up and alive. There was a hot flash of pain as one thrust just barely missed his head, raking across his cheek, and Ichigo took one step after another back, parrying for dear life. His arms were getting heavy, and fear threatened to overtake him. For Rukia, he insisted, somewhere deep in his mind. Survive. For her. She needs you, and so do all the others. Without warning, the spear changed into a two-handed axe, the shield disappearing in the process, and Erza brought it to bear in a viciously powerful sideways cut. Ichigo parried, but there was a sharp pain in his arm as the sheer power of the blow sent him sliding to the left. It went numb, and he found he could barely move it. Thinking quickly, he lashed out with his foot. It was a move born out of desperation, but it worked. Connecting solidly with her chest, it sent her back a couple of paces, and Ichigo quickly put whatever distance he could between them. He flexed the fingers of his numbed arm, and to his relief, they responded. At least the arm wasn't broken, although it couldn't have been far off. Unclear and rattled with terror as his mind was, his heart still skipped a beat when he saw what came next. The black, huge sword had formed in Erza's hands. She had hardly ever used it in training, it was much too powerful, and she was already better with a two-handed style than he was anyway. Now, she was coming at him. A chill ran down Ichigo's spine as he bent backwards, evading the first blow altogether. He lost his balance, but before he hit the ground, he pushed his feet into the ground hard, and turned it into a quick somersault. He was just barely able to deflect the next blow, and though he managed to turn it into a glancing strike, deflecting most of its force with a downwards parry, it still felt as it would take both his arms off. His mentor did not stop, did not relent. Methodically and ruthlessly, she rained strike after strike down on Ichigo. Her attacks were slower than before, evidently the sword had weight to it, but it didn't matter. They were faster than his own still, and it was a miracle that he had not faltered yet. One single clean hit, he was sure, would kill him. He knew for a fact that he couldn't keep it up. His arms were getting wearier, each hit threatening to pop an arm out of its socket or worse, and he was getting slower. There were no advantages. There was just survival, and the sand in the hourglass was running out. Finally, a forceful blow caught his sword, and the force was massive. He could let go of it, and perhaps retain his balance, but letting go of your weapon was never an option. Holding on to it as he did, the raw power knocked him off his feet, only one hand managing to hold onto the sword. Now on his back, he saw her raise the sword again. She couldn't. Could she? Erza raised her sword, and in slow motion, he saw it start to come down. Then he realized that it was not, in fact, mere adrenaline and whatever other chemicals ran through his body, changing his perception. The world was slowing down, literally so, to a crawl, finally freezing entirely. Like a statue, with a pitiless and firm face, Erza stood above him, sword raised and ready to come down. The world, he noticed, had gone gray. What the? He murmured confusedly, taking the time to breathe. Was this some sort of near-death experience? Ichigo. The voice echoed across all of reality, and Ichigo realized where he was. He looked up toward Erza again, only to find that she was gone. He stood on a flat, white surface, surrounded by blue sky. The top of a skyscraper, he realized, and in front of him stood the old man in his torn and tattered cloak, with his odd glasses and stern face. What the hell? Ichigo said, breathing raggedly. He realized that he was not actually short of breath, feeling oddly normal. It was odd just seconds ago, his blood had been pumping, his mind a cocktail of terror, adrenaline, and focus, and here he was, calmer than he had any right to be. Her gambit worked. The spirit said neutrally. You stand at death's door, Ichigo. What will you do? Give me your name, and I'll show you. Ichigo said, standing up. You are arrogant still, the spirit remarked. What right do you have? We'll both die, how about that? Ichigo snapped. It matters not, the spirit said in an infuriatingly calm tone. The rules do not bend for something so petty as cessation of existence. Ichigo felt like swearing. After a moment's consideration, he decided that it was entirely justified. What the fuck, old man? He snarled. I don't want to die. Tell me how I get out of this, or what? The spirit said dismissively. You have no power here, Ichigo. The only way to gain any is to learn my name. And you won't help me do it. Ichigo snapped. It is your labor, not mine, said the Zanpakuto. Ichigo felt anger nearly overcoming him, and very badly wanted to launch into a ranting, furious tirade, to shout until his head hurt. He remembered his training, though. Control yourself. Control your feelings, don't let them control you. Find a solution. Getting angry won't help. Fists balled, he took a few angry breaths, and looked at the spirit. How long do I have? Who can say? It shrugged. A second or less. But what comes to pass here is different. A second may well be eternity. Or 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Ichigo murmured. And you're not going to help. You really ought to show more consideration for him, you know. The voice was carefree, sounding as disinterested as one could while simultaneously actually talking to somebody. Light and deeply arrogant, it was markedly out of place. Ichigo snapped his head round from where it had come. Floating through the air, looking as if he was laying on a divan, there was Tetsu no Tama. Adorned in his golden armor, he was demonstratively eating from a cluster of grapes, practically oozing superiority. What? Ichigo snapped. How the hell dash? He is an intruder here, said the old man, scowling. Oh, don't mind me, Tetsu no Tama said. But you have to admit, the boy needs a pointer or two. He's not very bright. Being a reflection of him, Neither are you, of course. How are you even here? Ichigo said incredulously. Don't you Zanpakuto have like, I dunno, private space? I can go wherever I want, the haughty spirit said. Although if you were to insist, I suppose I could say that, in this moment, there is a bond between you and Erza, strong enough for me to carry through. Or an apparition, at least. You're here to help. Ichigo said with disbelief. You had best be grateful, you little mongrel cur, Tetsu no Tama said, almost mischievously. To be perfectly frank, I'd have no trouble watching you die. You're a filthy little upstart with more power than you have any right to wield. He took another bite from his grapes. But then again, your death would pain my master so, especially since it would be at her hands. He rolled his eyes. She is something of a fool, but she is my master. She wouldn't kill me, would she? Ichigo said uncertainly. She had to make it real, Tetsu no Tama said indifferently. She most likely won't, but the question is if she can even stop herself. So, here I am. Be gone, the old man insisted. You intrude on something sacrosanct. You're not exactly being helpful, so I intervene. Tetsu no Tama said, his voice cold but the hint of a smile on his face. Somebody has to give the idiot a pointer. Yes, I'm a low-born idiot, blah blah, Ichigo said irritably. Why the hell won't he help me in the first place? Because you're a low-born idiot, Tetsu no Tama echoed. Have you even considered where he comes from? What do you mean? Ichigo said quizzically. Allow me, the regal figure said, dropping his grapes, which promptly vanished. A normal Zanpakuto develops over time. It learns to know itself, its powers, and the soul that gave birth to it. This poor spirit here, he was forced into existence, whole, all at once. I imagine that's quite traumatic. I need not your pity, the old man snapped. You do not have my pity, you have my contempt, Tetsu no Tama said sharply. It is a pitiful state of being, though, born of desperation. In some sense it's noble, I suppose, to take drastic, life-risking measures for the sake of a friend. Theatrically, he yawned, as if bored. But in doing so, you violated a bond that didn't even have time to exist yet. Zanpakuto are proud, and we do not bend to our would-be master's wills easily. Here he stands. Do you feel his pain? Carefully, Ichigo viewed the old man. A look of quiet anger was on his face, and he stared back at Ichigo. Of course you don't, Tetsu no Tama said, neither of you can feel or understand the other. You have no clue what to do next, and you, he said, pointing to the old man, are too offended and stubborn to help. Did you come here just to sneer at us, or what? Ichigo said angrily. I'm not finished. Tetsu no Tama snapped. You do not feel each other. He is stubborn, because you are stubborn. You are one and the same, yet distinct. That is a principal rule of Zanpakuto and Master. You're not what I'd call one and the same with Erza, Ichigo shot back. You're like day and night. You're ignorant. Tetsu no Tama said flatly. I was born in a time when my master was in an uncertain, new place, trying to find her way in a strange world. Trying to be her best while striving for more power. I was born out of pride and ambition, and that is who I am. Only a base, low-grade Zanpakuto is exactly like its master. Ichigo looked at Zanjitsu. Similar, yet alike. He had to connect to this irritable old man somehow, reach across his pride. Listen, Ichigo said, looking straight into his Zanpakuto's eyes, ignoring the intruder, I need you to work with me. I'm new to this whole business too, and I had no idea of the implications of what I was doing. I trusted my aunt. Maybe I should have been more careful. But you need to work with me, give me a chance, or it's over for the both of us. We both deserve more than that, don't you think? The spirit gave him a long, quiet look, somewhere in between scornful and ponderous. Why do you deserve my name? It said at last. Maybe I don't. Ichigo said, and shrugged. But if you let me have it, I'll work to be worthy of it. I'll do what I have to do. I'll think of how you feel. I'll speak to you and learn who you are. The spirit, having stood a few paces away, took a few steps closer. It was hard to read him, but something told Ichigo he was not quite as hostile as he had been earlier. "I would hold you to that," he said gravely. "If you failed to uphold your promises, I would withhold my power." "That's only fair," Ichigo nodded. "So what do you say?" He extended a hand, hoping with great anticipation that it would work. Slowly, the spirit extended its hand, and shook it firmly. "Partners," Ichigo said with a grin. "Partners," the spirit said, an almost approving tone to its voice. "So, your name?" Ichigo said. "You already know it." I do," Ichigo said hesitantly. "I'm glad to make your acquaintance." Zanjitsu. Just how he knew, he had no idea. The knowledge simply welled into his mind, like a long-lost memory forgotten and then recovered. Tetsu no Tama was nowhere to be seen, apparently having phased out of their world, and there was a general sense of rightness in Ichigo's chest. Zanjitsu. Cutting Moon. It felt appropriate, somehow. Without warning he was back in the real world, all his pains and adrenaline in place again, Erza's sword raised above him. His sword now transformed, looking absurdly like an oversized kitchen knife, Ichigo made a sideways cut with it. There was a tremendous energy pouring out from him now, as if having come out of nowhere, and the sheer force of his cut somehow pulled him forward, on his feet. It didn't even nearly connect with Erza, but as he found out an instant later, it didn't have to. Energy surged forward from the edge of his sword, sharp and vicious, and hit her square in the chest. She was knocked off her feet, a massive cut across her torso. Blood sprayed over the ground, and Ichigo put a hand over his mouth, horrified. Dropping his newly formed Zanjitsu, he hurried to her side. Her own Zanpakuto had sealed itself, and she was coughing blood. "Aunt!" he cried out, kneeling by her side. Oh my god, RRU dash. Shinigami were durable, he knew, but the thought of having done this to her was enough to make him forget. Are you okay? Erza said, forcing herself up into a sitting position, still holding on to her sword. Did it work? Are you kidding me? Ichigo said, his nerves racked. It should be me asking you that. And yes, it did. Good, then, Erza said, and nodded. Don't worry about me. I've had worse. I'm so sorry, Ichigo murmured feverishly, looking at her helplessly. I'm sorry, I didn't know, I dash. I'll be fine, Erza grunted. It always looks worse than it is. Damn, you're pretty strong, though. Ichigo was about to launch into another terrified tirade, and Erza promptly put a hand over his mouth. Listen, she said, her voice straining a little, you did great and I am proud of you. Don't blame yourself, this was all on me. Understood. Ichigo nodded sheepishly, Erza's hand still clamped over his mouth. Good. Now, go get Orium. For the both of us. She grimaced, her voice turning into a croak toward the end. Hands on, indeed. With a spinning kick, Tatsuki used her staff to launch herself into the air, slamming both feet into Yoryuki. The dark-skinned woman blocked her with both hands, and Tatsuki landed nimbly on the ground, continuing her assault with a set of quick thrusts from her staff, setting up for a sweep at her not-mentor's feet. She dodged it easily enough, jumping into the air, which was the opening Tatsuki had been waiting for. Slamming her staff forward, it hit Yoryuki in the gut. There was a discharge of energy, and she was sent flying. Mercilessly, Tatsuki surged forward, eager to push her advantage. When she first had unlocked the power of her staff, or rather, started to use her own power through it, she had been afraid she might hurt Yoryuki. It had soon become apparent that her fears were entirely unfounded. She wasn't sure just how powerful the woman was, suffice to say it was best summed up as a lot. She had even encouraged Tatsuki to go all out. With some hesitation, that was what Tatsuki had eventually started doing. She had no delusions that she was strong or fast enough to actually keep up with Yoryuki. She was adjusting her strength and speed, slowing down as you would for a child, but there was also the objective fact that Tatsuki was getting stronger and faster, and rapidly at that. In the weeks that had passed, with its intense, almost non-stop sparring, Yoriyuki had turned out to be a much better teacher than either of them had expected. She would put emphasis on slowing down, taking small breaks to run through the motions of their last bout, which parts worked and which ones needed improving. She made Tatsuki perfect smaller, simpler moves, one by one, before moving on to the next. She was a true expert, that much was clear, although you never would have guessed with how she acted normally. When she wasn't busy throwing punches, Tatsuki found herself wondering just what sort of life she had once led, to grant her that level of skill. It was above and beyond that of any human, that was for sure, and that made it a privilege to learn from her. She surged forward, power running through her staff and into her body, enveloping her like a cloak, and she attempted a quick, wide swipe. Yoriyuki had already recovered, though, landing on her feet, and smoothly bent backwards, the swipe running wide over her. Quickly, Tatsuki pulled back, knowing what would come next. Practiced hundreds of times before, a series of kicks and punches designed to find a crack in her defense. Almost with ease, Tatsuki defended, only taking a few steps before she started to gain control of the fight again. She was getting there. She was getting stronger. She would not be anybody's deadweight. Training looked quite different for Masaki and Urayu. The first week had gone by entirely without any form of martial discipline, the two of them struggling to perform even basic tasks under the oppressive difficulty placed on them by their gloves. The problem had been quite straightforward, once the initial shock wore off. It was like relearning reishi usage all over again, but it wasn't mentally challenging, rather, it had been like chopping down a tree or laying a wall, a simple if tedious task, with an end in sight. To have been two had helped, not just for mental support, but because sharing information had actually been useful. More than ever before, the two of them were bonding, even if it were out of necessity. The second week, the two of them had started using their bows. Now as the second week was ending, they were finally starting to reap the benefits. Their bows were manifest as physical, elaborate things, graceful and large, and though heavy to string, fired bolts far stronger and more accurate than they ever had before. Urayu was in awe of it, however much he tried not to show it. Masaki, for her part, was almost enjoying herself. There was something about the discipline, the art to it, the skill it took to execute, that appealed to her. In a way, she understood the Shinigami a little better now, despite their differences. Now they fired their bows, dashing back and forth, having set up what crude targets they could. It was still rather difficult, the gloves still having put a restraint on them, but once they entered the Soul Society, a realm made up entirely of spiritual particles, this would be more than made up for. They were getting stronger, together. No matter what, they would make it. Urahara nimbly dodged another punch, and rapped Chad across the head with his cane, as he did each time the boy missed. He endured all punishment stoically, to a point where it almost took the fun out of abusing him, but Urahara persevered. The boy had strength, all right, downright abnormal, and was more than fit to take on a high-ranked officer. Excepting one small problem, rather major, in fact. What he had in strength, he lacked in speed, and the moment a skilled Shunpo user started taking him seriously, he'd die the death of 1,000 cuts or just the one, depending on the strength and ability of his enemy. With this in mind, Urahara had trained this aspect alone, teaching him how to react fast enough. In such a short time span, he'd never learn to be that fast, but he could learn how to handle a faster opponent, at least well enough. He was making steady progress, just like everybody else. Part of Urahara wanted nothing more than to poke and prod at all of them, take data and examine what made them tick, even if it took years, being ever the curious-minded scientist. There was no time, however. There was no time. Even with Erza heading this expedition, with Yoriyuki backing them up, they were all of them walking into the jaws of death, and he did not share their naive optimism. He suppressed a sigh, and kept up the training. It was a lot of effort for a long shot, with small chances of success. Then again, the unlikely happened all the time. The ordinary would not exist without the extraordinary, after all. Orium, for her part, was doing even better. Under Tessai's tutelage, which was by far the least physically demanding, she was developing her abilities wonderfully. They were absolutely fascinating, a total mystery to Urahara, for all his knowledge as a scholar. Would that he could study it. As it was, she was learning to if not master her skills, then at least use them adequately. To support her allies directly and indirectly, to protect, to heal, even to fight. In her own way, she might just end up being the linchpin of the entire group, provided they were all working together. Optimistic, of course, but optimism was all they'd have. Oh well. Some things just had to be done. It was just a few days ahead of their deadline when, in the morning, Erza called for their training to be put on hold. All of them were a little surprised, curious. Whatever was important enough to stop for. Gathered together all, with Urahara, Tessai and Yoryuaki standing in the background, Erza rounded the kids up in a semicircle. So, what's up? Ichigo was the first to speak up. Erza had a strange look on her face, markedly unlike the confident, stern front she normally kept. Taking 1-2 deep breaths, she looked across all of them, almost as if she was nervous. I am sure it must be important. Uriah said politely. Miss Scarlet. What is it, Erza? Orium asked. Erza breathed out again, and made a fist. There are some things that you need to know before we set out, she started to explain, forcing the words out. We are heading into a place you have no idea about. A place I once called home. Ichigo's bearing sharpened, and he furrowed his brows, looking keenly interested. You mean, where you came from? Yes, Erza said, taking another deep breath. Where I came from. Mind you, that's a very long story and I'm going to skim over most of it. You'll know what's necessary to know. That's plenty, Orium said cheerily. All right then, Erza said, tensing a little. I was not born on this earth. I was born on another world, well over 100 years ago, a world a lot like our and a lot different. Magic was the norm, and humans were not the only sentient species. Her audience was drinking it in, their expressions ranging from Uriah's casually interested to Ichigo's fascinated. As a child, I was made a slave. I escaped, a good friend dying in the process, and I was taken into a guild of mages where I grew up to become strong, to learn everything I stand for now. I won't get bogged down there, suffice to say I died 19 years old, giving my life for a friend. There were a range of expressions of pity, of sympathy, and empathy from her audience, and Erza quickly added. That was a long time ago, and I got over it. The important stuff is still ahead of us. I was sent into the Soul Society by a Shinigami, somehow, and my soul found itself in the afterlife. I made my way there as best I could, and I was strong. Strong enough that the Shinigami noticed me, and recruited me under a bit of threat at that. I accepted, and I went through the Shinigami Academy. I made friends there. She paused, and took another few breaths. None of them had seen her like this before, seeming so open, so vulnerable, finding it so hard to even speak. They died, you see, Erza said, her voice straining to keep steady, as the old wounds made themselves remembered. A freak accident on our first mission. Everyone in my class, except one, killed by a hollow too strong for us all. But I made it through. I did my best to get stronger, to be the best me that I could be, so that I could make the afterlife a better place. I wanted power, so I could make it better. Better. Ichigo said quietly. What do you mean? Erza grimaced. Reincarnation, paradise, whatever religion tells you about the afterlife, it's not true. It ranges from being a livable, decent place to being an utter hellhole. Most of it is like living in a third world country. The Japan of today? With law, order, human rights, and a comfortable, rich middle class. She shook her head with distaste. You'd find living in the afterlife to be terrible, most likely. People are at the mercy of hollow attacks, warlords rule the areas, and the Godai 13 does nothing about it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. There was a collective look of shock from the group, excepting Chad and Uriah, who bore her words stoically. So that's the afterlife, huh? Ichigo mumbled. It is, Erza nodded. When first I became a Shinigami, rising through the ranks, all I wanted was to change that. But nobody wanted what I wanted, and I started to despair. That was when he found me. Is that the guy you mentioned back then, when I was injured? Ichigo said. Erza nodded. Aizen Sausk. He came to me at a time when I wanted justice, and pretended he wanted that as well. He offered me a chance to join his rebellion, and I did. He is a cruel and ruthless man, but at the time, I thought of him as a savior. Somebody to right all of the wrongs. So I became a traitor, for his sake. She took a deep breath. It is because of him I was thrown out. I am a criminal, but not what they think I am. I chose right over law. I did wrong in doing so, but not because of the choice itself. Sort of. So that's it. Orium muttered, looking uncharacteristically focused. It is him that I go back to face, Erza said and nodded, and it is him who is behind Rukia's sentence. The influence he has. She shook her head. I'm getting ahead of myself again. There are 13 captains of the Godii, and I will tell you about each one. Keep this in mind, under no circumstances, ever, do you attempt to fight one. You will lose, and you will lose badly, with the exception of myself, Masaki and Yoriyuki. Is that clear? There were a chorus of nods and murmured affirmatives, and Erza continued. The first captain is the Captain General of the Godii, Yamamoto Genri Usaisha Kuni. He is the strongest single soul in the afterlife, and nobody can match him. Needless to say, you do not fight him. Most likely, though, he will not involve himself directly. The second captain is So-iPhone, the head assassin and spymaster. She is small, nimble, and quick, and she will kill you unless she is going to capture you for information. Do not fight her. I am sensing a theme. Tatsuki muttered. The third is Ichimaru Jin, Erza continued. One of Aizen's lieutenants, he's a sadistic murderer with a smile on his face. If you see him, run. Do not fight him. The afterlife sounds just as chipper as I imagined, Uriah remarked. The fourth is Anoha Naretsu. She is a good person, and it is safe to surrender to her. Nevertheless, she is one of their very strongest. As I said, do not fight her. Erza said. The fifth is Aizen himself. He has brown hair and glasses, and will make himself seem like the kindest, most understanding soul in the world, but do not believe a word he says. His power is illusion, perfect illusion, and once he uses it you are helpless. Well, Ichigo said, the nature of their mission starting to dawn on him. You already saw the captain of 6th, Erza said. Ruthless and graceful but fair, he can be surrendered to but it is absolutely fatal to engage him in combat. 7th is Komamura Seijin, a giant of a man. He is honorable, but, as the above, much too strong. 8th is Kiraku Shunsui, and though he seems affable and laid back, do not be fooled. He is stronger than you, than me, than most anybody else. 9th is another of Aizen's people, Tsunkan name. He is blind, but do not be fooled. He fancies himself merciful and just, but to fall into his hands is to fall into Aizen's, and that is not an option. Next is Hichuga Yatashiro, the youngest of the captains, white-haired and short. 11th. She paused, and took a breath. The captain of 11th is a demon and you must never go near him, she said, her voice passionate, almost angry. He lacks any of the skills that the other use casually, but he is still so madly strong and dangerous that he earned his place as captain of the most vicious division of all. He's a murderer who lives for nothing but fighting. Okay. Got it. Ichigo murmured, taken aback. The only man worse than him is the captain of 12th, Kuratsuka Mayuri, Erza said, a note of hate in her voice. He is what our friend over there would be, she pointed toward Urahara, if he had no moral restraints whatsoever. Kuratsuki is a monster who cares for nothing but scientific research, and would gladly torture you all to death for scientific data. No objection there, no, Urahara concurred. He's met as a hatter and even eviler than Miss Scarlet makes him sound. That leaves 13th, and one of the few good people left. Yuka take Jushiro. Sickly, but powerful, he could be surrendered to, and you could expect fair treatment. You'd know him by his white hair. If we do run into one of these guys, then... Ichigo said tentatively. Like the murdering psycho or the science murdering psycho. Run. Erza said simply. Unless somebody strong enough is around, dying would be your second best option. Yikes. Tatsuki muttered. This is not some Sunday picnic, Erza said firmly. This is a mission, with the risk of death attached to it. I'd rather have gone alone, but now that you are here, you might as well know the risks. That's it in a nutshell. 13 murderously powerful individuals, 3 of which are party to a conspiracy to overthrow the rest. And I used to be part of their group. Ichigo frowned. Well, that was a lot of information. Like, a lot. I don't remember half of those names. Erza nodded. We're taking all of today off. I'm teaching you every relevant fact I know, and you'll repeat it till you know it by heart. Ichigo nodded, suppressing a grumble. Back it up a bit, though. So, you really were a traitor. Erza looked strange. Yes, she said, her voice sounding strained again. I want to say I was vulnerable, that I was led astray. That I was manipulated. It's not untrue, but I am responsible for my own actions. I saw the Godei and I saw that it was wrong. I wanted to end its callousness, its tyranny, and cruelty, but in doing so I turned to an evil, tyrannical, and cruel man. You did what you thought was right, Orium insisted, keen to defend her adopted mother. Yes. Erza said flatly. I did. That was the problem. Before then, I always believed that there was right and there was wrong. Now I see that right and wrong, they depend entirely on the situation. Back then, there was no right choice. To continue serving the Godei, or to serve Aizen, neither worked. I lost a lot of friends, a whole life, but, in some ways, ending up where I am now seems the better option. I won't judge, Ichigo said hastily. I haven't been through what you've been through, and it can't have been easy. It's not my business. Enough, Erza said. Seeing she was clearly troubled, the group let the matter lie. Like I said, we have a lot to go through, and it's more important than a day of training. Furthermore, we have only a few days left and the 2 last, you will spend resting. A hum of discontent and disagreement threatened to rise between the youths, but Erza snuffed it out immediately, her voice rising. This is not up for debate. Today we talk intel, then we train a couple days more, and the last 2, you rest. Believe me, you'll need it. Further protests were, they realized, futile, and as always Erza got her way. It was the last day before they were to depart, and as night fell, Erza found she could not sleep. Anticipation racked her nerves, long-buried memories surfacing. Old friends she had not seen for decades, most of which surely thought of her as an evil traitor, the worst of the worst. People she would have to face. Most of all, the face of Aizen Soushik, a man she had once sworn loyalty to. She would have to face him, she knew it somehow. If he was behind this, and he undoubtedly was. Trying to shake off her anticipations and fears, she walked round the shop, heading toward the basement once more. She had slept here the last few weeks, dedicating herself entirely to her new purpose, now on vacation from her job. A few sets of sword practice forms would clear her head. Shouldn't you be resting? The voice was unmistakable, the perfect mix of teasing and serious. Urahara Kisuk. Her opinion of him had changed. Although she did not trust him, not quite, he had been instrumental in organizing this mission, and had done so with gusto. This considered, she refrained from scowling at him, and continued. I figured you'd be up, actually, he continued, which is just as well, because there is something I'd like you to see. What? Erza said flatly. She had just got out of bed, too haunted by old memories to sleep yet still tired, and was in no mood for his usual tomfooleries. Please, come with me, he said with a smile, which seemed unusually genuine. I assure you that it will be worth your time. It had better, Erza muttered, and followed as he turned his back to her, leading her toward one of his back rooms. The interior was stacked with dusty shelves, containing all sorts of unremarkable trinkets. Further inside was something, standing upright under a sheet of fabric. Urahara stopped by it, grinning as if in anticipation of a kind running in an opposite direction to Erza's. Well, what is it? She said, unable to keep the irritation from her voice. It wasn't fair, if she was honest with herself, but neither was being unable to sleep, knowing she had to face what was ahead of her. You and your Yuki talk, I know, he said, but Erza cut him off. I swear to God, if you're going to be cryptic, I'm just going to walk out. Patience, patience, Urahara said hastily. You and your Yuki talk, and your Yuki talks to me. Not to imply that she spies on you for me, of course, but some things make their way to my ear through friendly banter. Get to the point, Erza said bluntly. You were a mage once. As a mage, you wore armor, a state of things which, by the way, seems entirely overpowered and ought to be nerfed, as is reflected in your Bankai. What of it? Erza said, feeling mildly irked. She wasn't keen on sharing her past, and Urahara, having gained some knowledge of it, even if it was indeed innocent, was not something that made her glad. Oh, nothing, Urahara said. It's just that it gave me an idea. And sometimes when I get an idea on my head, it just won't leave. Grabbing the sheet with one hand, he pulled it clean off whatever it was standing on. As if on cue, a light lit up just above it, illuminating the object beneath. Erza blinked. It was a mannequin of sorts, or at least the torso and head part of one. On top of it, armor. Half-plate mail, a gleaming, chrome-colored cuirass, with solid pauldrons attached. A couple of minor plates to protect the arms, and a metal rim extending below the waist. Solid lengths of plate running down the thighs, stopping above the knees. A metal collar by the neck, to guard against thrusts to the neck. It was brand new, masterfully crafted, and on the chest, emblazoned in bright red, was the emblem of Fairy Tale. It was certainly not her old armor, that she had once worn in life, but it was close enough. How? She said, her voice trembling. Taking your measurements was easy enough, Urahara said dismissively. And in case you're going to ask, no, it was nothing ungentlemanly, I just took it based on your Shiakusho. It's amazing, the things you'll learn from a laundry basket. The emblem, well, you carry it on your arm. Not too hard to copy. He sounded proud as he continued expositing, his penchant for flair and drama resurging. It's. Erza said, honestly dumbstruck. But, will it even work? It's nice, well actually it's brilliant, but, hollows don't care about a sheet of metal, so. He grinned. The ore I used for the plate was infused with reishi at a molecular level, effectively making it as much spiritual as it is physical. It's quite brilliant, actually. I enlisted the help of an armorer from Toledo, and over the course of a few months, I had it made. It's based on a Prussian Landsknecht, not that you'd know what a Prussian is, I suppose. Or a Landsknecht. It's not without quite a few designs of my own, I should add. In effect, this thing will act like a second skin, absorbing your own energy. It will be as strong as you need it to be. That. Erza said, slowly walking closer, inspecting the armor with pure fascination. It was expertly crafted, she had to admit, not a single item out of place. But my Bankai. Did I mention that the straps are Kido enchanted, and can attach and unattach themselves at the user's will? He said, grinning proudly. Taking it off won't even require the use of your hands. In addition, it has a tracing signature, in case you should lose it. Slowly, Erza lifted the cuirass up from the mannequin, and gingerly separated its back and front plate, sliding it over her head. As she put her arms through, the armor fastened itself just like Urahara had promised, sitting tight but not too tight. It took little more effort to fasten the arm plates. To her delight, she discovered a pair of armored gloves as well, to complete the set. With light protection for the arms, and heavy protection around the chest and midsection, it allowed for both shielding and mobility. It felt perfect. Do you like it? Urahara said, obviously knowing the answer. Yes. Erza murmured flatly, staring at the immaculate working of the gloves. Just, why? Why go to all this trouble? Well, suffice to say that when I get a project in my mind, the process of creating is more enjoyable than the end result, Urahara said smoothly. It was a new and unique challenge. That, and I think you might need it. Thank you. Erza said, honestly and from her heart. I don't even know what to say. Well, I believe you just said thank you. Urahara started, but was cut off by Erza catching him in a bear hug. Can't breathe. He choked dramatically, as Erza held him close. Armor. Encasing her chest, her body, a sensation she never realized how much she missed. It felt so solid and safe. Now she would face whatever came her way. And perhaps get some sleep, for that matter. Chapter 37, Fairy Tale Reborn. The day had come. 3 weeks had passed much too quickly or not quickly enough, to some, and one morning, all 8 of them stood gathered in front of Kisuk and Tessai, down in the basement, where a gate had been prepared. They had expended quite some energy in doing so, enough that the keener Ryotsu readers of the group had felt it as it were done. It didn't look much at the moment, a simple rectangular stone archway with a few steps leading up to it, seemingly see-through and unremarkable, but at this point they had all learned to take nothing for granted. They stood gathered, anticipation hanging thick in the air, and Erza stepped up, facing them. She stood clad in her new armor, something which had drawn more than a few surprised looks when she had first walked in. It looked a little odd on top of her shiakusho, but she wore it confidently, like a second skin. This is it, she said bluntly. In a few minutes, we'll be on our way to the Soul Society. From then on we're on a life and death mission, and I expect everyone to do what I say, when I say it, without arguing. Your life may depend on it. There were no objections, mostly because all of them knew better. Except Yuki, of course, the only member present with more experience on the subject matter. But before we go, she said, as Urahara started muttering an incantation, preparing the gate, there is one thing I would ask of you. I mentioned when I was alive, that I lived in a guild. A guild of mages. I do not remember my mother or father, but the guild of Fairy Tale, was all the family I could ask for. We didn't always get along, but we were there for each other. We believed in a creed of our own to trust in one another, to be strong, to always help each other when needed, to support each other through thick and thin. To do what's right no matter what, even if it meant breaking the rules. To always do your best and never give up, even if the odds are impossible. That was what Fairy Tale taught me. That's what this mark, she said, and slid up her right sleeve, revealing the emblem tattooed on her arm, means to me. Standing here today, jumping into this insane mission, surrounded by brave young people like you, I feel like I have rediscovered the roots of myself. So I am asking you, will you take the same mark as me and come on this mission as Fairy Tale reformed? There was a pause of sorts, the people before her seeming unsure what to make of it. It was Tatsuki who at last broke the silence, raising her hand. Question. Yes. Said Erza. Are these permanent? 'Cause I'm not sure about getting a tattoo. Good speech, though, really inspiring. Tatsuki said. Also, is this a thing we can opt out of, or is it a choice again? Said Ichigo. Oh no, Erza hastily reassured him, this is really optional. I just thought it might be nice. She trailed off awkwardly. I'll do it. Orium said cheerily. Do you have a needle machine with ink and all? Are you secretly a tattoo artist as well? She said the words, sounding as if she'd believe it if Erza had said yes. It's just a simple keto. Erza said. Leaves a mark on the skin, wears off after a few weeks. Nobody has to take it if they don't want to. Neat, Orium said cheerily. Can I get it anywhere? Like at the end of my back or on my butt? No. Erza said, quite firmly. More try the upper body. Torso. Arms are good. Somewhere where it can be seen. Okay. Orium said, and extended a hand. Go ahead then. Erza put her hand on Orium's left forearm, muttered some sort of incantation none of them could make out, and soon a red mark had formed on her arm, quite identical to the one on Erza's arm and armor. That tickles. Orium giggled. Oh, cool. Yeah, what the hell? Ichigo murmured, and stepped up next. Before too long, another mark had been placed, on his shoulder. Wordlessly, Chad stepped up next, unbuttoning his shirt a little and pointing to a spot up on his chest. Well, I guess I'm giving in to peer pressure, Tatsuki said, and shrugged. Before long, all of them, even Yoriyuki, had accepted the brand. Fairy tale reformed. Erza said and nodded approvingly. There was a tremble in her voice, like a joy surging through her very being making itself manifest. One for all, and all for one. You're sorta ripping off Alexander Dumas, but it works, Ichigo said with a grin. If you all are quite finished with your group hugs and little cult tattoos, the gate is finished, Urahara said, his voice cheery despite the jeers. Express route, Soul Society. All aboard. The tunnel had been dark, and the appearance of some otherworldly, half-worm half-train sort of creature had not helped any of them in the least, but with a bang, the entire group had finally landed in the Soul Society. Landed, in the literal sense, as they had exited whatever that tunnel was midair, and most of them had fallen haplessly to the ground. The Quincy's, Erza, and Yoriyuki landed gracefully, the rest less so, Orium having been caught by her adoptive mother to spare her the indignity of face-planting into the afterlife dirt. The youths of the group looked around, rather in awe. Coming here was something else for everyone involved, for different reasons. To Erza, it was anticipation made reality, her past coming back to face her at the speed of a locomotive. To Yoriyuki it was something similar, albeit less dramatic. To Urayu, it was enemy territory and a mad rush of power. To Chad, Ichigo, Tatsuki, and Orium, it was an experience ranging from wonder to surprise to stoic acceptance. So, this is it, huh? Ichigo murmured, looking around. They had landed somewhere sunny, and at first glance, Erza's remarks about third world countries seemed off. You didn't expect developing nations to have luscious, green grass and trees, a brightly shining sun, and a seemingly idyllic landscape. In the distance, there could be seen what looked like a city, but it was otherwise desolate. Yes. Erza said flatly. So this is heaven, eh? Tatsuki murmured. Doesn't seem so bad. That's because you've spent less than a minute here, and I spent over a century. Erza said, keeping her tone short. Get yourselves together. We're moving out. Mostly keeping quiet, the group followed Erza's lead. The afterlife seemed a vast place, the city in the distance, which Erza confirmed was the Godii 13, was miles away, and there was seemingly no end to the place, one horizon to the other. It was surprisingly solid for an afterlife. Erza had not been wrong about that. Although made of spiritual particles, it looked and felt like the world at home. Well, mostly. Ichigo, Tatsuki, even Orium could feel it. Little tingles and twitches, power running through their bodies, resonating with their environment. If they tried, they could feel the world around them. It was like sensing a strong power source, except the power was everywhere, all the time, and it included you. It was disorienting. The Quincy's felt it even more keenly, and Masaki and Urayu both felt the rush, like adrenaline mixed with alcohol, every time they tried drawing on their surroundings. It was like drawing on water from a dam, bursting with power and threatening to break loose at any time. Erza and Yoriyuki, for their part, moved with the ease of experienced veterans. It was an odd thing to do, after so much fateful training and such an action-packed run, but their first part of their journey into the afterlife was a long, arduous walk. Eventually, though, it came to an end. The Godii crept into view, ever closer under the steady lope they kept, until it was close enough that they could all see individual buildings. Finally they reached it, standing less than 100 yards away from it. Erza halted, and the group with her. So Ichigo said, do we just knock on the front door, or what? I know the plan, but won't they, notice us? That's exactly what we're going to do, Erza said, stepping forward more slowly. We're actually going in the front door. Tatsuki said incredulously. I was only kidding. Ichigo exclaimed. No point in hiding. Erza said neutrally. They'd spot us immediately anyhow. We're not a stealthy bunch. We can do it. Orium said cheerily. So we'll just walk up to the gate and dash. Suddenly, she and everyone else became aware of a large shadow looming over them, and she turned her head upward. And say hi to Mr. Giant. Orium said, her mouth making a neat O. Holy cow. She sounded more impressed than frightened, which was surprising nobody at this point. The giant in front of them, having come from who knew where, was at least 20 feet tall, and looked muscular even for his size. He wore a red hat in a Shinigami's Shiakusho, modified not only to his size, but to expose his left arm and part of his chest. "Jidanbo," Erza said neutrally. "Let us pass." "On my honor as guardian of the White Road Gate, I cannot," the giant rumbled. "Who are you to address me so casually? You wear the garb of a Shinigami, but—" "You remember me, Ikonzaka Jidanbo," Erza said fiercely. "You opened the gates for me many times in my time here." "Scarlet." "Erza Scarlet," the giant said, sounding quite shocked. "You were convicted of treason, blasphemy, and conspiracy to murder and terror acts in your absence." "I suppose I was," Erza said, shifting uncomfortably. "You know, then, that you have no hope of defeating me." "Nevertheless, I cannot let you pass," he rumbled stubbornly. "I would die of shame if I let a traitor past without even putting up a fight." "Ichigo," Erza said, clenching her fist. "You're up. Defeat him." "Me," Ichigo said. "But dash. Do it," Erza said, and it was clear she was not to be disagreed with. Sighing, Ichigo stepped up, hoisting the sword from his back. It was in its sealed form, still quite large but noticeably more slender than before, a testament to his growing skill with Ryotsu control. "She sends you instead, boy." Jidanbo rumbled. It was, in fact, impossible for anything he said not to be at least a little rumbly with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "Probably trying not to hurt you, big guy," Ichigo said. "Erza, are you sure? He's like, huge." "Size means nothing," Erza said. "Only energy. Beat him, do it quickly, and then we'll pass." Ichigo grimaced, and held up his sword. "All right." "Jidanbo, was it?" "Indeed," the giant said, and produced from his Shiakusho a pair of axes, rather small compared to his size, but positively enormous compared to Ichigo. "In the name of the Godai, I find myself with no choice but to destroy you." He raised his axes, and with sudden ferocity rained down blow after blow, with a speed that seemed odd for a creature his size. It seemed clear he was a master with his weapons. "Ichigo!" Orium cried out, halfway taking a step forward, but Erza held out an arm. "Quiet and watch," she said solemnly. "Watch how far he has come." Eventually the giant stopped, breathing a little heavier. "Such is the fate of the enemies of Dash," he said, and interrupted himself as he looked down. What he had clearly expected to see was a bloody pulp, but instead there was Ichigo, having parried each blow. It had been hard to see with the naked eye, but Erza had felt each movement smooth, confident, well practiced. "Impossible!" Jidanbo cried. "Don't look like it," Ichigo said. "I'll just finish this one quickly, if you don't mind." He held the sword out, and there was a gust of wind around him as his Ryotsu spiked. "Cut the heavens, Zanjutsu!" His energy peaked, and his sword had now transformed. Looking rather like a black, oversized kitchen knife, it appeared mostly to have grown in size a little. Zanpakuto, however, were never to be judged on first glance. Ichigo raised his blade, and energy gathered around its base, running up toward the tip rapidly as he brought the sword down. "Getsuga Tensho!" he cried out, and from the blade, a crescent moon-shaped burst of white and blue energy surged, hitting the giant directly. Jidanbo held his axes up to defend, but as the smoke cleared, it seemed obvious it had been futile. The axes had broken, and the giant had suffered a nasty gash in his shoulder. "Holy crap!" Tatsuki murmured. "That was awesome." Orium cheered. "I mean, it's said about Mr. Giant, but that was really awesome." "You know the rule, Jidanbo," Erza said quickly. "You must let us pass." "'Tis but a flesh wound," the giant said stubbornly, managing to stand up, although swaying. "I could give you another one, you know," Ichigo said. "I tried not to hit you too badly, but I can't guarantee the second one won't hurt you worse. I hope you have like, Nordic levels of healthcare here, or something." Jidanbo gave him a look, and seemed to think better of it. As per the ancient laws of the Godii, you may pass, he rumbled reluctantly. The gate itself opened, its doors swinging open. You know, what's the point of a gate if they don't have any walls to begin with? Ichigo said, as the rest walked forward. They're not up at the moment. Erza explained. Don't question it dash. Suddenly she shoved Ichigo aside, and there was a ting sort of sound, like metal clashing with metal. Ichigo got to his feet, looking angry, but then he saw what the rest of them saw. Standing just behind the gate was a silver-haired man, eyes perpetually closed, smiling the creepiest grin ever seen outside a Batman comic. Oh, shit, he said. That's Jin, isn't it? You been sharing information, haven't ya? Jin said, his voice a lazy, amused drawl. Naughty, naughty. Ichimaru Jin, Erza snarled, stepping in front of the others. There was a dent in her left paw drawn, where the Zanpakuto had hit her. If you try anything, I will find a way to wipe that smirk off your face for good. Long time, no see, Jin said, as if greeting a friend he had not seen in ages. The cheer in his voice seemed just slightly off, and it made chills run down their spines. He gave the impression of a snake, just waiting to pounce. The boss has missed ya. Finally seen reason? Come to join back with the win inside. What do you want? Erza snapped. Me. Jin said innocently. Just stop in a bunch of criminal Ryoka. Doing my job as a good, decent captain. The rest of you, go, Erza said shortly. There will be troops crawling here within minutes. Go for the objective. I'll keep him here. No way. Ichigo said. We're not gonna let you dash. Shut up, kid, Yuruki said gently. It's not some dumb sacrifice. We're following the plan. If anyone can take him on here, it's her. Yes, listen to the assassin, Jin said happily. She should know enough about sacrifice and subordinates for the mission. Yuruki shot him a glare, but kept her cool, and said, you heard her. Move. The rest of the group, hesitantly at first, moved to the side and forward, while Erza stood facing him down. Now, if y'all think I'm just gonna let dash, Jin started, but was interrupted as Erza let out a cry, having drawn her sword in an instant, charging at him. He brought up his own short blade just in time to block, looking entirely unperturbed. The rest of the group was making their merry way, and it was him and Erza. Did I tell ya the boss has missed ya? Jin said, sounding pleased with himself. He act like everything's dandy, but it ain't. Ya made a real impression on him, ya did. Erza did not reply, simply lashing out in a series of cuts, slashes and thrusts. Jin parried them, effortlessly slipping into combat mode. There were close calls, some less than a millimeter, but nothing seemed to faze him. Yano, if ya care to listen, he said, nimbly dodging under a cut, the boss had a message for ya. Erza paused for just a second, and it was enough for his Zanpakuto to extend forward at lightning speed, coming just short of hitting her jugular. Now, I warn T-Lion, he assured her, continuing to dodge her attacks, but me, when I see an opportunity, I go for it. What message? Erza snarled, despite herself. Jin, she could handle, but Aizen was still inside her head. Nothing complicated, Jin said. Jews that he know you're, he knows what you're up to, and it won't work. His sword surged out again, and he put her on the defensive with a set of fast-paced stabbing extensions. Won't stop me from trying. Erza snarled stubbornly. The armor was doing well, it had saved her at least half a dozen minor cuts already. That's what makes it fun, Jin said, and the grin on his face seemed infuriating. Well, at least. Me, I'd like to run Shinso down your throat like you're a pig on a spit roast, but I can't. He wants to see ya, see. You could try. Erza said furiously, ignoring whatever he said about Aizen. He was good, just as lethal as she had imagined, but she had come a long way, and as a fighter, he was not somebody she was afraid to face. Fast and lethal, but too concerned with himself and his pleasures. I'd do better and that dash, Jin said, but in that moment, Erza grabbed him by the wrist, and slammed her head into his, sending him reeling. To his credit, Jin reacted quickly, twisting himself up into the air and putting both his feet into Erza's face, forcing her to let go. He landed nimbly on the ground as Erza recovered. "I'll be seein' ya around, lil' Erza," he said. "Maybe I'll get to skewer one of your friends like a pig instead. Maybe that red-headed lad. Maybe the red-head girl. You son of a dash!" Erza began to snarl, but Jin was stepping back. "Careful now," he said mockingly. "The Godiai's finest are comin' your way." Ya made quite the commotion, ya see. As he turned around and calmly walked away, she could see it was true. Shinigami were swarming the area around the gate, officers and unranked, and there was an alarm bell sounding. Well, they had made their entrance all right. It had only taken a few minutes for everything to go entirely haywire. Ichigo could perhaps have passed for a Shinigami, he had the robes although his appearance was pretty distinct. The rest of them could not. The fight with Jidanbo had attracted attention, and the appearance of a captain even more so. They had ran as a group for a while, before they had come across a large group of officers demanding they submit for arrest. That did not go over well for said officers, although in the ensuing chaos, they had somehow been split up. Ichigo hadn't even realized until minutes later that he was running alone, except for his mother who had stubbornly stuck to his side. There had been a plan. Go through the gates, run in right quick, and grab Rukia before it was too late. Erza and Yuruaki knew the way. But as a famed Prussian commander had once said, no battle plan ever survives contact with the enemy. Ichigo had become separated from the others, and on top of that, quite lost. The only upside so far was that they had managed to shake their pursuers. Their run stopping in a neatly cleaned alley, Ichigo huffed, and looked around him. The Godiai seemed like a maze of streets, alleys, and houses. There were little walls everywhere, white and neatly polished, and it was obvious this was a military complex. Gates, walls, barracks, neat and straight lines in the architecture, which was oddly reminiscent of medieval Japan. "This is crazy, Mom," he murmured, leaning forward, supporting himself with his hands on his thighs. "We know where we have to go," Masaka said firmly, and Ichigo noticed that much like his aunt, she seemed entirely different here in this hostile territory, calm and to the point. They would move Rukia to that prison thing, in the heart of the Godiai. "Well, where's that, then?" Ichigo murmured. "This place is massive, and we're lost." "We could go over the roofs," his mother suggested. "Not exactly low profile," Ichigo muttered. "We kicked the hornet's nest for sure." It was as apt a metaphor as any. Alarms were going out, and soldiers had been stirring everywhere. They had seemed pretty weak to Ichigo, despite their military discipline and training. In the proverbial flesh, the Godiai seemed much less mystical and impressive. "Let's keep going," Masaka said. "We can't stop, anyhow." "Fair enough," Ichigo said, and nodded. "Let's head inward, then dash." They were interrupted, as two Shinigami leisurely strolled into their alley, lacking entirely the urgency that the other soldiers had shown. For a second, Ichigo hoped they would keep going, that they hadn't seen them, they were bantering between themselves, after all. No such luck. The leading one, a hard-looking bald man with red markings by his eyes, stopped in his tracks, and pointed at them. "Told ya, Yumi Chika." He cheered, his voice a little shrill, but throaty and hoarse at the same time. "Told ya we're the lucky ones." The second one, Yumi Chika, was a very handsome man, with well-kept hair that spoke to a vain personality, emphasized by a couple of multicolored feathers kept by the brow of his right eye. Yes, Ikeku, we're lucky," he said in a laid-back tone, that implied he put up with these antics on a regular basis. "Too filthy little Ryoka for us to defeat. Glory will be ours, etc. and so forth. Seeing how uninterested you are, I guess you don't mind if I have a go at the redhead, then?" Ikeku said. The two of them were casually strolling closer, and Ichigo wasn't sure what exactly to do. He and his mother were both on guard, and he considered their options. Run? Maybe, but these two felt different. Their Ryotsu was better controlled, and thrummed with well-kept power. They were likely high-ranking officers, and running away entirely might not be an option. "You ready to do this?" he muttered to his mother. "We take them out and move on, she said and nodded, confirming Ichigo's thoughts. Ain't you getting ahead of yourselves? Ikeko said, and stopped. Now, redhead dash. I never said you got to fight him, you greedy bastard, Yumi Chika cut in. Why do you get the first pick? Oh, for crying out loud. Ikeko grunted. Rock paper scissors, best of 3. Fair. Yumi Chika said. Ichigo and Masaki watched, a little baffled, as the two officers engaged in their childish game, managing to draw even 3 times in a row. The upper crust of the Godei seemed to have a penchant for the eccentric, judging by what Erza had told him, and these two seemed no exception. Finally, Ikeko won, and stepped forward with a triumphant grin. You. Redhead. He said, pointing at Ichigo. I'm Madara Mikeku, 3rd seed of 11th Division. I'll be the one kicking the shit out of you today. That leaves you and I, dear, said Yumi Chika to Masaki, a few steps to the side. Let's settle this beautifully, shall we? Part of Ichigo wanted to come to his mother's aid no matter what, and he suspected she felt similarly, but this was combat. He had to trust her to handle herself. Confidently he stepped forward, unslinging Zanjutsu from his back. Kurosaki Ichigo, filthy Ryoka, he said firmly. Here to tell you not to count your chickens before they hatch. I like your attitude, kid, Ikeko said, pulling his sword out. He was furious on the charge, using a style as unexpected and original as himself. Spinning around quickly in fast, wide slashes, interspersed with fast cuts here and there, he complemented it with fast, hard strikes from the sheath of his sword. 1 or 2 times it hit Ichigo across the head, sending him back. But once Ichigo had adjusted, he was more than capable of keeping up. He was fast, strong and furious, and moved with the same kind of experienced ease as Erza, but he was not quite as deadly. Yeah. Ikeko cried out, loudly and cheerily, that's the way, that's the way. Give it all ya got, kid. 11th Division, Ichigo recalled, was filled with bloodthirsty maniacs who loved fighting more than anything else. The 3rd seat lived up to expectation and then some. Ichigo, forced back step by step, just barely kept up. On the defense as he was, he made himself think, forced himself to analyze the situation. Ikeko's style was quick, fluid, and far less formal than Erza's, and thus less predictable by far. It was centered around speed, and so far had successfully stopped Ichigo from using his own advantages, reach and power. Informal it was, but very, very experienced. A sharp pain took Ichigo across the face, and he propelled himself back with a quick jump. Warm blood ran down his face, and he realized he had been cut just over his eyebrow. He blinked, the blood running into his eye. That's the thing about your face, see, Ikeko said with a grin, clearly enjoying himself. Lots of shallow blood vessels, and it always looks a right mess even if it's a small cut. It had been intentional, then. A cut to disadvantage him, not end him. Less yammering, more fighting, Ichigo said stubbornly, quickly wiping the blood from his face. More soon came, but there was no time. Ikeko came at him again, but this time, Ichigo anticipated his moveset. He went for a wide, hard swing, which Ikeko easily sidestepped. The following counter-attack was meant to catch Ichigo in the neck, but Ichigo had taken a step back, and bringing his sword up for a block. Batting aside Ikeko's sword, he caught the man in the chest with a kick, sending him skidding back. Pressing his advantage, Ichigo shot forward, swinging his Zanjutsu as a set of quick, hard cuts, forcing Ikeko to dodge and parry. His flow broken, Ichigo found himself now being the one controlling the pace of the battle. Control the pace, and you win, the words of his aunt came to him through memory. Ikeko was not a veteran for nothing, though. Dodging under a wide, sweeping cut, he went for one of Ichigo's legs. Ichigo jumped over the cut, but it gave Ikeko time to slam his sheath upward. There was a ringing in Ichigo's ears as it connected with his jaw, and made him stagger back. He quickly readied his blade to parry, and only just in time. Ikeko was fiercely cutting at him now, and Ichigo only barely managed to stop him from putting him entirely on the defensive again. The fighting was getting intense, and despite himself, Ichigo found himself enjoying it. A grin crept onto his face, as he did his worst, matching Ikeko's speed. It took all he had, forced him to give his all, and the adrenaline pumping through his veins made it indescribable. Finally, however, Ikeko's veteran skills served him better. Catching Ichigo's blade and forcing it down, he slammed his head into Ichigo's. The headbutt made him stagger back, and it was rapidly followed by a hard whack from the sheath, again to the head, and then there was the burning sensation of having been cut. Blood poured from a horizontal flesh wound to the chest, and Ichigo forced himself to not lose balance, to stand upright with his guard intact. "Son of a bitch!" Ikeko murmured, sounding surprised, even impressed. "Damned if I don't know that style of fighting." He had paused, and looked almost puzzled for a second. Then, a triumphant grin ran across his face. "You're with Erza, Scarlet, ain't ya? What's it to ya?" Ichigo said defiantly. "Fecking knew it!" Ikeku exclaimed, almost excitedly. "She taught you all you know, didn't she?" "How would you know?" Ikeku threw his head back, and laughed. "I was the first one what showed her the ropes after she was out of the academy, boy." There was a wistful look on his face, as if reminiscing about better times. "She was a fury back then. Real good with a blade, but not really used to being a Shinigami. Took her ages to learn how to beat me, but she did it. Those were the days." Huh. Ichigo said, a bit surprised. "So she's back, huh? Wouldn't you like to know?" "Word of advice, kid," Ikeku said, letting out a chuckle, "never play poker. You're shit at lying. Oh man, the captain's gonna have a field day with that. She'll kick his ass." Ichigo shot back. "He'd still have a good time," Ikeku said dismissively. His eyes narrowed, and the cheer dropped from his face. "But now that I know you as one of hers, I gotta take ya seriously." He put the hilt of his sword and the sheath together, and cried, "Grow, Hojikameru." There was a surge of power, and the weapon changed, growing into a slender spear with a long, simple blade. "Fair enough," said Ichigo, and held his sword out. "Cut the heavens, Zanjitsu." He felt the rush as his weapon changed and grew, changing into its larger, knife-like form. "Good," Ikeku said. Immediately he charged forward, rapidly stabbing with his spear. Ichigo knew he would try to get up close, to negate the reach of his great sword, and skipped back a couple of steps in anticipation, swinging as the third seed came at him. The thrusting motions were fast, faster than before, but Ichigo managed to keep up. Not to have gone all out for nothing, Ikeku still scored several hits, mostly glancing off the sides, but one or two stabbing into Ichigo's chest. "Winning isn't about the will to win," his sensei's voice came to him. "You have to have will, but at the end of the day, it comes down to whether you can hit faster or harder than your opponent. If you can read his strategy or not. If you can best him or not. Never fight mindlessly." Ikeku's fighting style was like himself, fast, lean, wild and vicious. So how would he beat him? He was clearly experienced fighting against a two-handed sword, constantly keeping up close, refusing to let him get in the powerful strikes that would turn the tides in Ichigo's favor. He was a veteran. Ichigo was not. On the other hand, he was not fierce the way Erza was. He lacked the hard discipline and genial intuition. He could do this. Taking a few hops back, Ichigo recovered, and charged energy into the length of his blade. Swinging it sideways, he cried, "Getchuga Tensho!" The moon-shaped blast was not powerful, but it didn't need to be. As Ikeku launched himself into the air, Ichigo was there, cutting hard and fast as Ikeku came down. Not taken by surprise, Ikeku lashed out with his spear, catching Zanjitsu by the blade, and twisted himself in the air, landing by Ichigo's side. A millisecond later, there was a potentially fatal thrust aimed for Ichigo's head, but Ichigo sidestepped, and kicked Ikeku in the midsection. For just a second, the veteran grunted and staggered back, and Ichigo saw his opportunity, and cut downwards, hard. Even taken aback, Ikeku was fast enough to try and deflect. Although awkwardly, Ichigo's blade glanced off to the side, raking Ikeku across the shoulder as it did. Pushing his advantage, Ichigo lashed out with one heavy blow after another, nimbly stepping out of the way of a low-thrusting counter-attack. Ikeku was on the defensive now, dodging and parrying expertly, but finding no openings to attack himself. Finally he locked his spear with Ichigo's blade, the two men pushing against each other, muscles bulging. "You're pretty good, kid," Ikeku said, grinning even now. "You ain't seen nothing yet." Ichigo grunted back, just as stubbornly. "Yeah, think," Ikeku said. Suddenly he twisted his spear, and there was a hot flash of pain. Something had cut Ichigo across the cheek, and he staggered back. "Yeah, see," Ikeku said, and Ichigo could make out his figure, confidently standing with his spear split in 3 pieces, held together with chain. "My Hojikameru ain't really a spear." Ichigo put a hand to his face. There was a nasty cut to his cheek, which had raked across bone and flesh alike, and he felt a ringing in his skull for what felt like the umpteenth time today. "Don't you go and disappoint me now, boy," Ikeku said, circling around him, clearly looking for an opportunity to pounce. "Don't you go and get my blood boiling without giving me a good fight. You're Erza Scarlet's student. Do you proud?" Ichigo had stood on the edge of having his fighting spirit waver, the blow to his head making him stagger, but now something in him burst. A jolt of anger, passion, a desire to defeat the man in front of him and show him just what happened when you fucked with Erza's students. "I told ya, you ain't seen nothing yet," Ichigo snarled. Power surged through his body, and the pain felt odd, distant. "Getchuga Tensho!" Roaring out his defiance, Ichigo sent out 2 of the moon-shaped projectiles, and charged. Ikeku smoothly dodged out of the way of both, but was taken by surprise by the sheer ferocity of the young man's attack. Cutting hard, almost losing himself with the furor of combat, he drove Ikeku back. With the reflexes and strength of a senior fighter, Ikeku did his best to counter, but Ichigo dodged them with relative ease. He was overpowering him, he realized, the odd physics of the afterlife working in his favor. As the seconds went on, Ichigo realized this surge of power would not last. He needed to do some damage before it burned out. Ikeku, despite his surprise, had held up well, and aside from a few minor cuts was still at full fighting power. Quickly Ichigo lashed out with a wide blow, only for it to turn into a stab at the last second. Ikeku had hopped back to dodge, but was not prepared for the thrusting attack. Ichigo could feel Zanjutsu taste blood, and quickly brought his sword back and up. Ikeku was reeling, trying to bring his spear about, but it was too late. With a vicious cut, Ichigo's sword came down, ripping into Ikeku's body from shoulder to hip. Ikeku still held onto his weapon, despite sinking to one knee, seeming unwilling to give up even after a grievous wound like that. For good measure, Ichigo slammed the pommel into his head, and Ikeku slumped over, lying defeated in the ground. Ichigo took a few seconds to breath, and the surge of power began to wear off, leaving with it a weariness and acute awareness that he was bleeding in multiple places. Shinigami could take a lot, he knew, and as far as he knew they weren't in danger of infections, but being cut still hurt quite a bit, actually. That, Ikeku said, his voice raspy and weakened, was something else. "Fuck me, kid, you done good." Ichigo almost felt incredulous. It was one thing to enjoy battle, but to compliment your opponent, even after taking that kind of damage? "The hell are you smiling about?" Ichigo muttered. "I just cut you down." He swatted the blood off Zanjutsu, and let the blade shrink back to its sealed form. I'm just thinking of all the fun our captain will have," Ikeku said. "Phyuck, that stings." "You're crazy," Ichigo muttered. "Whatever. See ya around, I guess." Hurrying as best he could, he headed for his mother, to see if she needed any help. Masaka forced herself to remain calm. It came easier to her than perhaps it should, the effect of her training kicking in. This had been one thing she had always hated: what the mentality of a soldier did to people. The first thing she had done was to put some distance between herself, Ichigo, and his opponent, not just to give him elbow space but because as a Quincy, her ranged fighting style demanded space to move in. Her opponent had kept up quite well, her Hirin-kyaku matched by his Shunpo. He stood a few yards away, hand on his sword, staring her down. He was handsome, all right, but Masaka could read his signature clear as day, and it was plain to see that he was powerful and deadly in his own right. "You're beautiful," he said. The compliment came out of nowhere, sounding oddly neutral. Do not mistake that for some crude advance or flirtation. Beauty in any form is a worthwhile thing, whether I see it in a vase, a painting, or the face of an enemy. He shrugged, and sighed. It really is a shame, having to fight you. That is an odd approach, Masaka said, not feeling especially eager to begin. Is it my curves, or? I told you, it's not crude, the man Yumichika, Masaki remembered said, his tone a little effeminate. It's the symmetry. Your face could be on a statue. Thanks. Masaka said. You know, your hair is very nice. Do you use some particular conditioner? It was a long shot, but it hit home. Oh, this old thing. Yumichika said, twirling his hair with one hand. Nothing special. Just a little bit of Olive Glade shampoo, followed by Papaver conditioner, which is allowed to soak for exactly 2 minutes. Oh, that does explain it, Masaka said cheerily. Do you use a hair dryer? Because personally, I feel that overusing them can produce decent results early on, but wear out your hair in the long term. Those split ends. Yumichika practically gasped. I know, right? I keep telling the beauty salons, but do they listen? Stubborn as a mule, each one of them. In the end you're better off doing it yourself, right? Masaka said. Anyone can do it if they just make an effort to learn. And who knows your hair better? You, or some hopped-up hairstylist? Totally. Yumichika said excitably. Oh crap. I'm supposed to be fighting you. He said the words as if it had just occurred to him. Don't worry, I won't tell, Masaka said charitably. It'll be a secret just between us girls. This isn't some clever trick, is it? Yumichika said suspiciously. I haven't got a deceptive bone in my body, Masaka said, and it was mostly true. She hadn't tried to stall out for this long, but it had allowed her to get a pretty good read of her opponent. Strong enough to be a real danger. Not so strong she couldn't end it quickly if she got lucky. Yumichika sighed, and pulled out his sword. For the record, he said, this is officially a shame. Bloom, Fuji Kyojaku. The blade split into 4 sickle-shaped blades, looking like a vicious clawed hand. It didn't look especially practical, but Masaka knew better than to underestimate him. In one furious shunpo step, he surged forward, aiming for her midsection. Then suddenly he staggered forward, blood seeping from his waistline. What the hell? He muttered. Masaka stood behind him, her bow dissolving. A precision shot, she said. Think of it like deflating a balloon. I won't be. Yumichika said, attempting to turn around and raise his sword, but fell flat on his face in the process. What the hell? He murmured, seeming puzzled more than anything. I shot you at a very specific point in your Ryotsu network, Masaki explained, and kneeled by his side. It won't kill you, but you won't be able to really do anything more than life-sustaining functions for the next day or so. Sorry. Sonofa bitch. Yumichika muttered, and closed his eyes. Well. That had been easier than she had expected. But then again, the hard part was still ahead. Quickly, she raced to find Ichigo. He would only be a couple of blocks away, she could still sense him quite clearly. Running had gotten old after a while. Tatsuki and Orium had become separated from the others somewhere down the line, and what had started as fleeing in terror that Captain had seemed pretty fearsome had eventually turned into fleeing in annoyance. It wasn't that they couldn't outrun most of their pursuers, although the two of them being human and as such having no access to high-speed travel didn't help, but it seemed that the moment they made progress, they ran into another nest of Shinigami, swarming like big, black angry wasps. Wasps with swords, and military training. And magic. Tatsuki had lost track of the number of times they had dodged a brightly colored bolt of energy soaring past them, often too close for comfort. In the end, they had both of them decided to stand and fight, making their stand in a narrow alley, negating the overwhelming numbers of their pursuers. The results had been gratifying. Tatsuki had unleashed every ounce of frustration in a furious flurry of kicks, punches, and stave whacks, while Orium had used her own magics to repel and knock over attacker after attacker, expertly dealing them just as much damage as she needed to. Now they stood over dozens of Shinigami, passed out on the ground or groaning in pain. It was tactically sound to force them to engage in a choke point, but Tatsuki found herself wondering if it had been necessary in the end. She was strong. So was Orium. So far her only two frames of reference had been Yoryuki and Erza, and, she suspected, Urahara Kisuk, but next to them, these rank-and-file troopers were nothing. They fought with a basic level of competence, and their strength was in itself not even a tenth of her own. They had both found themselves doing incredible, unbelievable things, like sending people flying through the air, or into the side of a building so hard that there were cracks in the wall. Well, hot damn, Tatsuki said, breathing heavily. She had expended a lot of energy, and felt a little weak now that the adrenaline was starting to wear off. They had not been quiet, but hopefully the attention they had attracted would have taken a load off the others. They hoped so at least, otherwise they'd have fought very hard only to accomplish nothing more than getting lost. It's nice, isn't it? Orium said, considerably less worn down. Her style of fighting had been much more energy efficient and, Tatsuki noted with a sting of jealousy, much more effective overall. They were like, you're under arrest, and we were like, come and get it, and then wham. Pow. Buff. Emphatically, she made gestures with her arms, her ethereal staff gleaming with power. The actual deal had been nothing like that, of course, but Tatsuki was not about to correct her. They had both enjoyed flexing their muscles a bit, although in different ways, it seemed. So where next? Tatsuki muttered, and realized that if anyone was going to come up with a plan, it would likely have to be herself. To that prison thingy? Oh yes. Orium chirped. Which is in the middle, I think. Which direction is the middle? As expected. We should get up roofside dash, Tatsuki started, but then they both felt it, and dashed away, out of the alleyway. Behind them, there was a metallic whir, and Tatsuki felt a couple of nasty stings in her back. The two of them spun around, ready to face whatever it was. They stood out in the street now, surrounded by what looked like walled-in barracks, and they saw it clearly now, a series of long, metallic projectiles hurtling through the air. That was not very nice, Orium said firmly, and held up her staff. Santen Kesshun. The triangular shield formed in front of them, holding firm against the projectiles, which bounced off and returned from whence they had came. They were little blades, they could see, spinning rapidly through the air. Tatsuki looked up. At the top of a roof stood an imposing figure, tall and burly. The spinning blades returned to him, forming a Zanpakuto. Jumping down, landing heavily, he stood in front of them, a cocksure expression on his face. He was heavy-set, almost chubby, and they could both sense power radiating from him. Congratulations, he said calmly, his voice deep. You survived my first attack. Stabbing us in the back after we knocked over your pals, coward. Tatsuki sneered. You invade our home, and expect to be treated with courtesy. The man said, sounding almost amused. You are Ryoka. To be captured would be merciful. You will die here. So say I, Ikonzaka Jirobo, 4th seed of Division 7. Tatsuki grit her teeth, and took a stance. Let's dash. Take it easy, Tatsuki, Orium said calmly. I'll deal with him. Bullshit. Tatsuki snapped. I'm not gonna let you dash. You're tired. Orium said flatly. I'm not. Don't start a fight you're not fit to win. The sheer bluntness of Orium's voice was shocking. But dash Tatsuki started. Tatsuki, Orium said kindly, I can handle it. If I need help, I'll call you. For now, just keep an eye out. Tatsuki grit her teeth, then relented. If it had been Ichigo, she wasn't so sure she wouldn't have insisted, but for Orium. Well, she could do it. She was different now. Strong. I am a new Orium, Orium said, and stepped forward. I don't have a seat, but it'll have to work anyway. Jirobo grinned, and held up his sword. You'll regret taking me on by your lonesome. Flap away, Tsuntakagaresu. At once the blade of his sword disappeared, replaced by a seemingly limitless amount of spinning blades, each one no longer than two knives put together. They surged away, going at Orium with speed. She was already moving, running at the tall man. It looked like madness, a small girl like her attacking a giant like him, but the afterlife made all normal notions of size a deception. Santan Kesshun! Orium cried, raising her staff. The shield erected itself to her left, warding off 3 hits, before manifesting to her right a second later. She dodged under yet another one coming in from behind, casually performing a forward flip, her stride unbroken. Although like Tatsuki she was not capable of rapid movement techniques like Shunpo, the nature of the Soul Society benefited her, too, and she moved with an instinctive understanding of the world, quickly closing ranks. Jirobo muttered a curse, and quickly hopped back. "You stupid little girl!" he snarled, sending the knife blades back Orium's way, but her shield manifested at her back, and the rest missed, going wide. "Katanzan-shun!" Orium cried, bringing the tip of her staff down. It gleamed red, and impacted squarely with Jirobo's chest, sending the man reeling. He grunted with pain, and put space between himself and Orium, the blades whirring around him. "You're human," he said incredulously. "Yes," Orium said firmly. "You shouldn't have underestimated me. It's pretty simple, actually. Whenever I see Ishida or Masaka fire their bows, they always try and put space between themselves and their target if there isn't any already. Since you attack from afar, I figured getting up close and personal was best." Tatsuki blinked. It was easy to forget, even for her, that beneath that bubbly surface, Orium had a functioning brain, which could be sharp as a razor if it had to. The idea itself was hardly revolutionary, but to have kept her cool in the middle of a surprise attack and think of that, she had come a long way. "You have some nerve," speaking as if it was already over, Jirobo sneered. "Forward." He moved his hand, pointing at Orium, and the blades surged. Her shield caught the first few easily, the metal bounding off with slight clangs, but then they came in from all directions, bounding out in wide arcs. It had to be a dozen, each one coming at her from every which angle. "Now who's underestimating who, huh?" the giant cried, with gleeful cheer. "Orium!" Tatsuki cried, going into a run, knowing she would be too late. Her heart skipped a beat. And then the blades all impacted at once, and there was a set of clang-clang-clangs as they all reflected away, the sheer force burying them into the stone walls. A round shield had erected around Orium, dissipating seconds later. Confidently, she took a step forward, and held the staff under his chin. "I'm still not very good at doing that," she said, "but I'm not defenseless. Please surrender. I don't want to hurt you." I, the giant said, holding his hands up, "Oh of course. I surrender." Orium gave him a knowing look, narrowed her eyes, and took a step back. "All right then." She took another step back, still keeping an eye on her foe. "Tatsuki, let's dash." "You little idiot." Jirobo sneered, raising the hilt of his sword again. "I'll kill you for that, but you get to see your friend die first." The blades whirred out with speed, surging toward Tatsuki. Grunting with surprise, she readied her guard, and... "Katanzan-shun, I reject." Tatsuki couldn't remember ever hearing Orium's voice that fierce, and there was a surge of energy as a red projectile flew from her staff, instantaneously slamming into the Shinigami. The blades dropped to the ground, and Jirobo staggered back and hit a wall, hard, sinking down into a sitting position. Blood had sprayed across the wall behind him, and there was a hole in his shoulder, large enough that Tatsuki was sure she could see the wall behind him through it. His Zanpakuto had sealed, and he looked at the two of them with dull, shocked eyes. Tatsuki hurried to Orium's side. "I told you I didn't want to hurt you," she said, her voice in between furious and plain upset. There were tears at the edge of her eyes. "Why did you go ahead and make it so I didn't have a choice?" "Orium, it's fine," Tatsuki said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "It's fine. I'm fine. I'm okay." Orium sniffed, and took a deep breath. The bulky Shinigami was unresponsive, still alive, although there was no telling if that would last. "I didn't want to," Orium said. "I didn't want to do it." "You had to," Tatsuki said. "It's not your fault, it's his fault, and..." There were familiar noises in the distance now, soldiers running and shouting. "Oh crap," Tatsuki muttered. "Come on, let's move." Orium nodded, keeping herself from crying. This was fighting. Hard, heart-rending and necessary. Together, the two of them ran again, deeper into the Godi 13. In his office, Eisen smiled. He had sat still all morning, drinking in the sensations of the chaos at the gates. 9 signatures, most of them weak and unfamiliar, but 3 of them familiar and strong. Kurosaki Ichigo, his little pet project. Shihoin Yoriyuki, the former Stealth Corps commander, spymaster, and head assassin, easily the deadliest of the group. Although few of them, if any, likely realized it. Erza Scarlet, her Ryotsu rich, thick, stronger, and better controlled than ever before. It had been quite the effort at this range, even for a savant like himself, to read it accurately, but he had done it still. It was a sensation quite indescribable to feel everything move in the palm of his hand, exactly the way he had wanted it to. He had kept an eye on Karakura, naturally, and had at least cursory knowledge of Erza's group and her allies. It was such a desperate, foolish attempt, charging right into the hornet's nest all to save one person, quite logically beyond saving. This was Urahara Kisuk's gambit, and no mistake, but it was also exactly the sort of thing she would do. He had missed her. It was an odd, but undeniable realization, having come to him the moment he could feel her Ryotsu again, grown yet familiar. In all his time, she was the only one who, like him, had seen through that accursed veil, and wanted to act on it. He had plenty of allies, of course, but, his hollows, prospective Arankar, were little more than animals. Tools, a means to an end, entirely disposable. Ichimaru was a psychopathic sadist, in his own way little different from a hollow himself. Kaname made claims to be different, but Eisen knew he was blinded by ideology, and a hypocrite to boot. Out of all the allies he had ever had, she had stood out. There was a thoughtful expression on his face as his eyebrows narrowed a little. Perhaps he could bring her back into the fold? She would likely never side with the likes of Ichimaru, but then again, he was starting to lose his appeal. Maybe. They wanted the same thing, after all. A just, orderly and peaceful world, where equality, mercy, and intelligence was valued higher than unthinking adherence to tradition, authority. A world where there would be a heaven. An afterlife worth living in. Where the common soul would not live in fear of warlords or hollows. They both wanted that. Surely she could be made to see reason? He had cast her out, but it had been over 20 years, and she had prospered. She even had a Bankai by now. Eisen was not prone to dalliances, romantic or more physical. The interest had never been there, and the fixation on it by his lessers had always seemed absurd, like yet another shackle that tied them to the veil. But if he had been that sort of man, if he had been the kind of king who would take a queen, she would have been a neat fit. He would speak with her. Watch her progress, see how much she had grown. Confront her. He would make her see the light again. His light. The only path the Soul Society would have in the future. And if she still refused him, it would be her loss. Perhaps he'd kill her. Perhaps he'd let her watch his world grow. Yes, she would be allowed to see his world as it grew, as he accomplished all the things she could not. Smiling to himself, Eisen stood up. There would be summons coming any moment now, he could sense Hinamori just around the corner. Old Yamamoto would respond to the invasion, naturally, by calling a meeting. It wasn't just comical, it was outright laughable. Part of him couldn't wait to get this over with, to step out into the light and let everyone see him for who he was. Part of him, a surprisingly large one at that, was actually enjoying this. The meeting hall loomed over the captains, oppressively grand and ancient, designed specifically to remind everyone just how incredibly important it was, how grandiose and magnificent whatever came to pass inside it should be. As per usual, despite the summons having been sent across all the Godii, a number of captains were absent. Kuratsuka Mayuri had flat out ignored it, while Yukatake Jushiro was, once more, in bed with tuberculosis. Anoha Naretsu had excused herself, citing an influx of injured soldiers, which was certainly not untrue. The remaining captains were present, though, waiting for the captain commander to speak. Not a single one of them were ignorant of why the meeting had been called, because word traveled fast in the Godii, and the commotion had been felt by all even from afar, but protocol demanded a meeting be held by the senior officers. Approximately 2 hours ago, Yamamoto said, finally speaking up, his ancient voice rumbling across the hall, our gates were breached by a group of Ryoka. They are still at large, heading inward. Their objectives are as of yet unknown. However, their identities are not unknown, or not all of them. Third Captain, you were present, were you not? Oh, lil ol me? Ichimaru said, as if surprised. Sure I was, sir. Jews happened to be passing by the gates, and what do I see if not dash? Report the facts. Yamamoto said. His voice was calm, but there was no mistaking his intention. He had no interest in listening to Ichimaru's antics. Ichimaru shrugged. 9 of them, I reckon. Yeah, 9. Pretty strong, too. But that one's obvious, ain't it? They been pummelin' our top officers like it's nothing, haven't they? He grinned, and looked at his fellow captains, the jeer unmistakable. The facts. Yamamoto said. Confirm, in person, what you claimed earlier. Ichimaru sighed, and shrugged. Well, there I was, talking on the Ryoka, and who's leadin' them, if not Erza Scarlet? She got real strong, managed to fight me to a draw, she did. The captains kept stoic, for the most part, but there were reactions, winces, a narrowing of the brows, a sharp breath in. The traitor returns. Komamura snarled, his voice deep. The man was deeply loyal to the Godii, and took renegades quite seriously, none less than her. She had been at the heart of a massive conspiracy, evidence had shown, planning to spread ruin and terror all across the Godii. Her escape had been the biggest ruckus there had been for decades, Second Squad having spearheaded investigation after investigation to find possible collaborators. Am I correct in assuming that among the Ryoka are a red-headed, impetuous young man and a bespectacled, black-haired Quincy? Kukaki Byakuya said, his voice level. I would find it almost unbelievable, but... Nah, how'd ya guess all that? Ichimaru said. See, that was them, all right. A look of contempt passed the Kukaki's face. It matches the description of an abnormally strong substitute Shinigami in a Quincy we found in the living world when we retrieved a criminal recently. If they had been trained by a dangerous and powerful traitor, it would explain it. My operatives confirm this much, so iPhone said, raising her voice. She had informants planted across the Godii, and today, her seemingly paranoid plans had paid off. Our information network puts them at 9, at least 2 of which are Quincy, along with several other empowered humans. It would seem the traitor left only to recruit new soldiers for her cause. Whatever her plan is, it seems she intends ruin for us all. Our worst fears may be realized, Yamamoto said gravely. The moment this meeting concludes, I expect you to personally hunt her and her compatriots down. Spare no resources. So I order. Heh, I call dibs, said Kenpeki, who had looked bored for the most part up till now. Not like the lot of you could expect to take her down easily. We will not give special privileges to another division if we should find her first, Byakuya said stiffly. This is law and order, not your personal playground. Ya wanna tell that to my face outside here, punk? Kenpeki said lazily, eyeing Byakuya with a grin on his face. Kids, don't fight now, came the cheery voice of the affable Kiraku Shunsui. There will be plenty of criminals for everyone, I'm sure. Silence. Yamamoto said, and his voice carried enough weight to quiet the quarreling captains. Ichimaru. Sir. The third captain said. You fought her. Yet here you stand, unbloodied, and she is still at large. Explain yourself. Oh, see, Ichimaru said, and shrugged, I ain't good at holding back. If it was me, she'd end up dead, or me dead tryin', and all them poor soldiers might've got caught up in it. That just wouldn't be fair, would it? The logic was sound enough, although none quite believed him, but Yamamoto seemed placated, nodding. I expect them all captured come the morning, he said firmly. Spare no resources. I want everyone involved. If you need to kill them, then so be it, but I want the arch-traitor taken alive. On my soul, it will be done, Captain Commander. Komamura said emphatically, and Byakuya nodded his approval. Shunsui sighed. This was going to be a bother and a half. Chapter 38, The Struggle Begins. Hinamori Momo was, somehow, holding things together. With her captain summoned to a meeting no doubt to be appraised of the facts of the current chaos, she was the one in charge of the division, which meant telling a lot of confused people what to do, when she herself wasn't sure what was going on. It all came back to one simple lesson: when you're in charge, act like you know what you're doing, even if you don't. It was to this end that she had every officer ranked higher than 15 on a steady patrol route across all areas covered by Division 5, and all below running drills, overseen by their instructors. It wasn't doing very much, but it kept her soldiers busy, which was the main point. What exactly was going on, she had no clue. There were Ryoka, that much was clear, although everything else was muddled through the grapevine. She had heard some insist with clarity that it was a full-scale invasion, having broken through the main gates and slain Captain Ichimaru. Others thought it was an uprising from the Rokanga. Some would say it was a handful, less than 5, doing some mad dash inside. Knowing better than to trust the word of mouth from frightened soldiers with no experience when it came to being invaded, Momo sharply ignored all rumors and kept herself, and everyone else, busy. When Captain Aizen came back, they'd know what he knew. For now, they would keep to themselves. Information had come in sporadically from other divisions, reporting a great number of officers having been hospitalized. This meant that the Ryoka, however many or few, were at least powerful. Quietly, to herself, she was excited at the prospect of using her much-trained magic. Aside from the odd hollow hunt, there had been precious little chance of using her advanced Kido, and a bunch of Ryoka would make for good battlefield application. Her place, however, was with the division. They relied on her, and she would be there for them. It's what Erza would have done. Erza, the thought writhed inside her mind like a snake, twisting and turning. What if it was her? The mere thought have her butterflies in her stomach. No. Focus. Be rational. No assumptions, no anything without evidence or information from a reliable source. When times were chaotic, you had to be a beacon of order, because that's what people expected of a leader. Aizen had entrusted her with command, and she would not let him down. Will Master require anything else? The aging servant was bowed deeply as he addressed Byakuya, who was sat cross-legged in his office. Away from the division, in the villa of the noble house of the Kukaki, he had gone to collect his thoughts. No. Begone. He said simply, and the servant bowed again, quietly making his exit, closing the door behind him. Closing his eyes, Byakuya forced himself to calm, to make his insides match his outsides. He felt ashamed. He should be out there, right now, helping with the hunt for the Ryoka. He had left it in Renji's capable hands, for the time being, but right now, he could not force himself to do his duty. It shamed him, but he could not bring himself to care enough. Not until he had had the time to calm, at least. Even here, in his personal sanctuary, he found it difficult. He had always taken solace in this place, a simply furnished, practical office in his clan's mansion, in stark contrast to the luxury and wealth apparent everywhere else. It was an extension of his workplace at the division, practically speaking, but Byakuya thought of this more as his room than his actual room. Neatly arranged, cleaned only by veteran servants who knew exactly what to touch and not to touch, nothing was ever out of place. It was a place of order, to collect himself and reflect on the day. In the past, he had always come here to still the stormy seas, whenever his moods were out of place. It was rare, of course, for him to lose control, but he was not nearly as stoic as everyone believed him to be. His quiet aura of confidence was the product of hard work, not a natural affinity. Yet today, as it had for several days now, it did little for him. Rukia's imprisonment had troubled him. Even so, he had had faith that she would receive an appropriate punishment, return to service, and redeem herself with time. Then, 4 days ago, it had happened. Rukia sat still in her cell, a somber look on her face. As Byakuya entered, he admired her temper. She was rather like him, in many ways, although she would never have guessed it. Impulsive, yet with a desire to serve. Passionate, yet even now maintaining a calm face, as was appropriate for a member of their esteemed house. Yes, she was like him enough that she could have been his flesh and blood. As dispassionate as his face was, his heart sang out with a mixture of concern, brotherly pride, admiration, concern, regret. She said nothing as he stopped by her cell, her head slightly bowed, waiting for her clan leader to address her. Even in her white, shabby prison robes, her bearing was noble. "Rukia," he said simply, forcibly keeping every ounce of emotion from his voice. "The judgment of the Central 46 has been passed. It is irreversible." For the slightest moment, he paused, taking a short breath. It was irreversible. Nothing he did could change it. The least he could do was tell her the news himself. So why did that have to be such a difficult thing? 7 days from now, you are to be executed for your crimes as Sokioku Hill, by the Sokioku itself. Your very being shall be burnt from existence, and your sins purged. That is all. He saw the shock in her eyes, rippling across her face. Disbelief. Facing the reality of the fact, letting it sink in. No tears, Byakuya noticed, just shock. She composed herself well. In a way, it would have been better if she had cried, if she had cursed his name for such callousness. It would have made it that much easier. "I understand, elder brother," she said quietly, her voice just barely composed. "I will see you then," he said, and turned around, walking out. There were so many things he wanted to tell her. How unfair it was. How he would fight for her. How proud he was of her, that he loved her. The truth of why she had been taken into the clan in the first place. But he couldn't. He wanted to, badly, but couldn't. Not just because it was inappropriate, not just because he would never make a promise that entailed rebelling against the law, but because no matter how much he wanted to, he plain couldn't. When first he had received the paperwork, a courtesy from the Central 46, he had been dumbstruck, unable to speak or move for several minutes. Torturing himself, he had feverishly reread the papers, believing against all evidence to the contrary that it could not be true. It defied all reason. No misdemeanor had ever resulted in execution. It was unheard of for nobility to be executed for any less than outright treason. A part of him, the Byakuya that had once defied his parents' will and married that young commoner girl for love, had flared up in anger. It was injustice. For a minute, he had burned with fury, wanting to tear down the entire division, to wreak havoc upon the cruel old men and women who dared to lay such misfortune on his house. But he had quashed it, quickly and with speed. To angrily defy the wisdom and authority of your elders was the attitude of a child, and Byakuya was the leader of the 6th Division, and the noble house of the Kukaki. If he did not obey the law, then who should? Rukia had to die. Her fate was written in stone, the moment the sages had made their decision. He had a right to feel any one way about it he wanted, but he had no right to defy it. She had to die, even if it were by his own hand. This was a test of principle. He had lived his entire life believing in submission to proper authority, and to defy it now would be to tarnish everything he had ever done, to undo all his work, all his beliefs. Beliefs, ideals, they only mattered if they were tested. If you could throw them aside when you felt like it, they were not beliefs. They were just hobbies. But it was still unmistakable. He had sworn on his honor, with all that that meant, on his wife's deathbed, that he would look after Rukia. Her death would compromise his honor completely. It would undo the worth of his word. No matter how this went, Kukaki Byakuya would lose his honor. No price could atone for that. Erza ran through the streets of Godai. It had been easier than she had expected to evade pursuers. Once she had outran the first bunch, she had stuck to the side streets, the places she knew were the least likely to be full of running troops. Her memory of the place was still solid, 20 years later, and of course it hadn't changed the smallest bit. She had ran past several patrols on her way, but they had paid her little mind. Everyone was running around, and in the distance, she looked like any other Shinigami. Well, the armor would raise some questions once you got closer, but so far she had managed to dodge her pursuers. The question was what to do next. They had become scattered. It was for the best, all things considered, as a united group would at this stage just attract more and more attention. It did, however, make for a conundrum. Run on by herself, or try to rejoin with some of them. She could sense some of them vaguely. Ichigo seemed to be fluctuating a bit, as if he had just expelled a lot of energy at once. A fight? She shook her head. They were fairy tale reformed. That meant she had to trust them to handle themselves. Best to keep running, and stick to the battle plan. She had to head inward, and at an opportune time make as much noise as possible, while the faster or less conspicuous members of the team made their way to rescue Rukia. Erza was no master strategist, but this battle plan suited her well. Devised by Urahara and Yoriyuki, it was as solid as these flimsy circumstances would allow. So run she did. She felt the attack coming well before it hit, and quickly dashed back. From around a corner, a Shinigami came at her, sword drawn. The first swing had missed, as Erza put distance between herself and her attacker. His Ryutsu came across her, washing over her like a long-forgotten smell. Meticulously well-controlled. Almost neurotic. Vice-captain level. So very familiar. Izuru, she said. The Shinigami paused, and looked at her, a fire in his eyes. So it's you, he said furiously, his guard up. Erza had refrained from drawing her blade. Most people could outright die from one of her basic attacks. This particular attacker, she was even less keen to hurt. What brought you back? You weren't content ruining all of our reputations and careers, not to mention attempting to do the same to the Godei. Your career seems just fine, Erza said, noticing the badge on his arm, which read 3. Oh no. He was under Ichimaru-jin. We took a hit, but we bounced back, Kira said, pacing around her, his sword ready to strike. No. Thanks to you. To think we believed in you. A pained look went across Erza's face. It had been 20 years of perfect evidence against her as provided by Aizen. Of course they all believed she was some monster. She would have to fight him. The problem was, she still remembered him as the enthusiastic young little nobleman put in her care, so many years ago. I wish I had some answers for you, she said, but the truth is unbelievable, and I don't think anything I have to say would satisfy you. We agree there? Kira said, and quickly surged forward. His form was good, strong, well-practiced and deadly. Erza simply caught the blade in one hand. There was a small trickle of blood, as Izuru struggled to wrench it free. Izuru, let me tell you this, Erza said firmly, I am strong. Much stronger now than when I left. It would take the likes of Zaraki Kenpeiga to break my stride. If you are going to attack me, at least use your Shikai. She let go, and Izuru scoffed as he took a few steps, looking rattled. You still need to work on your self-control, she remarked. It's no good looking in control if you can't act like it. Izuru's hands clenched around the hilt of his sword. He grit his teeth, and all but growled out. Raise your head, Wabisuk. The sword extended, becoming entirely straight, and sported a hook-like rectangular contraption at its end. Nodding approvingly, Erza pulled her Tetsu no Tama from its sheath. She hated the idea of fighting a former student, but this was hostile territory, and she could not disrespect him that much. Not to mention, he might actually have gotten dangerous. He surged forward, lashing out at her. He was fast, she was faster. He was strong, she was stronger. Rapidly, he hit her blade 3-4 times. Erza parried without difficulty. Are you even trying to hit me? She chastised him. Hit high, feint, go for the legs. Did you forget my lessons entirely? No, Izuru said, shaking his head contentedly. I was aiming for your sword. Doesn't it feel heavier? Erza blinked, holding her sword up. It was considerably heavier, now that she thought about it. It doubles the weight every time it strikes, Izuru said, almost triumphantly. Your skill may be above mine, sensei, but how will you fight when you can't lift your weapon? This is nothing, Erza said stubbornly, holding the sword up. 4 times. The weight had doubled 4 times, and she could feel it taking effect. As Izuru charged in, Her movements were slower and she couldn't even parry, dodging, and backstepping to avoid his shikai. Their blades crossed once more, and she could feel the weight increase. At this rate, it wouldn't take too long for her blade to be too heavy to even function. In her mind, Tetsu no Tama cried with outrage, demanding she end this indignity. End him. Damn. She might really have to hurt him. What's the problem, sensei? Izuru said, almost venomously. Her blade had crossed his a total of 7 times, now 8, 9, and it was becoming heavier and heavier. I thought only the Kenpeka could break your stride. Erza backstepped a couple of times, and waited for him to come at her again. She was breathing heavily, her blade held low. Relentlessly, Izuru came at her again. Then, Erza let her blade point to the ground. As she dropped it, its tip pierced the street easily, planting itself solidly in there. She watched the surprise in Izuru's eyes, as she took a step forward into the side, blocking his strike with one of the armored plates on her forearm, then slamming her elbow into his face. He staggered back, blood dripping from his nose, and Erza stepped after him, solidly slugging him in the solar plexus with an armored fist. He coughed, his eyes going wide as the air was forced out of his lungs. Not relenting, Erza slammed another fist into his face, into his chest, unleashing a metal-plated storm of punches. He tried to bring his sword to bear, but she was inside his guard, batting it aside easily. For good measure, she grabbed him by the collar, and slammed her forehead into his. Staggering back now, he almost lost his balance, and Erza let out a final, hard left hook, connecting solidly with his jaw. Kira fell to the ground, his Zanpakuta sealing itself. Erza looked at him for a second, to make sure he was down. It hurt her to have to do this, but it was better than cutting him. She turned her back, and retrieved her sword, which had returned now to its normal weight. Sighing, she sheathed it. There was blood on her knuckles, she realized. Slowly, she wiped it off on her shiakusho. Why? Izuru was still awake, it seemed. Erza turned to face. Why? She repeated, not really sure what to say. We believed in you. Izuru said furiously, having forced himself up on his elbows. His face was a mess now, bruises forming all over it. We believed in you and you turned your back on us. Erza really wasn't sure what to say. This was one of the things she had feared the most. To stand accused by the people she loved, innocent, and having no good answers. If I'm still alive when this is over, she said slowly, I'll tell you. But you won't like the answers I have. Traitor, Izuru snarled, a tear running down his reddening cheek. You deceptive, manipulative, conniving dash. For his sake and hers, Erza took a quick step forward and knocked him over the head, as hard as she dared, and he finally went silent. Rattled, she headed further down the Gotei. Uriah had done the sensible thing, and taken to the roofs, where he had easily shaken his pursuers. Sadly, nobody else had thought to do the same, and as such he had been left alone, his companions having been scattered to the wind. His aunt would surely have been smart enough to do the same thing, but she had followed his idiot cousin, and gotten stuck in a scrap somewhere. They had won, although not without a fight, it had seemed. He was honestly a little lost. Not lost insofar that he didn't know where he was, he had a perfectly good feel of where everyone in his team was, and a general sense of where they had come from and where they were going, but lost in the sense that he wasn't sure what to do next. He had relied a lot on his aunt, he realized, on his aunt and on his team, and it had created a sense of dependency unbefitting of a Quincy. This considered, he had headed deeper inward, toward the prison itself. As a Quincy, elegantly dashing across the walls, unhindered by his peers, he should probably arrive first. He'd grab Rukia, perhaps make some witty, dashing quip, then rapidly head back, their mission finished by night's end. His optimistic daydreaming was interrupted as a black blur raced toward him, and if not for his extensive training, Uriah would have been hit dead on by Aikido. Cursing himself, he could feel its energies very nearly manifest around him. He stumbled midair, as he took a second to disrupt the magical energies, and just barely recovered in time to land on his feet on a sizable, neatly tiled roof. He had not a second to rest, as a Shinigami rapidly came at him, swinging furiously and with precision. Uriah dodged, dashed back, putting distance between himself and his attacker, stopping by the edge of the roof. "Not bad," said the Shinigami, pacing maybe some 20 yards away from him. "And to think I was considering going easy on you." Uriah took a second to examine his opponent. He had wild, black hair, and a gangly, muscular frame. Most noticeably, he had 3 thin scars running down from his right eye down his cheek, a blue-gray tattoo running across his left cheek and the bridge of his nose, and yet another one on his left cheek, a simple 69. His kimono was sleeveless, and with a choker around his neck, he looked rather a lot like a wannabe punk. Except his strength, and the way he carried himself, really seemed to eliminate anything wannabe about him. He had a badge tied to his upper left arm, which had the character for 9, and Uriah assumed he had to be a highly ranked officer or vice captain, if he remembered Erza's lessons correctly. "You had better not, or your arrogance will be your downfall," Uriah said with a bit more confidence than he actually had. There was no point in letting him take the first step. Quickly Uriah dashed back, crossing a 20-yard distance to another roof in a single bound, while letting loose 3 arrows before he had even landed. The Shinigami was no slouch, though, and followed him almost instantaneously. Uriah's arrows went wide, and within a second he had to bend backward, dodging a wide slash that would surely have bisected him. With agility, he turned the backwards bend into a somersault, putting his fingers to the roof tiles and launching himself into the air, sending off another couple of arrows before landing smoothly. The Shinigami was undeterred, coming at him just as soon as he had landed, and Uriah dodged, evaded, jumped back, and even found himself having to parry with his bow. The Shinigami was powerful, experienced, and tenacious. But at the same time, Uriah was actively drawing on his surroundings, and its power surged through him. Here, he had an unprecedented boost in power, in awareness, and although many a time the window was razor thin, he managed to avoid being cut. A single good hit could end him, he knew this very well. He was still human, and did not have the Shinigami's legendary constitution. "You're a real nuisance, aren't you?" the Shinigami said, letting out a set of quick thrusts. "I aim to misbehave." Uriah shot back. It was as frustrating for him as it had to be for the Shinigami. He was fast enough to avoid getting attacked, yet at this distance, up close, he could not draw his arrows fast enough. The Shinigami surged forward again. The cut was horizontal, and quite wide, and if Uriah had been more experienced, he would have suspected the feint. "Hado number 1, Shao!" the Shinigami cried, thrusting forth his free hand under his sword arm. The Kido spell hit, almost point blank, and sent Uriah tumbling across the roof, nearly falling off. He cursed to himself, he should have expected their senior fighters to be more than one-trick ponies. Desperately he formed his bow, holding it up just in time to block a cut that might have taken his head off. "You sure you're human, boy?" the Shinigami said, pushing the sword down, edging closer to Uriah's neck. "You don't feel like one. Too strong." "By the pride of the Quincy." Uriah snarled, both in defiance and as an answer to his question. 2 arrows surged out from his bow, taking the Shinigami right in the gut. He staggered back, but still kept his guard up. Uriah managed to get to his feet. "Quincy, huh?" the Shinigami said, and grimaced. "I shouldn't known. Aren't you supposed to be extinct? You could say that the rumors of our death are largely no actually, that sounds like something my cousin would say," Uriah grunted, realizing he might have spent a bit too much time in his company. "Firing with only one hand, though," the Shinigami said. He looked at Uriah differently now, less aggressively. He seemed to be taking him more seriously, which couldn't be good. "Shots fired with one hand are neither powerful nor accurate," Uriah said, "but point blank, that does not matter." "Here I thought getting up close was the answer," he said, his face quite stoic. Without warning, he cried, "Hado number 33, Sakasui!" There was a blast of blue lightning, surging out at incredible speed, and Uriah just barely had the time to roll off the roof, practically thrown down. He managed to land on his feet, although his knees screamed in protest. However, his had an unexpected benefit. It was cowardly to hide, but this was a mission and he had no choice with an opponent of this caliber. Quickly, he dashed around a corner. The Shinigami was hot on his heels, jumping down, but he had lost sight of him temporarily. He could sense him, as clear as if he could see him with his eyes. He felt him look around, to one corner, to the other, cautiously advancing. One quick Hiran Kyaku forward, Uriah dashed up against a wall, and lined up a solid shot, aiming for the Shinigami's neck. To his credit, he reacted quickly, and his dash to the side made the arrow veer slightly off its mark, burying itself into his shoulder. A second later, he cried, "Shak Keho!" Judging by the quality and power of the Kido, it was only intended to give him some space, and Uriah was happy enough to oblige, stepping out of the way as the spell impacted where he had been half a second earlier, shattering part of a house wall. Uriah quickly moved back up to the roof, the Shinigami hot on his heels. Uriah was ready with his bow when his enemy came up, sailing smoothly through the air despite his injury. He had time to aim and fire just one arrow, hitting before the Shinigami had landed, before he could dodge, but the second went wild as the Shinigami charged in like a bull, seemingly undeterred. He was bleeding profusely, having taken the second hit in his lower chest, and he seemed to have slowed just a little, just not nearly enough. Uriah barely hopped back from a sideways cut that would have split him open like a pig, desperately putting distance between himself and his antagonist. Honorable fighting, it seemed, was hard. "Keep still, you little son of a bitch." The Shinigami snarled. "That actually hurt. Good soldiers do not complain." Uriah snapped back, well aware that he was constantly on the edge of death. His opponent seemed less interested than ever in taking prisoners, if that had been an option to begin with. "Bakudo number 4, Hainawa!" He cried out, catching Uriah mid-air as the Quincy moved back. Tugging hard, he pulled Uriah back, his sword ready for a stab. And then he skipped back at the last moment, Uriah managing to turn a crash landing into a roll, just barely keeping his balance to get on his feet. "You let go," Uriah remarked, stringing his bow. "I'm not vice captain for nothing," the Shinigami scoffed. "You were drawing your bow to shoot me in the head. That close? Too risky. I'd die, even if you got speared with me. Takes balls to be ready to go down like that, I'll give you that." "We Quincy win, no matter the cost," Uriah boasted. Truth be told, it had been an instinct, all thoughts having vanished except that one opportunity. The Shinigami's eyes narrowed and he charged forward again. Uriah dashed to the side, but the Shinigami traced his arm to follow his movements. Show. The spell was quite close, and although Uriah could sense it well enough, he could not evade it. He grit his teeth and steeled himself as the Kido, although weakened from its simpler form, impacted dead on and sent him tumbling. Uriah tumbled off the roof, and his landing was not smooth this time. The air was half knocked from his lungs, and he grimaced with pain. His rib cage has been rattled badly, and he only hoped he hadn't cracked any ribs. The Shinigami would give him no rest, of course, and despite his body screaming in protest, Uriah launched himself into a backward somersault, evading yet another cut just barely. Strands of black hair sailed through the air, and Uriah knew he had evaded decapitation literally by a hair's breadth. He skid backward, bringing his bow up again. Then his movements froze, his body suddenly held perfectly still. The shock was intense, mentally at least, and it took Uriah a couple of seconds to realize. A Kido spell of some sort, 6 rods of light circling his torso, holding him frozen in place. His concentration broken, his bow dissipated. "A delayed spell, at full power," the Shinigami said, his breath a little ragged. Uriah could feel the edge of the Shinigami's Zanpakuto rest against his neck. "Wasn't sure I'd get you there, but it was worth a shot. Sending me tumbling down to that street, then coming at me from the other direction, herding me right into your trap," Uriah said, almost with admiration. "I underestimated you, Shinigami." "Same to you," his captor said, and nodded. "So is this where I die? Make it brief, if so." The Shinigami shook his head. "I'm not one to murder the helpless. You're looking forward to arrest and the inside of an interrogation cell, buddy." Uriah grit his teeth. "Keep him talking. What is your name?" "Shihei Hisagi," the Shinigami said. "Vice Captain of 9th Division. You did pretty well, Quincy." "Ishida Uriah. Much obliged. Uriah said sourly. Now, why don't we get you out of here? Hisagi said. Still holding on to his sword, he moved forward, lowering his guard. Suddenly, Uriah's bow hand rose, the bow forming, and he fired a quick series of shots with just one hand. They were weak and inaccurate, but at almost point-blank range, it did not matter. Hisagi tried to move, but it was much too late. A dozen shots having hit his gut, he staggered back and fell onto his back. The Bakudo dissipated, apparently bound to its master's will, and Uriah stood up, breathing just as heavily as Hisagi had a moment ago. It was a clever gambit, Uriah said, huffing, to Hisagi. The Shinigami was far from dead, groaning in pain, and Uriah made a mental note that they were damn hard to kill. Strategically sound. But you underestimated a Quincy's ability to control Ryotsu. The moment I realized I was trapped, I started to try and unravel it. I could only get my arm loose, but it was all I needed. Well, son of a bitch. Hisagi muttered. Well fought, Uriah said, and nodded at him. Slowed, tired and weakened, he hopped up to the roof. That had been one of their second strongest rank, and Uriah knew he hadn't even used the power of his Zanpakuto to its fullest. This mission, what had he got himself into? Things had gotten strangely quiet as Orium and Tatsuki made their way deeper into the Godai. Too quiet, in fact, which only made Tatsuki feel like it was too good to be true. Orium, naturally, was oblivious, cheerily marching along. After what they had done to that Jirobo guy, they had hurried away, and after dodging a few more patrols, snuck onward. They had made it at least 2 kilometers further in now, and not one patrol, not one band of zealous Shinigami running in to get themselves a beating. So when Tatsuki felt a surge of energy, she was more than prepared, grabbing Orium and dragging her back as a shot of red light impacted where they had stood 2 seconds ago, spraying shards of rock across the street. Ahahaha. The voice was deep, bombastic, and pompous, and Tatsuki looked up. Just like before, the attack had come from a roof, although their attacker seemed more interested in striking a pose than to stage an attack. You did well to avoid that attack. Naturally, I meant for it to miss. For I, the great Omada Marekiyo, senior veteran of the elite stealth corps, wished for you both to know your doom was coming. He was tall as the last one, but noticeably wide around the waist. He had vain little sideburns, a golden chain around his neck, and resembled nothing so much as an ogre in a uniform. Excuse me, Orium said politely, but if you're in the stealth corps, shouldn't you be trying to attack us more sneakily? It may seem that way to ignorant rubes like you, Ryoka scum, but my grasp of tactics by far outstrips yours. He bellowed, and Tatsuki quickly deduced the man was an idiot. In fact, I am employing the tactic of shock and awe and intimidation. Yeah, that's us all right, Tatsuki said, sounding unimpressed. We're intimidated, all right. Trembling in our boots. But we don't have any boots, Orium chimed in. Oh, are we going to steal his boots? But I don't think he has any either. Clearly you are bold and audacious to the point of foolishness, to resist my special technique. Bellowed Omada, and jumped down from the roof, sword drawn. He had no doubt intended to make it look impressive, but he seemed to barely keep his footing. Tatsuki took a step forward. I'm taking care of this one, she said confidently. Are you sure? Orium said, sounding concerned. You remember what Erza said, don't take any unnecessary risks. It'll be better if we do it together. I got this, okay? Tatsuki insisted. That fatso doesn't look like a risk to me. I'll handle it. If it's too much, I'll call you. Okay. Okay, Orium said cheerily. Don't you ignore me. Omada snarled, and took a stance, his sword out. You, Tatsuki said, pointing at him while holding her staff behind her, quite casually, what is your rank? Huh? Said the fat man. I'm not going to even take you seriously unless you're at least a 10th seat, Tatsuki said. So which is it? I am in fact the 7th seat of Division 2. Omada cried. But you should tremble in fear, because I was once its vice captain. Used to be, huh? Tatsuki said, in a flat tone that stated clearly what she thought that implied. I was deposed by a devious, scheming careerist bastard. Omada insisted, clearly having no concept of an indoor voice. However, arresting you Ryoka will prove to my captain once and for all that that was a mistake. Tatsuki said, stepping forward, holding her staff at the ready. I am warning you, Ryoka. Omada shouted. Surrender right now, or dash. He was rudely interrupted by the tip of Tatsuki's staff slamming into his face, and he staggered back. Son of a bitch. He snarled. I wasn't finished, you dash. Again Tatsuki hit, rapping him across the face with her staff, leaving an ugly red mark on his cheek. You were full of openings, so I attacked. Tatsuki said plainly. God damn it, that was my nose. You broke my beautiful nose, you filthy commoner. Omada snarled. Cry me a river, Tatsuki said pitilessly. Letting out an infuriated snarl, the ogre of a man swung his sword in a wide arc. It was surprisingly fast and strong, given how he had appeared thus far, and Tatsuki jumped back, narrowly evading the attack. I'll make you pay for underestimating the great Omada. He roared, and went forward, pressing his advantage. He cut at her, fast and hard, and Tatsuki soon realized that although he was a fat idiot, he was not all talk. She parried once, twice, then put her staff into the ground and propelled herself up, slamming a spinning kick into the man's face, breaking his offense. Quickly she landed on her feet, recovering. You fell into my trap, you fool! Omada cried triumphantly, pointing at her. I simply misled you into thinking I was incompetent, when I am in fact far stronger than you. Then why are you bragging about it when I'm still standing? Tatsuki said, taking the offense herself this time. She quickly hopped forward, sending a rapid series of strikes at Omada. He parried, but that was what Tatsuki wanted. As he focused on her high strikes, she spun a kick into his knee. But to her surprise, he barely even budged, and a quick left hook slammed into Tatsuki's face. She was knocked over, but managed to turn it into a roll, quickly getting back to her feet. He was a lot tougher than he had seemed. If he hadn't stopped to boast, he might actually have found an opening to beat her by now. Briefly, she considered calling in Orium. No. Not just yet. You face your doom, Ryoka. Omada roared. Feel honored, for I am about to show you the true extent of my power. Smash her, Gagetsuberry. His Zanpakuto glowed briefly, then extended and changed shape. Its handle remained the same, but the blade had changed. It was now a large, thick chain, and attached to its end was a black metal ball the size of a large pumpkin, with nasty-looking pointed metal studs across its surface. Omada laughed triumphantly, as he spun it through the air, sending it toward Tatsuki. Nearly caught by it, Tatsuki bent over backward, and felt a draft of air. It had come that close to hitting her head. She backflipped, and hopped back a few steps, only for the ball to shoot out again, and again, slammed with surprising speed. It made a mess of whatever it hit, walls or street, and Tatsuki realized, as she dodged one blow after another, that a single hit would probably turn her into paste, human being as she was. Orium could heal people remarkably well, she knew, but she was not willing to test what her limits were. Ahaha! Omada let out a burly laugh, as he continued his relentless assault. What's the matter, Ryoka? You sounded so confident before. Need a hand? Orium cried from the distance. I can handle myself. Tatsuki cried back stubbornly. Truth be told, she was getting less worried as it went on. He had gained power, certainly, but he had lost speed. The attacks were easy to predict, and although they were devastating, she had no trouble getting out of their way. The problem was that he had more Ryotsu than her, and a sturdier physique. Although she was not dying any time soon, she found it hard to find an opening to get in close. Time was on his side. If it went on too long, she would wear out, her inferior training with Ryotsu causing exhaustion much faster. If she got tired, she would eventually make a mistake, and that would be that. Not to mention that there would be more Shinigami coming, and sooner rather than later. Then it came to her. As the next attack came in, the studded ball of death surging right at her, Tatsuki stood still. Ha! Omada cried. I've got you now, Ryoka scum. But then, at the last second, Tatsuki sidestepped. She could feel one of the studs glance her shoulder, and it hurt. Nothing broken, she hoped. But it had worked. Quickly, she grabbed onto the chain, and as Omada pulled his weapon back again, she was pulled in with it. He was strong, and she gained quite some momentum, enough that she was afraid she couldn't react in time. But then she felt a gratifying impact as her leg connected with his head, in a vicious sweeping kick, amplified by the momentum the ogre had created for her himself. Omada let out a gurgle, and a couple of teeth spilled onto the ground. As he took a few steps back, Tatsuki landed on her feet and followed her attack up before he could recover. Quickly, she jabbed him with her staff in the stomach, in the neck, in the chest, each impact charged with her energy. Using the staff to propel herself forward, she landed a solid punch to his face, and this time she could feel cartilage and bone crumble under her knuckles. This time she really had broken his nose. Not beaten yet, Omada hit back with a punch of his own, and Tatsuki's hand hurt as she caught it. She was flung back, managing to keep her balance without trouble, but she realized it wasn't over yet. "You filthy, low-born bitch!" Omada snarled, sounding furious. "I'll fucking crush you!" "Smash her, Gagetsuberry!" The ball came at her again, but it was a wild swing, lacking the precision it had had before. Tatsuki jumped over it, somersaulting forward, and dashed at him again. He snorted, and pulled the chain back, but Tatsuki was ready, dropping to the ground and then using her staff to pole vault forward as the ball sailed over her, back to its owner. "I think I see why you got demoted," Tatsuki cried as her staff found its mark, impacting with the ogre's knee, this time gaining her a pained grunt from her opponent as he slumped forward. "You lack discipline." She hopped into the air, hitting him on the chin with a down and up kick, followed shortly by a sharp, hard whack to the side of his face. Relentlessly, Tatsuki struck him again and again, always focusing on his head. He had far too much bulk everywhere else for her liking. Omada groaned and moaned, his defense broken, staggering down from one knee to being on both, before finally succumbing to a particularly vicious hit, falling over unconscious. Blood was trickling from his face, which was red and bruised, and starting to well up badly. Tatsuki finally stopped herself, and took a few deep, long breaths. Her control was still lacking. She had won, but it had taken a lot out of her. If she was ever going to catch up with Ichigo, she had to do better. "Yay, Tatsuki!" Orium cheered, running up to her friend and doing what Tatsuki supposed was cheerleader moves, or what she thought were cheerleader moves, at least. "Tatsuki. That's, what's a good chant." She stopped herself, and grinned. "Well, it doesn't matter. Great job." Yeah," Tatsuki said, and smiled, and nodded. "Thanks." "That was so cool." Orium started, but Tatsuki was still on edge, and sensed it. "Shush," she said quickly, and not a moment later, a team of black-clad Shinigami jumped down from the same roof Omada had come from. They were different from the others, their clothes form-fitting and their faces obscured by a strip of cloth. "So what the hell are you, the ninjas?" Tatsuki said aggressively, holding her staff up. "He did say he was with the Stealth Corps," Orium said. "Isn't it a funny word, corps? It is spelled almost exactly like corpse, but it sounds totally different." Tatsuki counted them. There were 5 or so, and although she could not sense anywhere near the same strength as Omada from them, they were quiet, professional, and moved like they knew what they were doing, which was somehow much more worrying. "You want some?" she said, keeping an eye on them, waiting for just a single wrong move. "After what you did to him?" said the ninja in the front, in a quietly stupefied tone. "I don't think so. Not my job. Let someone else get themselves beaten half to death." "Huh?" Tatsuki said. "Oh, a peaceful resolution." Orium cheered. Could this be the start of a new alliance between ninjas and humans? "Just let us have that fat idiot, okay?" said the lead ninja, looking tired. "He's useless, but his dad is rich and it's my ass if some Ryoka ends him." "Okay." Tatsuki mumbled, a little surprised at this. "We'll just be on our way, and you'll get him. Sound fair?" "Fair," said the ninja and nodded. "Come on, boys, help me carry him." There was a collective groan from his comrades. Feeling oddly puzzled, yet grateful, Tatsuki took Orium by the hand, and continued deeper into the Godai. Another body slumped to the floor of the courtyard, joining the several dozens which already lay there, quite unconscious. 5th Division was alive with noise and action, as Chad, towering over nearly all of his foes, downed one Shinigami after another, almost without fail in a single hit. He had wandered into the main court of the division, quite by accident, and had quickly been surrounded. The first few had attempted to arrest him, with little success. Say what you would about Shinigami, Chad thought as he raised his fist again, decking a female officer with a quick left hook, they were at the least brave. Despite the 100 or so who lay still or writhing in pain, on they came. Currently, 20 or so had decided to pile onto him. Nearly anyone else might have collapsed under the sheer weight, but Chad stubbornly remained standing. He shook his shoulders a few times, and the pile dissolved, Shinigami of all sorts of ranks tumbling off him in several undignified heaps. Hundreds more looked on him in awe, standing undecided as their leaders were being pummeled by this strange giant of a Ryoka. Another officer slammed into a wall, after having been sent flying, and Chad stared down his opponents. He had best move on. He could attract the wrong sort of attention. You fool! It was another Shinigami, taller and seemingly more powerful than the others, standing before Chad. Continuously, he swung his sword in a set of elaborate patterns, suggesting an intimate knowledge of its exact workings. I am 3rd Seed Tuken Jinoru, the finest blade master of this division's officers. You meet your end here and now, invader scum dash. Chad's fist had surged out, fast and hard, through the man's guard. As it impacted with his cheekbone, he was sent flying through the air, over a tall building. Where he landed, Chad couldn't tell, but as the seconds passed it seemed less and less likely he was getting up. Perhaps now he could move on. But there was no such luck. From seemingly out of nowhere, there was a series of explosions around him, shaking the ground. Chad calmly turned to look at whoever had caused it. It had formed a neat, if rather rough circle around him, and it was obvious it had been a warning. Further down the courtyard he could see a petite woman marching toward him, the Shinigami parting in awe of her. She wore a badge on her sleeve, and it was obvious she was some sort of leader. If not for her military uniform and the sword at her belt, she would have looked the very picture of traditional femininity, her hair kept up in a bun, neatly wrapped in cloth. Vice Captain, he said, remembering the lessons Erza had beat into them. You're pretty well informed, she said. I am Hinamori Momo, Vice Captain of 5th Division. In the name of the Godai, I ask that you quietly surrender. This has gone far enough. My apologies, Chad said, his voice quiet and even, but I cannot do that. Please let me pass, and nobody else will be hurt. I detest violence. I can tell, Hinamori said, looking at the large assortment of unconscious or writhing in pain soldiers littering the courtyard. I do. Chad said. I fight because I must. A friend needs my help, so I must give it, no matter what. Hinamori nodded resolutely. I respect that. Really, I do. But I can't let you hurt anyone else. I don't care for violence either, so I'm asking you one final time, come quietly, or I will have to hurt you. I cannot, Chad said simply. Hinamori sighed. I was afraid of that. Suddenly she took a stance, bending her knees and pointing her left hand at Chad. Rakuya Koro! She cried, and 6 rods of light manifested out of nowhere, around Chad's chest, holding him firmly in place. Hinamori was not done yet, and from her hands surged a fully powered Sakasui. She had long since mastered most normal Kido, and forming a mid-tier offensive spell like this without words was child's play. The lightning slammed into Chad's chest, and there was a flash of light, dust being kicked up from the release of power. It was not her style to hurt the helpless, but a man capable of laying waste to Officer Shinigami like these would not die from this, not even close. The dust settled, and Chad looked indifferent. His shirt had taken a beating, his chest showing through several rips in its fabric, but he was not bleeding or burnt. That stung. He said simply. Then, defying the masterful binding spell around his chest, he moved his hand to grasp one of the yellow beams. It moved slowly, as if through tar, but that he could deny paralysis at all, he had to be quite powerful. His hand closed around one of the bars, and strained a little. The bar creaked, then cracked under the pressure. A few seconds later he had broken free, the spell dissipating behind him. "Oh my," Hinamori said plainly. "Do you still insist?" Chad said. "Yes," Hinamori said firmly. Chad balled his fists, and surged with energy as he ran forward. He towered over the vice-captain, several feet taller, and the charged punch he sent at her was a terrifying sight for the Shinigami watching. Hinamori was not fazed, however, and held her arms up in a cross. Immediately, a yellow disc manifested in front of her, ethereal and with no clear edges. It shook and trembled under Chad's vicious strength, but held firm. Punch after punch failed to penetrate, and Chad tried to step to the side, only to find that the disc moved along with him, refusing to allow that its master be exposed. Stubbornly, Chad continued to punch at it, managing to slowly force it back a little, Hinamori taking step after step backward. "Where are you looking?" Hinamori said. The voice came from elsewhere, behind him, and Chad quickly turned to look. A barrage of red shots slammed into his chest, exploding furiously. He managed to keep his footing, but Hinamori was not done. "Hanawa!" she cried, and a yellow stretch of rope extended from her left arm, wrapping around his ankles. She pulled, and Chad fell, pulled toward her. Hinamori extended her free arm up toward the skies, and energy surged as she carefully formed her spell. "Sarin Sakasui!" she cried, and the massive blast channeled through her arm and out through the other, coursing through the yellow rope, flooding Chad's body with electricity that could literally have killed a herd of buffalo. A spell of this magnitude, she had still not quite entirely mastered, and calling out its name was still necessary for a full effect. Chad convulsed and spasmed a little, and then the effect passed. Smoke lifted from him, as his clothes nearly caught fire. "I'm sorry," Momo said. "I hope you won't end up dead." Chad stirred, and to her shock got up to his knees, then slowly stood upright. "Oh, crap," she said. "How could a human be that powerful?" With a speed that was surprising for somebody who had just been thoroughly electrocuted, Chad surged forward, a punch slamming into Momo. The disc formed, but too late, and cracked, absorbing only some of the impact. She felt the air knocked out of her lungs as she was flung backward, ungraciously ending up in a wall, which cracked behind her. Groaning with pain she got back to her feet, only to see Chad standing there, waiting for her. He had not pressed his advantage, not hit her while she was down, like a more ruthless opponent might have. Slowly she walked toward the center of the courtyard, the human following her movements cautiously. He did not seem eager to attack unless provoked. "Everyone, please listen," she said loudly. "Escort your wounded comrades out of here immediately. Clear the area. I am afraid I will have to take this seriously." There was a frightened scurrying as her subordinates cleared the courtyard as quickly as they could, obeying her order of getting the wounded out frantically. There was a cracking in the air as Hinamori's Ryotsu began to grow. She pulled out her Zanpakuto. "You're frighteningly strong," she said, her tone even and somber. "I wish I could go easy on you, but I can't." She held up her sword, and said, "Snap, Tabayam." The sword straightened, two prongs extending, one from each side of the blade. One further up, one lower down. "The power of Shikai," Chad said. "I have a feeling I may have to return what you said about frighteningly powerful. Oh, we're not halfway there yet," Momo said, with a small apologetic smile. She tossed her blade up into the air, and instead of falling, it rested itself mid-air, the blade pointing down and the hilt pointing up. "Odd," Chad said. "Mitabayam has a direct attack," Hinamori said, taking a few steps forward. "I used to think that was all it could do. But it's a Kido type, and it's far more powerful, when it amplifies my power." Slowly, she lifted off the ground, levitating into the air until she was a good 5 feet up. There was wind gathering around them, and energy so saturated that it was visible to the naked eye crackled in little sparks of lightning. Without warning, a set of gold-colored rings, some 2 meters across and some no larger than a dinner plate, each inscribed with odd runes, surged out. Chad took a defensive pose, but they moved well past him, settling in a ring around the courtyard. "It's a restraint," Hinamori said. "To contain my power so that it doesn't spill out. I haven't ever used it inside the Godii before. You're a first, that way." "Honored," Chad said. Decided to wait no longer, he let out a passionate war cry, and charged forward, fist raised. It was for nothing, however, as a shield blocked his attack, and an explosion triggered the moment he hit sent him flying back. More golden rings extended across the courtyard, each one appearing to channel more energy. As Chad got to his feet, an innumerable mass of golden vines extended from the ground, wrapping around his legs, his arms, restraining him. With raw power, sheer force, he battled against them, but no sooner had he taken a couple of steps forward, still struggling to break free, than Momo had summoned another powerful spell. Gathering in the air, crying to be released, was a black cloud of raw energy. It surged toward Chad, enveloping him completely. He punched at it, but it was useless. "You can't hit mist with your fists. Surrender," Momo said, her voice echoing across the space she had made for herself. "I cannot," Chad insisted. An instant later, the cloud exploded. The force was enough to level all the nearby buildings, 3 barracks being reduced to rubble, and the courtyard floor itself wrecking in an instant. It was not over. Hinamori could still sense him, but she let the dust clear first. Breathing raggedly, Chad still stood, swaying like a boxer who had almost, but not quite had everything beaten out of him. "Surrender," she repeated. "I cannot," Chad said, gasping for breath. Hinamori sighed. "So be it, colon." She wove her arms in an intricate pattern, closing her eyes. "Chronometron freeze." The words were spoken quietly, but instantly, Chad stood still in one place. "I wish I could just let that be that," Hinamori said, "but I can't take any chances with somebody like you." She moved her arms around again, in a more vicious pattern. Golden Lightning Storm. The spell was one of her own making, created by the revolutionary magic she had discovered and learned so thoroughly. Arcing from each ring, bolts of golden lightning rods struck Chad, over and over, one after another without mercy. Finally they ceased, the spells around him slowly easing out of existence, and he fell over in a manner not unlike a tree, impacting on the wrecked ground with an audible thud. Smoke came from his clothes, and as Hinamori slowly descended to the ground, Tabayam returning to her hand and sealing itself in the process, she wondered if he could really have survived. The rings shimmered away, her entire network of spells now disbanded at her command, and things returned to normal. "Sort of. Wheu." The voice was lackadaisical, even lazy, and unmistakably familiar. Walking through the rubble was Captain Kiraku Shunsui, wearing his usual pink kimono and straw hat. "Captain Kiraku," Hinamori exclaimed, and quickly bowed. "I feel like I should be bowing, after seeing that," Kiraku said jokingly. "Now that's the sort of thing to put the fear of God into a man." "Was that Bankai?" "And nothing of the sort," Hinamori stuttered. "Just advanced Kido." There was a slight, pained groan from Chad, who stirred slightly. Kiraku gave a whistle. "Well, I'll be damned. He's still alive. Boy's got the endurance of an ox." "I made sure to hold myself back," Hinamori explained. "To kill somebody unnecessarily. Erza would have disapproved." "You're a kind soul, Momo," Kiraku said, and nodded. "Anyhow, I just came by to tell you your captain got held up a bit. Seems like you got things under control, though." He nodded toward the surrounding areas. "Oh, my goodness." Hinamori all but gasped, putting both hands over her mouth. The entire courtyard looked like it had been hit by a tornado. Buildings lay in ruin, the courtyard floor was not only smashed, but reduced to sand, everything within her circle having been utterly devastated. "Oh no. Captain Eisen is going to kill me," she mumbled, paling. "Our budget will be so strained. Given that the Ryoka actually survived that, it seems appropriate." Kiraku said reassuringly. "I'll gladly testify that you used necessary force to subdue a dangerous opponent. He did beat down a whole bunch of officers, including the third seat, without breaking a sweat." Hinamori said, still seeming shocked. Kiraku nodded. "Don't you worry. Your captain will understand. Anyhow. Oh yes, I'm sure you have urgent business elsewhere, Hinamori said, although a nagging little voice in her head told her that he was probably off to have a drink of sake. I do. The old man's got us all out enjoying the hunt, he said with a sigh. But I thought you should know, since I was in the area. Yes. Hinamori said curiously. The Ryoka. Kiraka said. They are being led by Erza Scarlet. Her heart skipped a beat as he said it, and her eyes went wide. She was back. After all these years, she was back. She felt a rush of joy, overriding all her fears and worries. Quickly, she did her best to hide her excitement, forcing her face to not break out into a grin. Something told her the captain did not find it too convincing. Something to consider, he said slowly. I'd think carefully on what I did next, if I were you. Hinamori said, failing to come up with anything more clever or appropriate. Well, Kiraka said in a casual tone, safeguarding the division in such a perilous time is a demanding task, after all. Not to mention overseeing reconstructions. At any rate. I think I must be going. Be careful, Vice Captain. The very slight emphasis on the last part, Vice Captain, told her he meant something by it. But she put that thought aside. She was back. She was back. Just like she had hoped, just like she had known she would, she had come back. As Captain Kiraka walked away, she allowed herself a little skip and jump into the air, followed by a very controlled squeal. She was back. She had come back to her. Chapter 39, Expect the Unexpected. There were no rooftops this time. Instead, when Orium and Tatsuki turned a corner, there stood two Shinigami. The girls nearly fell over out of surprise, having almost walked right into them. Regaining their balance, they got a closer look at the two of them. Tatsuki was the first to realize who they were, or what they were, and her heart sank. There was a tired-looking man, with messy black hair and bags under his eyes, a badge tied to his arm, and a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. He was just barely taller than Tatsuki herself. Flanking him was a positively tiny person, about 2 inches shorter than Tatsuki. She was slim, lean, and wore the white haori. A yellow sash ran across her waist, tying her coat together, and 2 braids with meticulously woven cloth over them ran down from the back of her head. She had the face of somebody who not only had eaten a lemon, but had liked it, and in fact ate lemons for breakfast, lunch, and supper. She was small indeed, and could have been mistaken for a student a year or two under Tatsuki, but appearances were nothing if not deceptive. Captain. So iPhone. Tatsuki breathed the words out, almost in disbelief. Captain So iPhone, Speed Specialist, Chief Assassin, and all-around no-nonsense Chief of the Stealth Corps, which as far as Tatsuki could tell sounded like a lovely mix of the NSA, the CIA, and the KGB. Oh, shoot. Orium said, the gravity of the situation getting through to her. You are well informed. The little captain said, her voice perfectly neutral. Here's the rub, girls, said the vice captain, taking the cigarette out of his mouth, after you beat up that glory-hungry moron, you got tailed. We're not idiots in the Stealth Corps. You got far enough already, so. He shrugged, as if the rest was self-explanatory. Enough chatter, said So iPhone. Ryoka, in the name of the Godei and the venerable Captain Commander Yamamoto, you are under arrest. Surrender any weapons you have, get down on the ground, and come in quietly. That is an order. There was no mistaking her tone, she was expecting to be obeyed or else. Rukia needs us. Orium said firmly. I'm sorry, Miss Captain, but we can't do that. Orium, that's a captain. Tatsuki hissed out the corner of her mouth. You know what they said? Kukaki Rukia. The little captain said, sounding surprised. That is your objective. Could be they're lying, said the vice captain. We'll find out in the interrogation room. So iPhone said. Get down on the ground, now. I won't say it again. For a moment, Tatsuki struggled with what to do. Erza and Yoriyuki had been completely unambiguous on what to do when encountering a captain, surrender, run, or die. No fighting them, period. Captain So iPhone was small, looking harmless enough despite the cold look on her face, but even Tatsuki could feel the steady thrum of raw power radiating from her, well controlled. It was at ease now, and Tatsuki feared what it would feel like when it wasn't. Orium was, well, Orium, but Tatsuki had her feet on the ground. Fighting wasn't an option. Then again, neither was running against somebody as fast as their opponent. So, surrender. Yes, that was the sensible option. They couldn't win and they couldn't run, and as far as she recalled, it was safe enough to surrender to her, relatively speaking. She didn't want to imagine what the cells of 2nd Division were like. But something stubborn inside her reared. Ichigo wouldn't have surrendered. That fact was plain as day. Even if it was impossible, even if the odds were unbeatable, you stood up and you stood tall. But what's the point of getting beaten up, maybe killed, when you could live and maybe find a way out later? She wasn't sure of the answer to that. Principle, maybe? If so, it wasn't a very smart principle. She wasn't even finished thinking when she realized that she was rushing forward, staff swinging for the hardest, most precise thrust she could manage. Fluidly, with movements speaking to assiduously practiced form, the captain dodged her attacks with frustrating ease, not even breaking a sweat. "Sentry, subdue the other one," she said, her voice remaining as calm as ever. "Got it, boss," the vice captain said, and advanced on Orium. "Santen kes shun, I dash," Orium began, but her incantation was cut short. "Heido number 1, shao!" Sentry cried, and the Kido slammed into Orium's midsection, sending her flying. Tatsuki registered it happening, but was too caught up to do anything about it. The captain had not yet done anything terrifying, but Tatsuki was still filling up with fear, growing like a tumor in her chest. She was completely unable to even lay a finger on her, it was like Yoryuki at her worst. "The only reason I have not yet broken a few bones on you," said iPhone, as if reading her mind, "is because I recognize your form. It is familiar. Where did you learn it?" "None of your business." Tatsuki snapped, sweat starting to trail down her face. What was she doing, treating a fight like an interrogation? "The pattern." iPhone said, sounding almost distracted. "It's very familiar. Almost unique, unless there is quite a coincidence here. I repeat, where did you learn? Who is your master? Why don't you beat it out of me?" Tatsuki sneered, realizing the moment the words had left her lips that it had been a very bad idea to say it. But at this point, she was starting to feel nauseated. To be trapped like a rat, with no options, against a superior foe. Orium had time to get to her feet, at least. Her opponent had closed the distance ever so quickly, but seemed to be in no hurry to attack now that he was before her. She had been blown away at least 40 meters, and she was surprised she hadn't passed out yet. She could see Tatsuki fight, and hoped she would be okay. Determinedly, she got to her feet, the staff materializing in her hand. "Shun shun rika," she said, taking a deep breath. "Look," said Sentry, approaching her with a relaxed posture, "I need to dash." "Katanzan shun!" Orium cried, and the angry little sprite Tsubaki surged forward, intent on cutting their enemy in half. Sentry just dodged, stepped to the side, and moved forward. "Will you just listen?" he started, but Orium sent the sprite at him, again and again, forcing him to dodge, duck, evade. He did it brilliantly, but he was stopped from moving forward. "For pity's sake!" he growled. "Don't underestimate me!" Orium shouted, with quite a bit more heart than she actually had. "Oh, shut up," he said irritably. There was a shudder through the air, and suddenly he was gone. A second later he reappeared behind Orium, an expert shunpo having taken him there. Quickly he grabbed the wrist of her right hand, where she was holding her staff, and clamped his other hand over her mouth, holding her firmly. Orium squirmed, trying to break loose, but he was much stronger. "Listen," he hissed into her ear, "I need to talk to you. Understood?" "Ugh." Orium had bitten the hand clasped over her mouth, stubbornly sinking her teeth into it. When he still held on, she continued to press and grind her teeth, intent on making life as hard as possible for her attacker. "Listen." The vice captain snarled frustratedly, gritting his teeth with pain, I need you to take a message to Erza Scarlet. Caught up in the moment, Orium continued to bite and gnaw for several seconds, before the words sunk in. Surprised, she stopped her dental assault. I'm going to let you go now, he said irritably. Do not try to fight me, or standards be damned, I'll knock you across the face so hard you'll feel it months from now. Understood. As best she could, her mouth still blocked, Orium nodded. Slowly, the grip loosened, and he took a step back. Still suspicious, Orium faced her attacker, or well, actually, come to think of it, she was the attacker here. You said? Erza Scarlet. Orium said hesitantly, still far from convinced this was not a trick. Affirmative, Sentry said. He pulled a cigarette in a match from a pocket, then lit the cigarette. He shook the hand that had been bitten and grimaced. Those are some damnable jaw muscles on you, girl. You said Erza Scarlet, Orium repeated. What's going on here? It's a long story, Sentry said evasively. Short of it is, she saved my life once, in the most fundamental way possible, and I've been her friend ever since. Hell, when she went down for treason, I was the one that busted her out. Orium blinked. There was a lot she did not know about that time. Common sense, which had kicked in for a change, told her not to trust him but at least to hear him out. It was better than fighting, at least. So, what do you want? She said, frowning skeptically. I need you to tell Erza that Rod Sentry is the vice captain of 2nd Division, and that he's doing his best to bring her some help she really needs. He said simply. She'll know who I am. Rod Sentry, that's you, right? Orium said, her skepticism extending a bit further than necessary. Yeah, he said, taking a puff on his cigarette. Can you do that for me? And you won't trace us to find her? Smart girl, Rod said. No, we won't. Sides, the entire GoDI is up in arms. We'll probably find her before you. But if you do, tell her that. Orium nodded. Okay. But what about your captain? Rod made a face. Working on it. I'll figure something out. Then, his posture relaxed, and his face came as close to lighting up as it could. Actually, speak of the devil. I think it just solved itself. Tatsuki did not even have time to register the first punch. One moment she was continuing futilely, trying and failing to hit the captain, and the next she was reeling back, feeling like she had been hit across the face with a sledgehammer. Blood ran from her nose, and she only barely managed to stay on her feet. She hadn't seen the woman move. That was the most terrifying thing. She had been hit, hard, at such a speed that she couldn't even register it. What was that power? That skill? The hit had been little more than a tap, as far as iPhone was concerned, but it was more than enough. This was what it meant to face a captain. Seeing stars, the world spinning a little, Tatsuki still stood up with her staff held at the ready. iPhone gave her a look, almost curious, and took a step forward. Tatsuki did her best to stay alert, to be ready to counter an incoming attack, but it was entirely useless. Another jab hit her in the face, too fast to even see, and the captain waited just long enough for her to regain her balance before hitting again, slugging her in the chest. Blow after blow hit home, light, and perfectly controlled, and Tatsuki was powerless to stop it. She was helpless, at the mercy of an enemy much too strong for her to handle. If she had been able to think clearly, think at all, she would probably just have given up. She was outmatched, beaten, and abused. She had tried and done her best, and failed. But there was no thinking, only what training had taught her body on an instinctual level, remain standing. Another punch slammed into Tatsuki's jaw, somehow not breaking it, but she lost her footing at last, spinning around a full 360 degrees before falling over. Her arms trembling, she tried to stand up, raising her bleeding, confused head to face her attacker. Then there was a blur, and Tatsuki first thought it was a hallucination. Something slammed into iPhone, and though the little captain put her arms up in a cross to block, she was flung into a wall. Can you stand? Tatsuki could barely focus her eyes, but she recognized the voice. Yuriuki. Yuriuki had not wanted to be in this position. She had seen the ambush, although not in time to warn the two girls, and had watched from afar. Tatsuki had been badly outmatched. The Shihoin Yoryuki that had once commanded the Stealth Corps, sent people to their deaths and prioritized the mission above all else, knew what to do. So iPhone wasn't close to being serious, although she was curious enough to spend some time knocking Tatsuki around. The two girls would be subdued and brought to the 2nd Division barracks for interrogation. From there, Yoryuki could wait until nightfall and rescue them. They would have to endure a few hours of interrogation, which could very well be hellish, but they'd live. But the other part of her, the one that simply thought of herself as Yoryuki the stray cat, thought differently. She did not want to tell Erza Scarlet that her adoptive daughter, and said daughter's best friend, had been beaten and tortured when it could have been stopped. Being honest with herself, she didn't want to let it happen at all. Her reason told her to wait. Her heart told her to act. Any field operative would know which one was the more sensible choice. But then again, Yoryuki was no field operative. Fairy tale reformed. What a silly idea that had seemed at first. Yoryuki didn't carry the mark herself, but as she launched herself forward in an expert shunpo, she thought she might as well. So iPhone caught herself against the wall at the last moment and pushed back, landing smoothly on both feet only a little further back than where she had started. As the initial shock of the attack wore off and she got a first look at her enemy, it sunk in. You. She practically breathed the words, pure venom in her voice. Rage welled up inside her, a tide of hatred, and it was only her lifelong practice in self-discipline that prevented her from acting immediately. Traitor. Defector. Rebel. Can you walk? Skepticism, said Yoryuki, keeping her eyes on iPhone. Jews barely, Tatsuki said, groggy enough to slur her words. Holy shit. Get to Orium. Now, Yoryuki said firmly. I'll handle this. Tatsuki had gotten to her feet, starting to stagger her way toward her friend, when iPhone made her first move. In an instant, she appeared behind Yoryuki, her short Zanpakuta drawn, held alongside Yoryuki's neck. I've waited a long time for this, she said, her voice trembling with hateful excitement. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumibaki. The blade changed, morphing into a black and yellow stinger mounted on the middle finger of her right hand. Well over 100 years ago, Yoryuki had run. She had done what was necessary to save her best friend, and as time went on, she had found there were few things she missed about the Soul Society. The responsibility, the harsh realities of running the Stealth Corps, the corpses she had left in her wake, the unrelenting, unforgiving nature of the Godei. There were only a few things she missed. One of them was now trying to kill her. 100 years ago, she had run and never looked back for the sake of a friend, yet left another behind in doing so. She had left a little girl who worshipped the ground she walked on, with no other purpose than to live for her, behind. That little girl had grown up remarkably. Although surprised by the absurd speed, Yoryuki reacted immediately, her body becoming a blur as she moved away from iPhone, away from danger. Not half a second later she reappeared further back, a wall to her back, keeping a keen eye on her opponent. As I would have expected from you, iPhone said coldly. Her focus was entirely on Yoryuki now, there was nobody else in her entire world. Skillful. Fast. You've grown, little bee, Yoryuki said, with more casual ease than she really felt. More than you think, iPhone said with a satisfied, almost gleeful smirk. Yoryuki's eyes widened as she felt a stirring in her ryotsu, a disturbance of some kind. She looked down at her chest, where an oddly stylized pattern had appeared, four wing-like, symmetrical leaf-shaped symbols put together like the wings of a butterfly. Nijeki Kesatsu, iPhone said, a focused excitement burning in her voice. Death in 2 hits. That is the power of my Zanpakuto, Yoryuki. Anything stung twice by this will die, and nothing can fight that. Yoryuki looked at her former student with surprise, almost shock. She had grown up, indeed. Not only was her form strong and well practiced, not only was her speed comparable to her own, but she had raised a Zanpakuta just as lethal as herself. Yoryuki could not afford to take this lightly. She had been sure she had evaded any attack, she hadn't even sensed being stung. Cat got your tongue. So iPhone said. She pulled at her sash, smoothly undoing it and dropping her Haori to the ground. She took a stance, standing before her in the Stealth Corps uniform, smooth, form-fitting, practical. Her eyes narrowing, Yoryuki took a stance as well. There is little that compares, in the world of Shinigami, to a battle between true masters of Shunpo, the art of movement so fast that normal humans would perceive it as short-range teleportation. A second becomes an hour when a user's focus is strong enough. Every part of one's body becomes a conscious extension of one's will, rather than the bag of flesh people take for granted. To do battle at that speed is absolutely lethal, and the smallest mistake could lead to death, even for a being as sturdy as a Shinigami. Yoryuki had always had a natural affinity for it. She had always been talented, and had outstripped and outdone her mentor at a young age. To run quickly, to move her body and know how every part of it needed to work at every movement, it had always made her feel alive. Run. Move. Strike. She had been known as the goddess of flash, because she would hit like a bolt of electricity literally with that level of speed. When So iPhone surged forward, Yoryuki had no idea what to expect, but many decades of training kicked in, and she formed a plan. Move back. Run. Test her student's speed. See where she stood. So when So iPhone attacked, she ran, dashing up against a wall and running across the rooftops, dashing into alleys, doing her best to shake her pursuer. So iPhone was, however, just as quick. Always just a step behind, she followed her former master with zealous determination. Yoryuki had to block more than a few attacks as she made her way away. In less than a minute, they had moved 1, 2, 3 kilometers from where they had started, each one appearing as little more than a blurred streak of color. Tatsuki had, somehow, staggered her way back to Orium. She had no memory of it, but she had to have done that, because that shimmering shield was erected around her, rapidly curing what was most likely a serious concussion, along with bruises and broken bones. She still held onto her staff, which felt reassuring somehow. She became aware, as she turned her head, that there was a Shinigami there. It was the vice captain from before, who had flung Orium into a building. Gritting her teeth, Tatsuki raised her staff. "Easy now," he said, holding his hands up. "I really don't want to have to beat it into you, too, that I'm not a threat." "Hold still, Tatsuki," Orium said. "I'm not finished yet." "But..." Tatsuki objected. "He's an ally," Orium said, as if it were obvious. "Old friend of Erza's." "What, you believe that?" Tatsuki muttered. "I could have knocked you both out by now and taken you in," said Rod, and shrugged. "But here we are. So what do you want?" Tatsuki muttered. "Just a message," he said, and shrugged again. "He's helping. But from the inside. He's a secret agent. Sort of like The Departed, only with ninjas." Orium said cheerily. "That would be an amazing movie, actually." "Right." Rod muttered. "Just be sure to tell her I'll find her when the time is right. Erza still has friends in the Godai." "Can do." Orium said happily. "There, all done," she said, turning to Tatsuki. The shield dissipated, and Tatsuki flexed her arms, feeling recovered. "So," Tatsuki muttered, standing up, "what are you still doing here?" "There's actually one thing I need from you," Rod muttered, and scratched his head. "You're gonna have to knock me out. Can't sell this to the captain if it looks like I didn't go through a scrap." "Oh, like a real spy?" Orium said. "I am a real spy," Rod said, sounding half offended. "Anyhow, butch girl with staff, care to step up?" "Sure," Tatsuki said, feeling a bit resentful of his description. Rod turned his back to her. "Get on with it," he said, sounding less than pleased. Tatsuki sighed, and shrugged. She raised her staff, letting her power surge, and slammed it into the back of his neck. To her disappointment, not to mention Rod's, the vice captain keeled over on one knee, groaning loudly. The hit had not been enough. "Hole!" Rod growled, rubbing the back of his neck. "This is what I get for trusting rookies. Want me to try again?" Tatsuki said. No, I'll play dead. Rod muttered. Just go, okay? Go. Get out of here before the rest of the Corps shows up. If you say so, Tatsuki said. Rod lay down on the ground, pretending to have passed out. See you later, Mr. Spy. Orium said cheerily. Tatsuki in tow, she went on her way into the Godei. Finally Yoriyuki stopped, kicking So-iPhone in the chest to gain some distance between them. Her former student recovered neatly, regaining her balance well before she hit the ground. They had traveled across the Siridei, back, and then some in their lightning-quick battle. Right now they were close to the 4th Division, both of them having opted for the roofs. So-iPhone stood one building across, looking confidently at her former master, a singular purpose in her mind. Kill. You've really improved, little B, Yoriyuki said, all playfulness gone from her voice. In their chase, she had been stabbed another 3 times. Not only her chest now, but her face, her thigh, her gut, all of them sported the same butterfly mark. More times than she cared to count, So-iPhone had come within a hair's breadth of landing that fatal second hit. Yoriyuki had, in all honesty, been caught by surprise. She had kept busy in her time away, certainly. She had sparred with Erza on a regular basis. She had run. But she had forgotten what it was like to fight another martial artist, another speed expert, and So-iPhone had used that ruthlessly, whether intentionally or not. She had come a long way, she was almost at Yoriyuki's level of skill. Almost. You've seen nothing yet, So-iPhone said. You know why I discarded my Haori, do you not? That technique, Yoriyuki said. That was interesting. She had only ever taught So-iPhone the very basics. Shunko. So-iPhone cried, as her riot surged. There were gusts of wind, as the environment reacted to the violent discharge of power, and the air crackled with the discharge of Kido energy. Under her feet, the tiles of the roof cracked, several of the shards rising up into the air. My technique. Yoriyuki said quietly. Of course you'd lose the Haori. The excess energy vents from around the shoulders, shredding anything in the way. She had created it as the perfect combination of Kido and close combat. Each punch could have the charge of a powerful offensive spell if you so wanted it to, without any incantations. It was the kind of innovative, brilliant thinking that had earned Yoriyuki her reputation. Now, she faced it from somebody seeming just as brilliant as her. It'll shred you, too, So-iPhone said darkly. Instantly she was before Yoriyuki, and like so many times before, Yoriyuki avoided it only by a hair's breadth. There was a powerful gust of wind as So-iPhone threw her punch, enough to momentarily throw Yoriyuki off balance. As the tiling, the very building itself shattered, she realized it was So-iPhone's personal style. Wind was how her version of the technique manifested, wild, dangerous, and powerful, controlled only by its user. Quickly, So-iPhone slammed a kick into Yoriyuki's midsection, and Yoriyuki went tumbling. She recovered almost instantly, but it was enough for So-iPhone to come down with her stinger. Barely catching So-iPhone by the wrist just in time, she managed to stop it from reaching its target by sheer force, using both hands. She was pushed down to what was left of the roof, desperately trying not to die. However, with both hands occupied, she was left open, and So-iPhone slammed a fully powered punch into her gut. Yoriyuki's eyes went wide as the air was pushed out of her lungs. Feeling her grasp slipping, she managed to at least slide the stinger to the side, making it miss its mark by several inches. With extreme urgency, Yoriyuki brought her legs up, still holding on to So-iPhone's wrist. Quickly, she locked them across her former student's torso, hoping to pin her. So-iPhone was wise to her intention, though, and with a quick move she discharged a strong blast of Kido energy from her free hand, sending them both tumbling back. They both recovered quickly, So-iPhone following Yoriyuki as she jumped to the next roof. A fifth mark had manifested, on Yoriyuki's side, overlapping scarily close to its nearest neighbor. I'll hit you eventually, So-iPhone said acidly. It doesn't matter if it takes me all day, or all week. I'll kill you, no matter what it takes. You're right. Yoriyuki said firmly. She had no choice. It was time to stop playing around. She had hoped to settle this more easily, but there was no defeating her former student without real effort, it seemed. "Have you accepted your death, traitor?" So iPhone said gleefully. "No," Yoriyuki said, and quickly pulled her shirt off, revealing a set of tight-fitting black clothes much like So iPhone's underneath. She let her Ryotsu rise, and there was a surge of lightning as her own Shunko activated. "Blow for blow," she said. "Let's settle this. I perfected it." So iPhone sneered. "Your form is inferior. I learned so much more than you ever could." "Then show me," Yoriyuki said simply. With an irritated grunt, So iPhone charged forward, and in the span of a second, the two of them had exchanged perhaps a dozen kicks and punches. But Yoriyuki was keeping up now, her lightning energy being more than powerful enough to match So iPhone's wind. Without it, those punches could well have done serious damage. But she kept up. More than that, as she started to do her best, she was outdoing So iPhone. As strong as the student had gotten, she was still Yoriyuki's student. Against anyone else, she would have been utterly devastating, but Yoriyuki had taught her. She knew that fighting style inside and out. As the fight went on, she found it simple to predict where the next punch or kick would be, blocking each one while finding the tiniest opening to return fire. Suddenly, she was the one driving So iPhone back. One solid punch landed, sending So iPhone reeling back with blood running from her nose. "How?" she said incredulously. "You think you mastered my art?" Yoriyuki said plainly. "I guess that would be my conclusion too, if I had no frame of reference. The goddess of Flash, that's what they called me. I don't recall giving that title up." Letting out an incomprehensible scream of frustration, So iPhone jumped forward, stinger aimed at Yoriyuki's chest. Reading her movement, Yoriyuki let So iPhone's arm move forward, then sidestepped so that it slid in between Yoriyuki's arm and chest. Locking it in place with her arm, she swiftly delivered a punch to her student's throat followed by a jab to the face. So iPhone staggered back, and Yoriyuki jabbed her in her solar plexus, before following up with a vicious roundhouse kick to the face. So iPhone collapsed, sliding down the roof side as she was practically sent flying. Just before she could fall, Yoriyuki moved, grabbing her by the wrist, the one holding the stinger, in particular, so as to not take any risks, and pulled her up. Why she had done it, she wasn't sure. So iPhone was not going to die from this little. She had just moved. So iPhone stirred, looking oddly pitiful in this state, beaten, broken and bloody. Dirt smeared her face, mixing with little drops of blood, and Yoriyuki felt a pang of sympathy. Something in her remembered that young, untrained little girl from so long ago. "Why?" So iPhone said, her voice little more than a whisper. She opened her eyes, looking up at Yoriyuki. There were tears, Yoriyuki realized, big and unrestrained, running down So iPhone's cheeks. "Why?" I only wanted you to." Yoriyuki stood up, letting go of So iPhone's hand. She owed So iPhone an explanation, and an apology. But right now, she had a job to do, and, however much she wanted to, she couldn't. Part of her was grateful to have an excuse not to. "I'm sorry, So iPhone. I really am. I'll talk to you later." It wasn't much of a thing to say, really, but it was all she could think of. In a flash, Yoriyuki was gone, leaving a broken-down So iPhone sobbing on a roof. As contact had finally been made, each one of their motley group of fighters engaging the forces of the Godi-13, Ichigo had sensed it. Not too clearly, but each one had flared up, then died down a few minutes later, each of the familiar signatures of his friends and family. He hoped it dying down had meant victory. His mother, being a Quincy, had felt it much more keenly. She had informed him that everyone was okay, for now, as far as she could tell. She had also decided that, being a Quincy and therefore having some of the best tracking abilities in the group, she should check up on the others, perhaps bring them together again. After using some Quincy technique to mend his injuries or help them heal more quickly, he wasn't sure which she had been on her way. It had pained her, Ichigo could see, but she had left him to go on ahead alone. He hadn't minded. If the others made it, then he should too. It could only take so long before he was intercepted, though. As Ichigo came upon a square, a Shinigami was waiting for him, wearing the badge of a vice captain. She was quite a looker. Dirty blonde hair, full lips, and breasts larger than Erza's, displayed proudly in a generous cleavage and further emphasized by a decorative chain running down in between them, she was sure to turn heads wherever she walked. Ichigo did not let himself get distracted, though he was a teenager, sure enough, but in here it was life and death and only an idiot would stop to ogle. Quickly, he pulled his sword from its sheath. The Shinigami did the same. Holding her sword low, she said, "Ryoka, you are under arrest. Surrender." "Can't do that, sorry," Ichigo mumbled, and debated whether to pull his Shikai out immediately. On the one hand, high-ranking Shinigami were tough as nails and required quite a bit of effort to beat, depending on who they were, as Ikeika had proven. On the other hand, using too much power could tire him out, and would draw a lot of attention a lot more quickly. Better to stay cautious for now, test the waters. Ichigo rifled through his memory. This had to be Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangiku, whom he remembered Erza had said was capable, although not keen on violence. She nodded. "I thought so." There were no grand speeches or bold statements this time, just a soldier clashing with another, fast and hard. Ichigo stood taller, his Ryutsu standing taller still, but it was apparent that Matsumoto was no slouch, herself. She closed the distance, and Ichigo had to block a swift cut aimed at his neck. When he tried to counter-attack, she was ready, dodging completely and following up with a stab, which only narrowly missed his chest as he hopped back. Her style was well practiced, it seemed, and unfamiliar to Ichigo. She was fast enough, and Ichigo struggled. He kept up, yes, in this rapid-fire exchange of blows, but she was nimble on her feet, and whenever he thought he had an opening, she danced out of the way. Irritably, Ichigo grunted. "Vice Captains! Bakudo 4, Hanawa!" Matsumoto cried, and from her extended hand, a bright yellow rope extended, surging toward Ichigo and starting to wrap around him. The Kido was weak, doing little more than distracting Ichigo, but that was enough. His guard was down, as he struggled to break the lengths of magically conjured rope, and he was forced to hop back somewhat awkwardly, as it had gained some hold on one of his legs as well. Her eyes on the prize, Matsumoto sped forward, blade raised. "Damn it all!" Ichigo growled. "Cut the heavens, Zanjitsu!" His Ryutsu spiked as his sword grew, and through sheer physical effort he ripped through the bindings, his sword now having grown into its massive, black form. Sensing the rise in power, Matsumoto halted her charge and put distance between the two of them with one skillful shunpo. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Ichigo took a stance, holding out Zanjitsu. "Nothing for it, then," Matsumoto said with a shrug. Holding out her own Zanpakuto, she said, "Growl, Hanko." The sword seemed to vanish, but Ichigo knew better than to take anything for granted. Looking carefully, he could sense it. He could feel it. There was a cloud of gray dust having formed by the blade, and following its master's direction, it came at him. Hanko. Ashcat. Whatever it could do, he wasn't sure, but he was not keen to find out. Quickly he tried to put some space between him and the oncoming cloud, but it smoothly followed his movements, closing the distance. It surrounded him, despite his dash, and suddenly there was a sharp jolt of pain as there was a cut across his chest. Rangiku had moved the hilt of her sword, apparently directing it. "Everything in Hanko is a small blade," she explained. "It allows me to cut wherever I want, at my leisure." "That sounds familiar." Ichigo shot back, still trying to outrun it. "Maybe," Matsumoto said, and made another cut across his shoulder. "Damn it!" Ichigo snarled. Letting his Ryutsu surge, he decided to counterattack. There was no sense in letting himself be hit over and over while just trying and failing to run away. Raising his blade, he let power charge into its length, and brought it down. "Getsuga Tensho!" He snarled, and the moon-shaped blade ran through the air, straight at Rangiku. Momentarily pausing her attack, Rangiku used a shunpo to move out of the way, and Ichigo grunted with frustration. But then, to his surprise, the cloud of ash retracted, returning back toward the hilt of the Zanpakuto. "You said, Getsuga Tensho, just now, didn't you?" she said, looking at him strangely. Yeah. Ichigo said confusedly, grateful not to have to endure the ash anymore. It had been like being stuck in a sandstorm made of glass shards. And your blade is named Zanjutsu? She said flatly. Yeah. Kid, where did you learn that? She sounded honestly curious, and surprised, as if her interest had been piqued. Not letting his guard down, Ichigo said, I sort of learned it from my Zanpakuto. She shook her head. There's no way this is a coincidence. What is? Ichigo said, more confused than ever. Just tell me one thing, okay? Matsumoto demanded. Shoot, Ichigo said, quickly looking around him to check for Shinigami reinforcements. Was this a trick? You don't happen to know a guy named Ashine? She said. Keeps a short beard sometimes? Likes to smoke sometimes? Makes corny jokes, acts like an idiot even though he isn't, lazes around and works only when he has to, brown hair and a happy-go-lucky attitude? Kind of a character. That's my dad. Ichigo said, feeling a sinking sensation as the realization hit. His dad had been involved with the Godei, he knew that already. Oh, that son of a bitch. Matsumoto snarled, putting her palm to her forehead in exasperation. We're putting this fight on hold, young man. She said it in an impressively commanding tone, not unlike Ichigo's mother when she was putting her foot down, and as her sword sealed he realized that luckily they wouldn't be trying to kill each other. For the moment. Son of a bitch. He said curiously. I knew something was off. Matsumoto said angrily. She sheathed her sword, seemingly so she could ball both fists at once. That's sneaky, stupid, irresponsible, careless, idiotic. At first Ichigo thought that eventually she'd run out of adjectives, but it seemed Matsumoto Rangeka was quite the poet when it came to insults. Thoughtless, moronic, backwards, brain-relieved, irresponsible. I said irresponsible already, didn't I? Shoot. That complete and utter bastard dash. Ichigo said, more puzzled than ever, not to rain on your parade of impressive insults, but mind telling me what the hell is going on? Oh. Matsumoto said, as if she had just registered he was there. Well. Boy. You're in for a treat, oh yes you are. Okay. Ichigo said, doubting the treat would be very enjoyable. Your dad is Shiba Ashine, Rangeka said, anger still boiling in her voice. Listed as Kia. He was the head of the Shiba clan, and captain of 10th Division. Meaning, you're actually inheritor to a noble clan. Congratulations, kid. Ichigo tried, but she was not quite done. That complete moron was in charge of my division back in the day. His Zanpakuto was named Injetsu. The Getchuga Tenshou was his signature move. Then, one day he vanishes in Karakura town under mysterious circumstances. Erza Scarlet, who I presume you're here with, reported him as killed in action. I always thought I always knew something felt off, but all this time he's what? Been knocking up human women and... I mean, how is that even possible? How are you even possible? She sounded both exasperated, baffled, and angry all at once. Ichigo tried. I don't know a whole lot. I know Dad used to be involved with you people somehow, but he's got no powers now. My mom's a Quincy. How I'm possible, actually, I'd rather not think about that part. Obviously I am, so. He shrugged awkwardly. He felt a little shocked, his mind only starting to process this. His father, a captain? Nobility, of all things? And a deserter? This would require some straightening out once he got home. Frustratedly, Matsumoto pulled at her hair, grumbling. That huge, big, enormous, gargantuan idiot. She looked at Ichigo. It was you that got Rukia's powers, wasn't it? That's way too big of a coincidence not to be. Yes. Ichigo said. Kind of an accident, but, yeah. And so you're here to rescue here, Matsumoto said, drawing a deep sigh. Sure. That makes some level of sense. So, do we still fight? Ichigo wondered. He had lowered his sword during her rant, but not let go of it quite yet. She energetically shook her head. No, no fighting. You're coming with me. You already tried to arrest me, Ichigo reminded her. No, you don't get it, Matsumoto said. You've got noble blood. The Shibas aren't as big of a deal as they used to be, but you still have rights. You can negotiate. Really? Ichigo said. It could be a trick, but you'd have to be a hell of an actor to throw that kind of fit and then drop all that information. A peaceful solution hadn't occurred to him. Well, why not? At worst, it'd buy him a few moments of peace while he planned his next move. Yes, really. Matsumoto snapped. This changes everything, you stupid boy. I mean sorry. It's your father I'm angry with. You're, all right, I suppose. And I wouldn't be attacked. Not while you stick with me. Matsumoto said. Come on, we'll head to 10th. My captain is a big stick in the mud, but he'll hear you out. All right then. Ichigo said quietly. He sealed his sword. It was worth a shot, at least. Perhaps it was the all-encompassing chaos. Perhaps it was the fact that Erza was strong, fast, and experienced. Perhaps it was the fact that even after 2 decades, she knew most of the Godai like the back of her hand. Perhaps it was all of these rolled up in a bundle. Whatever the reason, Erza was the first to reach the stairwell leading to the central holding cell of criminals awaiting judgment in the Godai, the Senteikyu, the great tower that suppressed power and left its inhabitants weak. Ahead of her were 2 things. The first was the stairwell itself, and the veritable labyrinth of tall pillars surrounding it. The second was a Shinigami. She had sensed him from afar, and easily at that. His riots blazing with controlled rage, grown and developed since last she had felt it, but still as familiar as could be, Aburai Renji barred her path. As he came into vision, she slowed her run to a jog, which slowed to a walk, which slowed to a crawl. She remembered her encounter with Izuru just hours earlier, the guilt she had felt, and the sheer, raw anger and frustration he had thrown her way. He had controlled his until she had beaten him, but Renji, she had felt his anger from 400 yards away. Determinedly, she forced herself to put one foot in front of the other, but it was still like wading through tar. Izuru had been her student. Renji, he and Momo both had been something more than that. Renji, she had cared for and guided when he was vulnerable, feeling lost, and she had taught him personally how to fight, how to look at the world. Of course he was angry. It didn't matter that he had been duped, that she was in the right, because part of her still felt guilty as if she had really wantonly abandoned him. 20 yards now. She could see his face, twisted into a mask of grim rage, just barely controlled. 10 yards. He pulled out his Zanpakuto, and Erza stopped, looking him in the eye. She could see the hate, the fury, and something inside her wanted to cry. Sensei. Renji said. Renji. She said back. Is that all you've got to say for yourself? Renji snarled. No speeches about how wrong I am. No justifications for what you've done. Not even an excuse. Erza shook her head. Renji, I do not want to hurt you. I know what you did earlier, he said bluntly. Beat Izuru senseless with your fists alone. You got stronger. I don't expect I can win. Then why are you here? Erza said, grateful to have something else, anything at all, to talk about. Because somebody once taught me that you do the right thing no matter what. Even if the odds of success are at the far end of a Google, even if you can't win, you stand up and fight. My captain's not here to stop you. I'll just have to do. Even if you die. Cut my head off, and another will take my place, Renji spat. Maybe you were lying when you told it to me, maybe you weren't, but the spirit of loyalty to your own is real, and worth dying for. He really had grown, not just in power but into a man, into a leader. The Renji she had left behind was young, inexperienced, hot-headed, and cocky. The Renji who stood before her now was principled, strong, and though he was the same old Renji, he also was not, in a very fundamental way. I'm proud of you, she said. I'm disgusted, he said. Something inside Erza broke. Her old student, that young man who had once been lost and guided by her, she could not bear to fight him. She had come back to the Soul Society knowing on some level that she might have to, but here in the moment, she couldn't. Because he was still Renji. Because she still loved him just as much as she loved all her friends. Clenching her fists, she took a step forward. "Hell, Zabumaru," Renji said, and ran his free hand down the length of the blade. The Zanpakuto changed shape, familiar enough, and he raised it up in a combat-ready stance. Erza took another step. "Draw your dem sword," he growled. Erza took another step. "Draw your sword and fight," he cried out, his anger starting to spill over. "Show at least that much goddamned respect." Erza took another step. "I won't hold back," he shouted. "I'll kill you, traitor." Erza took another step. She was almost within striking distance now. "Damn it all!" Renji cried, and raised his sword. With a powerful strike, he cut up and down, at her shoulder. Just as it impacted, she let her Ryutsu surge, but she did nothing else, standing perfectly still. Zabumaru hit clean into her right shoulder, just beside her neck. She felt a sharp jolt of pain as one of its spikes buried itself in her flesh, and she grit her teeth. But, as a little blood seeped from her shoulder, there was no next strike. Renji seemed paralyzed, holding on to the hilt of his Zanpakuto as if in a cramp, staring into her eyes with a mixture of rage, surprise, and a look as if he'd seen something incomprehensible. "What the hell?" he said, his eyes wide. "Fight back, damn it!" Gingerly, Erza grabbed Zabumaru's blade with one hand, and lifted it off her shoulder, wincing a little as the spike exited. She dropped it, and Renji let it fall to the ground. "What the hell are you doing?" he said, sounding just confused. Erza looked at him, and then her expression hardened as she raised her hand and landed a solid slap across his face. It was hard enough to send him reeling back, but Erza did not follow it up with another attack. As he recovered, sword raised, she cried out. "Abarai Renji, what in the world do you think you're doing? You're an enemy!" he cried out, his fighting spirit interrupted, sounding more befuddled than battle-ready. "This is what I'm supposed to do dash. What in the hell went wrong with you, that you attack somebody who isn't even using a weapon? Without even trying to arrest them first? Did I teach you to be a murderer, Abarai Renji?" Erza spoke from the heart, but it was very much a strategy. She did not want to fight him. She wanted him to remember Erza, the teacher, speaking to him with authority. For now, it seemed to be working. You betrayed us." Renji snapped. "You betrayed all of us, and you left us behind. Do you have any idea what we went through?" A tear found its way down Erza's cheek, followed by another within seconds. "Do you think I would do that if I didn't have a reason?" She shouted the words, loud and angry, her voice booming across the empty space. "Do you really think I'd leave you, my beloved students and friends, behind like this if there wasn't a good reason to do it? Have you forgotten everything I was to you? Because I sure as hell have not." But they were lies. Renji shouted back. There was evidence. "Renji," Erza said, putting a firm hand on his shoulder and squeezing it, "look me in the eye and tell me you believe it. Do you?" "I," Renji said, wavering. "What the hell am I supposed to believe, huh? You were gone for 20 years, and your head is all screwed up," Erza said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I'm right here, right now, and I came to rescue Rukia. Your best and oldest friend. Why the hell aren't you trying to do the same? Rukia." He was almost breathless as he said it, and Erza knew her comment had hit home. "You can't be serious." "Yes, Rukia." Erza snapped. "Somebody has to do something. It should be you, but it isn't. But it's the law. She was sentenced to death." Erza looked Renji firmly in the eye. "Renji," she said, "I am going to keep going now. I am going to move forward, get to the Senteikyu, and get her out. She'd do it for me. I'm going to go, and my back is going to be turned. You're free to cut me down from behind. I won't stop you. I'm sure you can find some crack in my armor. But if you're the man I think you are, you'll fall in right next to me, because we want the same thing. And if you're not? She shrugged. You'd die. Renji said. Erza just gave him a look, then wiped her tears quickly. She stepped beside him and took one step, followed by another. She held her breath as she started walking. Would he? Surely not. But one never knew. Going by one's instincts was, she knew, not always the wisest thing, but her heart told her it was the way to go. Then, to her relief, Renji jogged past her, his sword sealed and sheathed, and put himself in her path. His voice calmed. Relatively speaking, he put both hands on her shoulders, and said, "You've got some explaining to do. If I'm going to turn my back on the Godai, I need at least that much." She breathed a sigh of relief. "All right," she muttered. "Not the whole truth. Too complicated, and it would take too long. In a nutshell." "Sure," he said and nodded. "I'm not innocent in all this," Erza said, and took a deep breath, "but I'm not guilty like they say, either. There's a conspiracy going on in the Godai, and Rukia has somehow ended up in the middle of it. 3 captains are traitors, Renji, and the man leading them is." She hesitated. Could she tell him? "Who?" "You won't believe it." "Try me," Renji said firmly. "'Cause I ain't going another step till I know. The man who leads the conspiracy, to overthrow the Godai and create a new order, the man who conspires with Hollows and plans to end the world as we know it, is Aizen Saushik." Renji flinched. "You kidding me? That guy is Dash. A total Boy Scout," Erza said and nodded. "Nobody would ever suspect him of anything. He took great pains to make sure of that." "But, how do you know?" Again, Erza took a deep breath. "I was one of his lackeys," she said simply. "Didn't understand what I signed up for. When I did, I wanted out, and the next thing I know I'm being arrested for treason. The Godai must change, Renji. Fundamentally. But not his way. Not with murder and tyranny. I'm a defector, but I did not leave you all behind as a betrayer." "This makes no sense," Renji mumbled. "Fuck me. Focus," Erza said. "We're rescuing Rukia, remember?" "Yeah, sure," he said, seeming to take comfort in that one simple point. "Rukia. I can't say I believe any of this. But, it's like you said. We want the same thing." Erza nodded. "We do. For now, I need you to head over and find the Ryoka. They need a helping hand. Look for Ichigo, bright kid, a bit cocky and hot-headed like you. Shinigami robes, and a mop of red hair. You won't miss him." "Hang on," Renji protested. "Aren't we supposed to?" "I dunno, rescue Rukia." "I'll handle that," Erza said. "We have a plan. Right now, you're more useful from the inside. But, Renji, what you have to ask yourself is, do you trust me?" she said, sternly looking him in the eye. "Fuck," Renji muttered. "You know, every logical part of my brain tells me not to. It's insane. Don't make sense. But..." He shook his head, and exasperatedly threw his hands up in the air. "I do. Somehow. It doesn't make sense, but I do." Erza nodded. "Then, go. We'll get Rukia out, and..." "Then what?" "Haven't figured that part out yet," Erza admitted. "We'll cross that bridge when we get there." Renji grinned, despite himself. "You haven't changed much, have ya?" "Not enough, no," Erza said with a smile. "Go on. We've wasted enough time." "Okay," Renji said hesitantly. "Damn it all." The two of them looked at each other one final time, then parted ways, Renji heading back toward the divisions, and Erza into the heart of the Godai itself. The Sentakya was waiting for her. Aizen had a natural affinity for the cerebral, in much the same way a fish had a natural affinity for swimming. To plan, scheme and control was where he excelled. It was for this exact reason that he enjoyed the occasional hands-on task. To work with his hands was a strong reminder that power was multifaceted, that although knowledge was power, so was strength, ingenuity, state of mind, and how one chose to apply it. At this particular moment, his attention was focused on a corpse doll. In the morning he would die, ruthlessly slain by evil Ryoka, and it would only further the chaos of the Godai and free his hands to focus entirely on steering the events of the coming day exactly where he needed them to go. The doll was not just an abstract reminder of the nature of power, but a specific reminder of the limits of his Zanpakuto. He could create perfect illusions over time, but maintaining them would be taxing, particularly if they were far away and well out of his sight. His corpse would be subject to close scrutiny. Anohana Retsu herself, the Godai's foremost medical expert, would likely be called upon to conduct an autopsy. Mere illusion would make it crack at the seams once she touched the corpse, only to realize that however much her eyes told her there was a dead body on her table, however much her sense of touch told her there was dead flesh there, something would seem off. It had been an enjoyable challenge, knowing this, to create an appropriate substitute. It had taken him well over a year to grow it, using a solution of reishi-rich proteins to create a rubbery mass, whose spiritual signature was identical to his own. It would behave like a Shinigami's body when cut. There would be bodily fluids flowing when it was sliced open. It was not a perfect copy of a Shinigami body, although that would have been a fascinating project, but it was more than enough for his illusion to do the work it needed to. His eyes narrowed, he lay out the finishing touches, like a sculptor chipping away the smallest details of a statue. It was grueling work, but Aizen enjoyed it. To craft something perfectly into small detail was his forte, after all. His mind wandered as he let his scalpel shape the doll, much like a potter molding his clay. Events had, naturally, played out exactly as he had expected them to. Erza and her crew had gotten inside, and because of the zealous adherence to outdated military doctrines, which made the divisions resemble feudal fiefdoms more than a unified military complex, they had come quite far inside. They had proven surprisingly adept at dealing with even highly ranked officers, but then again, they had come alongside her, and she was remarkable, after all. Through strength, and the incompetence of their enemies, her group had done well. Naturally, it would all be for naught. If the Godai's own failed and he doubted even they were that incompetent, then he had contingencies in place. They would not take Rukia. If they did, if the worst came to pass, he would simply have her killed and extract the device manually. It amused him. To see the Godai, in its bloated arrogance, be taken down a peg was a pleasing thing in and of itself, but to think that the shock that would come mere days from then would make this brazen invasion seem like nothing, that thought made Aizen almost want to hum with cheer. They were backward, as prideful as they were ignorant, and before long they would reap what they had sown. Of course, there was little Momo. He had felt her outburst earlier quite keenly, and it had surprised and even impressed him, in a small way. He had paid a little attention to her low-key studies in the Rokanga, even going so far as to shield her from prying eyes, chiefly because seeking new knowledge in the face of an obstructive establishment was an admirable idea. It was petty magic, certainly, but it had felt less petty than he expected. She had come far indeed, working hard to achieve power. As blinded and weak as she was, he found it amusingly admirable. She sought rebellion, much like he did, and had gone against the rules, much like he had, and she was prepared to throw it all away for something that mattered enough. She was like an adorable little caricature of himself. But most of all, Erza had intrigued him. She had not truly been tested yet, and he looked forward to seeing that. In fact, if there was time, he decided he would see it for himself. She had Bankai, he knew, and as hard a worker as she was, with 20 years in exile, she should be something worth seeing, at least. How would she fare against the elegance, grace, and skill of Kukaki Byakuya? Or the lethal speed of Soifone, the chief assassin? Or the raw, intimidating might of a berserker like Zaraki Kenpeki? Aizen was cerebrally attuned, but the marshal was a fascinating subject as well. She had a remarkable talent for making friends. Two vice-captains were ready to defect to her side, Momo and Renji. If she had power close to his own, she would be a rival he would have to crush without fail. Beneath him as she was, she looked quite like a well-meaning, delusional mirror of himself, intent on challenging the corrupt status quo, to take on the giants, give everything a good shake and make a difference. It was impractical and impossible, but an interesting reminder of the importance of everything that made him superior. Intelligence, wisdom, planning, strength, foresight, knowledge. The Godiai would know why they mattered soon enough, and so would she. At 5th, Momo was dealing with some considerable angst. Her first instinct had been to run away, immediately, and with speed, to find Erza. Logic had prevailed, however, as had a sense of duty. Logically, it made no sense to just run away without any clue of where she was, without a plan, no matter how much Momo wanted to. More importantly, Momo still had a job to do. Her captain had returned, but he had promptly shut himself in his office after a quick overview of the situation, no doubt doing some very important work, leaving the practicalities to Momo. He had praised her efforts, which would have made Momo's heart soar if it hadn't been for, well, her life's dream having come true. She wanted to go to Erza and never leave. But she couldn't just leave her soldiers behind, alone and unguided. She had a duty, and although Momo was fully ready to cast aside the Godiai if she had to, she couldn't just leave them leaderless at a chaotic time like this. Erza wouldn't have done that. So, she had tried, and almost succeeded, to bury herself in enough work that she would forget about it. It wasn't as if there was nothing to do. The chaos her powers had wrought on the division premises had meant some emergency stabilizing efforts, a head count, a redistribution of space to account for the purpose the destroyed buildings had served, which at this point resulted in half the division sharing bunks with the half that hadn't had theirs wrecked, in an inventory of what had been lost and what hadn't, not to mention constant military alert, transfer of the imprisoned Ryoka to the 2nd Division's arrest. There had been 1,001 things to occupy her mind, and Momo had done her very best. But as hard as she had worked, try as she might, the massive impact of the news she had received would not leave. Now a little less overwhelmed with joy, she wondered at Captain Kiraku's words. They had been strange, oddly specific, and though Momo was no politician, she wasn't unable to read between lines. He had to have known what impact such news would have on her. Think carefully on what you do next, Vice Captain. It wasn't exactly a secret, how Momo felt about Erza. After the first few years, she had kept a lid on it, keeping all of it as low-key as she could, but all of her friends, which included quite a few vice captains, knew. For all she knew, so did all the captains as well. But it had been he who came there, and he'd told her to be careful. Not to remember her place as a loyal soldier, or to frighten her with what happened to traitors, but to be careful. What did that mean? Was he a potential ally? Did he believe like she did? The thought was almost impossible. Kiraku Shunsui was one of Yamamoto's own pupils, and the more powerful one of the two at that. Then again, he was also the more quote-unquote rebellious one of the two. What if it was a lure? A trick? No. That, too, seemed odd. That sort of entrapment could perhaps be expected from the Stealth Corps, but it was not Captain Kiraku's style. Momo shook her head. No sense in getting stuck on this. She would be careful, but no matter what, she would act. She would not let this slip. She would have eyes on her, she realized, and if she got caught, she would be imprisoned. If she was tried for treason, she might well be executed. The thought frightened her, but did nothing to phase her determination. Some things were worth dying for. Tomorrow, she decided. It was already well into the afternoon, the night looming over them, and as far as she could tell, nobody except her had yet managed to detain Ryoka, let alone Erza herself. She would last the night. Then, in the morning, she would find an excuse to join the hunt, and then work from there. It was not the most complicated or best laid of plans, but it was as good a start as she would get. Tomorrow, when the captain had taken active command again, when things had settled down a bit, Momo would start her own search. She would find Erza, and then, she'd figure out what to do next. Momo was a very dedicated learner, and a capable leader, but she was not much of a schemer. Chapter 40, Expect the Unexpected 2. Unlike Kukaki Byakuya, So iPhone had a natural affinity for discipline and self-control. It had been beaten into her, figuratively and literally, since she was old enough to walk. Since way back when she had been Fon Shaolin, born into servitude, she had learned to control herself. She was, strictly speaking, nobility, but a very specific kind of nobility, one sworn to exist only to serve another family, the Shihoan. That was the purpose she had been raised for, along with her brothers, and nothing else. She had been good at it, too. A few harsh corrections and beatings had turned that small girl into a well-behaved servant, one who knew to keep quiet unless specifically asked to speak up, to adjust to the wants and needs of her masters, and of course to die for them if necessary. She had been good. She had obeyed, had always struggled the hardest she could to be the best servant she could be. She had taken to her martial arts lessons better than anything, and it had pleased her father enough for him to recommend her for military service. By the time she was 15, she had joined her brothers in the Corps as an agent. She had taken her grandmother's code name, and Fon Shaolin had stopped existing, as was tradition for those in her family who joined the Corps. She had become her code name. Then she had been assigned to be the bodyguard of Shihoin Yoryuki. It was a great honor to be named for that position. At the time Yoryuki had been the commander of the Stealth Corps and recently made head of the clan itself. Logically, So iPhone had known that it was a little ridiculous that she should guard the beautiful, graceful Lady Shihoin, who was a million times more capable than So iPhone ever would be. However, So iPhone was a tool to be used, and questioning orders was out of the question. At that young age, she would gladly have fallen on her sword if she had been commanded to. Then, the right and honorable Lady Shihoin had turned out to be as radically different from regular nobility as was possible. So iPhone was accustomed to traditional nobility, always arrogant, always prideful, always assured of their superiority. Always ready to snap at the smallest perceived slight, to defend their pride at any opportunity. Her lady had been different. She'd laughed where other nobles kept a staunch, dignified face. She'd been open and cheerful, and had had a complete disregard for the dignity and respect that accompanied her station. She would tease the Kukaki heir for a laugh, just to see him lose his temper. She would spring cruel little games of hide-and-seek on So iPhone, whose duty was to be at her side at all times, games that, So iPhone had come to realize, were actually quite good training exercises, sharpening the young bodyguard's skill set further. Her lady had been eccentric, marvelous, intelligent, lackadaisical, yet still an ideal commander, and altogether wonderful. So iPhone had come to love her. No. Love was too simple a word. It had been complete devotion. It had been to serve the greatest possible master imaginable, in itself a complete fulfillment of purpose. Not only that, a master who cared about her, who took the time to teach her, make her grow personally, make her grow stronger and faster. To So iPhone, of course, that only meant growing stronger to protect her better. They had sparred and trained. They had had silly little indulgences, like sharing candies, taking baths in the Shihoin Manor's pond, or staring up at the stars afterwards. So iPhone had understood very little of this, still thinking of herself only as a tool, but it had been the happiest time of her life. She had loved her master, she had loved serving her, she had loved growing and being cultivated by her, and she had even loved the silly little things she didn't quite understand. It had been a complete fulfillment of existence. Had she died, she would have died happy. Then, it had happened. One day, she was gone. So iPhone still remembered it keenly. She had found her lady's chamber empty, and had desperately searched for her for 2 days straight until her father had finally found her and told her the truth. For the first time in her life, So iPhone had defied him, and angrily told him there was no way her lady would ever betray the Godi I-13. She had denied it vigorously until she had gotten a slap across the face, and been shown evidence that, beyond a doubt, the right and honorable Lady Shihoin had defected to save the life of a traitorous madman. There had been interrogations, but So iPhone did not even remember them. Evidently, it had been found that she was not complicit in the defection, or she would have been executed. There was no describing the pain she had felt when the truth started to sink in, because almost nobody outside a servant clan knew what it meant to live entirely for somebody else. To lose an arm was the most apt comparison, but at the time, So iPhone could have had every limb severed and it would have seemed petty by comparison. She had lost her reason for living. She had lost her purpose for existence. She had lost the most wonderful person in the world. Somehow, she had gotten through it. She still didn't know how. It had been despair of a kind she had never been able to imagine. She had considered suicide multiple times, and only the core of her existence, servitude to the Shihoin clan, had stopped her. Sometime around then, she had lost her faith in the absolute supremacy of the noble classes. Her lady had been the greatest of them all, and if the greatest of the great was capable of treason, then so was anybody else. Hate had festered in her. Anger. Resentment. And at the end of it all, determination. Because at some point, she had been forced to face reality, and reality was that she had to be her own person, without another to define her. It had been an unpleasant realization, like falling into an ice-cold lake, but she had risen to the challenge. She had resolved that she would be what her old master could not, a true and dedicated servant of the Godai, one who put duty, service, professionalism, and work before anything else. It had worked. Through feverishly hard work, through taking the most dangerous missions and constantly completing them, even though her teammates died again and again, she had risen through the ranks. She had shown herself to be just as adept at office politics and strategic decisions as she was at fighting. So iPhone had risen like a star, and within 20 years she had replaced the commander of the Stealth Corps, a man beleaguered by the failure of his predecessor. She had raised a Zanpakuto, and through hard work and dedication had gained its Bankai. She had been named captain, one of the single most powerful figures in the Godai. In the process, she had deposed the Shihoan. Their greatest strength had been their involvement in the Stealth Corps, but so iPhone had steadily taken it from them. That power could only belong to the Godai itself, not some corruptible noble clan. Now she was singularly powerful, alone and devoted. She had always told herself that when the day came, she would kill Shihoan Yoryuki not because of a grudge, but because it was the right thing to do, because traitors deserved only death. So iPhone had always prided herself on her professionalism and self-control. That was why now, sitting cross-legged in her office and attempting to meditate, she felt an all-consuming anger unlike anything she had felt in decades. She had been checked up by the 4th Division, and even in the broken-down state she had been in, she did not dare defy their captain. Her own vice-captain had been knocked out, presumably by Yoryuki. Normally, she would have chastised him for his failure, but she had found herself unable to care. The moment she was released from medical care, she had raced back to the 2nd Division and locked herself in her room. She had lost control. All her hard work, over a century's worth of dedication, had been for nothing. She had lost control, she realized, the moment she used her Shikai. She remembered the feelings as if they were right there in the moment. Anger. Rage. Gleeful anticipation. It was as far removed from impartial justice as could possibly be. In the end, she had been solidly beaten. Logically speaking, it wasn't too strange. Yoryuki had been her mentor, and powerful at that. She had to have known So iPhone's fighting style well enough that her seniority would give her the advantage. Losing was humiliating, but not nearly as much as having lost her temper, not nearly as much as breaking down and crying. It was as if, in that moment, that century of hard work had been stripped away, and she had been that hurt young girl again, just longing for her lady. So iPhone clenched her fists, feeling her nails dig into her palms. The pain was a welcome distraction, and allowed her some measure of clarity. She was justice. She was the law. She was the head of the Godai's police force. Nobody but she should take on a traitor of this magnitude. Yet, she had failed in every regard. Somewhere in her mind, the thought reared, Yoryuki had not acted like a traitor. She had been, apologetic. Although she was capable of expert manipulation, it was unlike her. She had always been one of the most honest people So iPhone had ever known, open and kind. No. That was fanciful fantasy, nothing more. Weakness. She was a traitor, always would be, and So iPhone could not let herself be distracted. Yoryuki had to die. Somehow. Maybe with Bankai, the next time. Even now, So iPhone could feel more tears just behind her eyes, but none flowed. She was nothing if not disciplined. After all the running he had done that day, all the fighting, stress, and adrenaline, walking calmly through the streets of the Godai was a bizarre change of pace to Ichigo. Not a single soul questioned his presence now, Matsumoto Ranjiku's status as a vice-captain apparently being enough to deter any questions. So, he said, what's the Shiba family like? He was genuinely curious. The thought of having relatives here in the afterlife, a noble clan no less, was something he had never expected. You really want to know, huh? Ranjiku said. I guess it's only natural you'd ask. Ichigo nodded. So? She sighed. You can't understand the Shiba without understanding the rest of Godei nobility first. Give me the crash course, then, Ichigo said, undeterred. What do you think they're like, kid? Rangiku said. You have knobs where you're from, too, right? Sort of, yeah, Ichigo replied. Not like we used to, though. We mostly see that in movies, books, and stuff. Well, they're proud, Rangiku said, sighing. Privileged, proud, and arrogant. They're rich, and a lot of them are part of our military. They're proud and superior because if they aren't, other nobles will think they're weak. To them, it's all about status. The more power you have, the further back your clan's history runs, the higher your status. Sounds wonderful, Ichigo mumbled, dismayed at the thought of being related to some snobbish socialite. I'm not done, Rangiku said. They're proud. Privileged. If a commoner goes up in court against a noble, the noble basically always wins unless the commoner a high-ranking Shinigami. They're all about formality, politics, status. Not making it sound better, Ichigo muttered. But they're not all the same, Rangiku said firmly. The Shiba, for example, they fly in the face of all that. Don't give a rat's posterior about playing by the rules or throwing their weight around. That's better, Ichigo said, feeling uplifted. Mind you, they're not what they used to be, Rangiku said soberly. Status is a thing that can wax and wane, and your family is definitely on the wane. They lost your dad, and he was a captain, which is incredible status. They lost your late cousin, too, and he was a vice captain. Right now, they're a pretty minor house. Ichigo nodded. Small house. Ain't what they used to be. Everyone's an asshole except them. Got it. Not everyone, Rangiku said hesitantly. Some are different. Like Captain Kiraku, for example. He's a nobleman, and he acts more like a bar drunk than a nobleman, and nobody would dare criticize him for it because he's one of Captain Commander Yamamoto's prized students. Then there's Captain Kukaki. That man nearly killed my mother, Ichigo said flatly. Whoops, Rangiku said. Best not to tell you about how he's harsh but fair, and also rather handsome, then. Best not, Ichigo agreed. Look, Rangiku said curiously, you came here with Erza, didn't you? Ichigo shrugged and said, it's not a secret. What's her relationship to you? Actually, screw that, what's been up with her all these years? Something for something, Ichigo reckoned. She had told him about the nobility. He'd just have to not give out too much. She was there for me since I was a kid, he said simply. She's been teaching me how to fight. I don't really know what her history here is, but dash. He was interrupted before he could continue, as a tall, red-haired man came running at them, sliding to a halt before them. Reflexively, Ichigo reached for his sword, but Rangiku put an arm on his weapon arm. Renji, she said, what are you doing here? Renji said, and Ichigo got a closer look at him. Bright red hair, and a vice captain's badge. Well? Rangiku demanded. Sensed Ryoka. Here he is, the vice captain said tamely. Ichigo, right. How'd you know? Ichigo said. Yes, how? Rangiku said. That is a bit of a story, Renji said awkwardly. Wait. Ichigo said, taking a closer look at him. Are you, like, her long-lost brother or something? Renji shook his head. What? Erza, Ichigo insisted. You know her, don't you? No. Well, sort of. Not really. Yes, Renji said awkwardly. She taught him, Rangiku explained. No relation, though. So, you found him, Renji said. Rangiku confirmed. We're heading over to 10th to see if we can negotiate something. That's good, Renji said, nodding. I'll come with. If you want, Rangiku said, shrugging. The three of them had just turned forward, heading toward 10th, when they felt it. To the two vice captains, it was as familiar as it was terrifying. To Ichigo, it was just terrifying. He felt it coming closer, a madly powerful energy source, intimidating and fierce, wild and unrestrained, laced with so much menace that only a Hollow's energy came across his mind as comparable. Around the corner came an insanely tall man, with an appearance as wild as his energy. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and his black hair stood out in spikes. He wore the haori of a captain, but its ends were torn. He carried a huge sword, but its edge was chipped and jagged, so unlike the sleek, streamlined appearance of a normal Zanpakuto. An eye patch covered his right eye, and he grinned, lazily resting his sword over his shoulder. "Found ya," he said. "Captain Zaraki." Rangiku breathed the words, as if the air had emptied from her lungs. Zaraki Kenpeki. The demon. The man his aunt Erza hated and had cited as one of the most dangerous people in all of the Godai. Ichigo took a deep breath, and somehow managed not to start shaking. "Lucky me," Kenpeki said, staring them down like a titan ready to pluck his victims. "Here I am, following all this chaos, and I just run across the one I was looking for. Didn't I tell ya it made sense to go looking close to the center?" "You sure did, Ken-chan," said a cheery voice. At the giant's shoulder was a bizarrely contrasting little girl, one Ichigo hadn't noticed till now. She looked to be about 8, and had bright pink hair. "Exactly," Kenpeki said. He ran his tongue across his teeth, as if anticipating a particularly juicy treat. "Young kid. Hair like it's on fire. Way strong. Taught by Erza herself." How would you know?" Ichigo stuttered. "Ikeku told me, dumbass," the giant said, as if it were obvious. "You wouldn't have been any fun if you couldn't knock him down, anyhow." "Captain Zaraki," Rangiku said, taking a step forward, visibly trembling, "this man is in the custody of 10th Division. He has come in peacefully. Do not attempt to meddle with that which belongs to another division dash." He shot her a glance, as if he were looking at an ant, and said, "Ya really gonna get in my way, 10th?" She looked terrified, and Kenpeki, ignoring her, stepped past her. Renji swore under his breath, then pulled out his sword, barring Kenpeki's way. "Finally got the balls to try something, kid," Kenpeki said, sounding amused. "I'm happy to take ya both at once." "Captain, if you assault the prisoner, you will have violated the law," Renji said firmly, although it was clear he, too, was terrified. "You know I cannot allow that." "Fuck the law," Kenpeki said dismissively. "I remember you when you was in 11th. You had a spine then, but then you go and work for that prissy shit Byakuya. If you want to stop me, then be a man and fight me." "Shit." Renji snapped. "You guys, you can't get into a fight with him. He's monstrously powerful." Ichigo quickly took a few steps back, Renji and Rangiku joining him, the three facing the monster in front of them. "Fuck me," Ichigo muttered, feeling terrified. "Erza told me he was, your strongest fighter. The most ruthless too." "Not just that, kid," Renji said, a bead of sweat trailing down his forehead, "he's also so strong that he intentionally limits himself. That eye patch? He ain't even blind on that eye. It's just there to absorb energy so he isn't on full blast." "Fuck me," Ichigo said, paling. "You know, the smart thing to do would be to run," Rangiku mumbled. "No way can we take him." "Yup," Renji said, and nodded affirmatively. "Not a chance." "Look, guys, he only wants me," Ichigo said, not quite believing the words coming out of his own mouth, "so just, save yourselves, okay? You don't have to stick your necks out for me." "Like hell," Renji said flatly. "No matter what, you stand up and fight, even if you can't win. Didn't she teach you that?" Ichigo felt a little moved. Renji might not have been Erza's flesh and blood, but his tone, his readiness to fight and even die, his refusal to back down, it made Ichigo feel like Erza was right there. He really hoped that the vice-captain was strong enough to back up his words. "Oh, screw it," Rangiku said exasperatedly. "If I die, I'm coming back to haunt you." "Quit yammering, you three," Kenpeki said loudly. "This is a fight, not a tea party." Ichigo made ready, as did his two companions, but Kenpeka did not move just yet. Calmly, he grabbed his coat and shirt and pulled the two open, revealing his muscular, scarred chest, halfway covered in white wrappings. "I'll give ya one free hit. Keep things fair," he said with a grin that would have made a bull shark green with envy. Is this some trick?" Ichigo muttered. "Oh, no," Renji said. "He's a demon all right, but he's as straightforward as they come. Anything that makes a fight last longer, he'll do." Ichigo gripped his zanjutsu tightly, holding it at the ready. Quickly, he looked around, to get a better view of his surroundings. They were in division territory, white walls everywhere, with barracks and storehouses surrounding them. "Screw it!" Letting out a loud cry, Ichigo surged forward, hitting hard and hitting true at Kenpeka's chest, up and down. There was a very dissatisfying thud as zanjutsu impacted with the man's chest, the sword futilely pushing against his skin without so much as a blemish. A small stream of blood ran from Ichigo's hands. He had swung hard enough to tear the skin on his hands from the impact, and it still had done nothing. "I ain't no expert on energy, but I know this," Kenpeka said, looking down on Ichigo, who was just shy of soiling his britches at this point. "You couldn't even break my skin, punk. That means the ryotsu I emit without even trying is bigger than what you put out when you try your hardest." Horrified, Ichigo reeled back. "Try and make it a good one, kid," Kenpeka said. "There's 3 of ya, so you should be able to do something, at least." "Go, Ken-chan," said the pink little girl. She hopped off his shoulder, quickly getting to the sidelines. "Kick their butts." Kenpeka brought his sword down, fast and furious, and Ichigo was just barely saved by Rangiku, who had moved with her best shunpo, knocking him over. In front of him, the ground crumbled under Kenpeka's blow, and Renji stepped forward, his Shikai already activated. "Growl, Hanko!" Rangiku cried, quickly pulling Ichigo to his feet. "Cut the heavens, Zanjutsu!" Ichigo cried, collecting himself. The two Zanpakuto activated, both changing their forms. "Attaboy," Kenpeka said. "Listen, you two." Rangiku snapped. "Keep him busy, and I'll prepare the strongest binding spell I know." "Got it." Renji shot back. "Go low, kid, and I'll go high." "Yes, yes." Kenpeka cried, stepping forward. "Give it your all." He brought his sword down, Renji parrying it just barely, and Ichigo could see him strain under the pressure. Not one to waste the opportunity, Ichigo ran toward the giant, his zanjutsu cutting at the man's shins. With surprising agility and speed, Kenpeka kicked Renji in the chest and took a quick step back, followed by a vicious sweeping slash at Ichigo. Ichigo parried the blow, but his arms shook as it glanced off, and it felt almost like they would pop out of their sockets. He was not given another second to rest, as the ferocious demon of a man rained down 1, 2, 3 blows. There was no form to it, none that Ichigo recognized, no school of swordsmanship that applied, but it was clear Kenpeka knew how to wield it with deadly precision. "Zabumaru!" Renji roared out, and the Zanpakuto's metal whip lashed out, its spiked head narrowly being blocked by Kenpeka's own sword. Ichigo jumped forward, cutting at the captain as hard and fast as he could, but Kenpeka was not taken off guard. It seemed downright unfair that somebody that large and scary could be that fast, but he seemed to barely break a sweat as Renji and Ichigo launched into a set of quick attacks, each attack being parried neatly. However, he had been pushed back, if only momentarily. The initiative was theirs, just for a second. As Kenpeka caught another whip swing with his blade, Ichigo cut at him from the side. The captain brought up his arm, parrying the swing in the most counterintuitive way possible, and Ichigo was pleased to see a streak of red from the man's forearm. "Good on ya, kid," Kenpeka said, his grin seeming to widen. "I was afraid I'd have to play with kitty gloves all day long." Ichigo swallowed, and quickly put some distance between himself and the captain, just as Renji's whip retracted. Then, much to Ichigo's relief, he heard Rangiku finish muttering an incantation, and cry out, "Bakudo 63, Seijo Sabaku." Around Kenpeka a set of glowing, golden chains manifested, wrapping tightly around his chest and binding his arms. "Get him!" she cried. "I'll prepare another spell." Not needing to be told twice, Renji and Ichigo charged forward. The chains were already cracking, as the lean, muscled giant strained against it, an angry look on his face. "Fucking Kido!" he snarled. "You think this shit will hold me back?" One chain, two chains broke already, and Ichigo knew they only had seconds to work with. Renji's whip surged forward just as Ichigo raised his blade, charging a Getsuga, and time seemed to slow down. The whip surged forward, aimed at the captain's neck, but at the last second Kenpaku's hand came free, grabbing it in his bare palm. Ichigo, however, was not to be stopped. Raising his blade over his head and bringing it down, he cried out, "Getsuga Tensho!" The moon-shaped blast of energy surged forward, hitting the captain squarely in the chest. For a second, Ichigo was afraid the monster would just shrug it off, but Kenpaku staggered back, the chains finally broken. The new long, wide cut across his chest wasn't nearly as deep as he had hoped, but it was clear the giant could certainly bleed. "Fuck yeah!" Kenpaku cried, and Ichigo was terrified to see the smile on his face, a look of pure joy, as the giant ran forward again. "That's the way, boys. Go, go, go." Just barely managing to block, Ichigo and Renji took his direct assault and were pushed back. Ichigo felt like each blow would break an arm, his limbs slowly going numb from the exercise. Just what the hell kind of monster was this man? The wound seemed to barely have registered with him, despite his blood now dripping and soiling the pavement. "Get clear!" Rangiku cried, having finished another incantation. Hado 63, Reikoho. There was a yellow flash of energy, and as Renji and Ichigo hopped back, a bolt of lightning struck Kenpaku, discharging with immense power, the walls around them crumbling and crashing under the pressure. As the dust started to settle, Ichigo desperately hoped it had been enough. That had been insanely strong magic. Right? However, as Kenpaku's figure became visible, it became apparent that Ichigo's hope had been vain. The captain's Haori had been shredded, and he dropped it to the ground, spitting out some blood, standing as tall as ever. "Kido," he sneered. "Pansy-ass egghead invention for morons who can't fight properly." "Hanko!" Rangiku cried out, the dust from her shikai surging forward, clawing at Kenpaku's head and eyes. The giant snarled and spat, batting at the steel hard, nigh invisible fragments. "That won't help for long." Rangiku shouted. "Hey kid, can you do that attack again?" Renji said quickly. "Up close." Ichigo nodded. "Sure. All right, follow my lead." Renji said urgently. "I got a trick up my sleeve, then." Renji ran forward, his whip sword extending further than ever before, stretching to a seemingly impossible length as he swung it around, and Ichigo followed closely behind. The length of the whip sword's coils quickly wrapped around Kenpaku, its tip anchoring firmly in the ground, once again binding Kenpaku. "Who the fuck are you kiddin'?" Kenpaku said. Grinding the edge of his sword against the whip, he broke it in several places with a single, powerful thrust outward. However, Ichigo had gotten the time he needed. Attack fully charged, he stood face to face with Kenpaku, sword coming down. "Getsuga Tensho!" He roared the words, and the blast hit Kenpaku almost point blank. The giant remained standing, although staggering back, and Ichigo was left breathing heavily. Another cut this time, deeper and bloodier, stained the scarred madman's body. Before he had a chance to recover, Rangiku cried, "Soren Sakasui!" A surge of blue lightning slammed into Kenpaku, fully powered, and he jerked. "That fucking does it," Kenpaku growled. Seemingly unaffected by his injuries, he charged forward like a juggernaut, ignoring Ichigo and Renji. Matsumoto tried to put distance between herself and Kenpaku, but it was too late, and he was too fast. Fully half of his sword's length ran smoothly into her gut. Kenpaku flicked his blade like he might flick off some dirt, and Rangiku was sent flying into a half-wrecked wall. "Matsumoto!" Renji shouted, looking toward her. She lay quite still on the ground. "You think of yourself now, Abarai," Kenpaku said, flicking the blood off his sword and turning toward the redhead. Renji's Zanpakuto was mostly broken now, only a few segments of spiked blade whip remaining, but he defiantly held up what was left of his sword. "That's the spirit," Kenpaku said approvingly. Ichigo stood frozen. Rangiku had been tough enough for him to take on, and Kenpeki had swatted her like a fly. Before he could snap out of his stupor, Kenpeki charged. Like a bull, the captain slammed into Renji. The beleaguered vice-captain managed to block the first 3 slashes, reeling from the force of each blow, but at last his blade was batted aside, leaving his guard open. It was half a second's work for Kenpeki to bring his sword down, its jagged blade cutting half a foot deep into Renji's shoulder. For a moment, Ichigo thought the vice-captain would be cut in half. Instead, he sunk to his knees, a look of shock on his face. Kenpeki put a foot on the man's shoulder, and wrenched his blade free. A look of pain passed Renji's face, and he fell over. Finally collecting himself, Ichigo charged forward, mindlessly crying out, and Kenpeki caught his blade quite easily. "Looks like it's just you and me now, kid," he said, looking overjoyed. "Make it a good un, why don't ya?" Erza ran, much like she had for most of the day now. Around her were the tall pillars, the maze, but she was making good progress. But, something wasn't right. She had run past that same pillar 3 times now. She wasn't lost, was she? Quickly, she looked around her. It was as if she hadn't gone anywhere. Balling her fists, she looked around her suspiciously. She heard a mirthful chuckle, and turned around. Seemingly from nowhere, that familiar figure had stepped forward. Aizen. She tensed, a host of emotions running through her, memories of hurt, betrayal, hate, fury, anger with her own stupidity for once having trusted him. "You catch on quickly," he said as he clapped his hands once, twice. "You could have caught on quicker, but then again, it was my craft that deceived you." His tone left no illusions as to what he meant, that he was better than anyone else who could possibly do that. "Aizen," Erza hissed through her teeth. Behind the anger, she was afraid. She was entirely at his mercy. He was strong, probably stronger than her, and even if he wasn't, his illusory abilities were unbeatable. "Relax yourself. I have come to speak with you," he said, as if reading her mind. "I have nothing to say to you." Erza spat. "Not even a little?" Aizen said, mock hurt in his voice. "We've been apart for so long, and this is how you greet me?" "I'd say go to hell, but that goes without saying," Erza sneered. She kept one hand wrapped around the hilt of her sword. However powerless she was against him, it at least made her feel more secure. Aizen laughed again. "Ah, that's my Erza," he said, smiling what seemed like a genuine smile. Always keeping her chin up, even in the face of Armageddon. Destroyer of worlds. Appropriate comparison, Erza shot back. "I will be the end of the world as they know it," Aizen said simply. "But that is beside the point." "Then what is the point?" Erza snapped. "I doubt you hunted me down just for a friendly little chat." "Strangely, that is more or less what I came for," he said with a shrug. "What?" Erza said. She couldn't understand him, couldn't so much as guess at his motive. He hadn't cut her down yet, so evidently he did not consider her much of a threat. But, why was he talking to her, then? What was his motive? "It's strange, life," Aizen said wistfully. "Sometimes, you never know what you want until you've lost it." "You're kidding me," Erza said, a look of disgust on her face. "You're not one for playing games, so I'll be frank," Aizen said, an amused look on his face. "Out of all the people I've worked with, only you care about the right things. Kaname is a vengeful hypocrite, Jin is. Jin, and the Hollows are nothing more than tools. But you saw through it all. I'd like you to come back to my side." "I'd rather die," Erza said coldly. "Be careful what you say, now," Aizen said, mockingly wagging his finger at Erza. "Just consider what you could do if you submitted. Reforge the entire Soul Society into a decent place, remove all this corruption and cruelty. While becoming a corrupt murderer myself in the process," Erza snarled. "No thank you." Aizen sighed, and shrugged. "I overreacted when I framed you, I realize that now. This is a rare thing for me to do, but I'll admit it, that was a mistake. Surely you can see I am serious now. For a man as arrogant as him, it would indeed be rare to admit to a mistake, even jokingly." Somewhere in Erza's mind, The notion that he meant what he said started to creep in. So what? Erza said angrily, deciding to play along. She didn't have any other options, anyhow. You forced me to run. I lost an entire life. I lost all my friends. Everything I worked for became nothing because of you. You built a new life, found new friends and new meaning, Eisen said. He shrugged, and Erza realized he thought of his past actions as being entirely inconsequential. I understand you have moral compunctions about my methods and associates. So, I invite you to be my moral anchor. I'll take you seriously. Seriously, Erza echoed. Seriously, Eisen said with a nod. You're crazy. You've got reservations about Jin, Eisen said understandingly. To be frank, I've no problem doing away with him if it means you're coming to my side. I keep him around because he's a little useful, but mostly because he's amusing. He cracked a gleeful smile. Can you believe he doesn't think I know he's looking for the most opportune time to stab me in the back with his nasty little blade? It's honestly more than a little funny. You're sick. Mad, Erza said. No, I've got vision, Eisen said sharply. True vision looks like madness to the lesser mind, because they can only imagine what their limited scope on reality lets them. But you know, don't you? He looked her in the eye. You know, because you dared to dream, just like I did, of a better world. One that had to be shaken, raised, and rebuilt. And it made me something ugly. Erza shot back angrily. It all came back to her now, and she felt an overwhelming shame. How could she ever have let herself be convinced by a narcissistic psychopath like him? The road to change is fraught with sacrifice, Eisen said knowingly. Friends, family, life, and limb, those are sacrifices anyone can think of. But the one nobody considers is the sacrifice of self, not your life, but who you are. I once believed as you did, that all lives matter, that murder is wrong, that the world can become a better place simply by being good to it. He shook his head. But then I wizened to the ways of the world. It cost me many of my beliefs. It cost me a lot of who I was, but my goal never changed, a better world, one with equality and safety for all. You are afraid to sacrifice, Erza, and I understand that. But if you only dare take that step, there is no limit to what you can achieve. For just a moment, Erza wanted to take his hand and accept his offer. He was nothing if not convincing, every word sounding heartfelt and genuine. It could very well be true, for all she knew. But reason pulled her back. To say yes would be to deny who she was. You forget one thing, she said venomously. Oh. Eisen said curiously. Name me any favor or boon I can grant you, and it will be yours. Erza shook her head. Imagine my position, she said, feeling her confidence grow with every word, betrayed, a life stolen and destroyed, banished from everything she loves. If you stood face to face with the one who made that happen, would you trust them? I realize this is a hard sell, Eisen said, but Erza interrupted him. Use your head, Eisen Saushik, she said harshly. From where I stand, I have no logical reason to trust a single thing you said. As long as I cannot trust your word, there is no way I could even consider your reasoning. And even if your every word was true, even if I could trust you, I'd still say no, because I've seen what they make of people. Your vision makes monsters of people, and no better tomorrow is worth that. I see, Eisen said solemnly, and Erza thought she heard a bit of regret in his voice. Yes. A barrier of mistrust. Of my own making, no less. He chuckled again. That is solid logic, I'm afraid. Then again, it is that clarity that made me approach you in the first place. Is this the part where you cut my head off? Erza said bluntly. Because if it is, then get on with it. Oh, no, Eisen said amusedly. I'd never. Proceed as you would. However, I will warn you, all your struggles will be in vain. All is in the palm of my hand, and your struggle will do nothing but play into my hands. I'll still try, Erza said defiantly. Good, good, Eisen said, nodding approvingly. Until we meet again, Erza Scarlet. With that, he faded from view, and all of reality around her changed back to whatever it had been before Eisen had cast his illusion, she assumed. Aizen himself was nowhere to be seen, and she couldn't sense even a hint of his Ryutsu. She shook her head, as if to clear her mind after a bad dream. She was glad to be alive and unhurt, but the thought of Aizen's eyes being on her, of him still having an interest in her, unsettled her deeply. But then she felt it, and all her worry and unease was overrun by fear, anger, and protective instinct. Far behind her in the Siriti, blazing so loudly even the clumsiest first-year student could have felt it, was Kenpei's Ryutsu. In its shadow was Ichigo's. Balling her fists, Erza turned her back on Rukia's prison and ran. It was a miracle he could still lift his arms. They were going numb now, the pain from blocking the monstrously powerful blows the Med Captain was dealing out wearing him down. Your body lies to you, he desperately told himself, recalling his sensei's words. You can do so much more than you believe you can if you put your mind to it. Inspiring quotes were good and all, but at some point you had to face reality. Kenpei was bearing down on him, laughing madly as he cut at Ichigo again and again, forcing him back step by step. He was strong, terrifyingly strong. Ichigo had once balked at the overwhelming power of Aminos Grande, but he knew now that it was nothing compared to the champion of the Godai 13. Hey, hey, hey. Kenpei cried animatedly, his blood hot with excitement, where's that spirit, boy? You ain't all attitude, are ya? A single vicious sideways slash, just barely blocked, sent Ichigo sliding back a good 20 feet, and he only barely remained standing. Ichi, go. It was Rangiku, some 10 yards away, clutching her midsection, which was bleeding copiously. She was conscious, but seemed to manage little more than propping herself up on one elbow. You have to run. She hissed. You can't win this one. He'll kill you. Ichigo swallowed. He might kill the two of you, too, he said. It was stupid. He barely knew the two Shinigami, knowing little more about them aside from them being agreeable enough, and old friends of Erza's. The monster ahead of him was met with bloodlust, and there was no telling what he might do. It was stupid. It was irrational. But something in him refused to run, even though he was utterly terrified, because leaving the two of them to their fate, he couldn't do it. Still not backing down, huh? Kenpei said, walking toward Ichigo. Good on ya, kid. Ichigo forced his body to move, to react, despite it groaning in protest. He brought his sword up, took a few steps forward, and brought it down. Kenpei, still grinning like a shark, simply let Ichigo's strike hit. Ichigo's blow hit home, raking across Kenpei's chest, managing to draw some blood. At the same time, Kenpei's blade cut diagonally across Ichigo's torso, from shoulder to hip. A look of shock on his face, Ichigo staggered back, sinking to his knees. I don't want to die. You don't have to. That's all you got, huh? Kenpei said, sounding disappointed. Ichigo's Ryutsu was on the wane, fluctuating and weakening, like a candle's flame struggling against a gust of wind. Fear. He looked up on the demon in front of him, and fear overwhelmed him. The man was the devil himself, or so he seemed to Ichigo at the moment. Towering over him, mighty, ruthless, and powerful, his Ryutsu blazing a bright yellow, and for a moment, Ichigo thought he saw a skull tower over the demon's back, leering and grinning at him like the Grim Reaper. I don't want to die. The thought filled his mind, fear having robbed him of all reason, all hope, all determination. Then let me save us. Che, Kenpei sneered, resting the sword against his shoulder. Stupid punk, getting my hopes up, didn't even lose the eye patch. He shrugged, turned his back, and started walking away. Ichigo didn't even register it. I don't want to die. Then give me control. Yes. Kenpei, although possessing minimal sensory skills, felt it clearly. There was a small gust of wind as the boy's Ryutsu stopped fluctuating and instead started rising, firm, powerful, and enormous. The captain turned around, the grin returning to his face. Yeah, got some left in ya, after all. Ichigo couldn't hear him anymore. His Ryutsu had changed radically, now toxic, malevolent, and almost as vicious as Kenpei's. He rose to his feet, and Kenpei could see it now. The boy's skin had started turning white, a single red line apparent on each arm, running down from his chin. Where his face had been, there was an oval hollow's mask, 2 thick lines of red running over and past each eye. His eyes were glowing a bright yellow. It was clear he wasn't entirely changed, though his hair was still present, and he wore the robes of a Shinigami still, and the Zanpakuta dangled from his hand. For a second, he staggered, as if a bit groggy. "I ain't got no clue what happened now," Kenpeki said with bloodthirsty glee, "and I don't give a shit either. Show me what ya got, whoever ya are." With his voice echoing as if layered several times, a bundle of the same voices tied together with chain, a being that was most certainly not Ichigo spoke gleefully. "I don't have a name, and I don't need one either." The hollow beast let out a loud, ear-piercing shriek, and in one swift motion it threw Zanjitsu up in the air. Holding it by its cloth wrapping, it rapidly spun the blade around at an impossible speed, the black sword seeming a blur. With one swift motion, the hollow beast sent the blade flying with tremendous force at Kenpeki. Letting out a loud laugh, the captain slammed the blade aside. It was much stronger than before, though, enough to send him sliding back a foot or two. This was about to get interesting. The two ran forward simultaneously, clashing like two titans of war. Beside the two of them, buildings were raised and street tiles overturned at a radius of at least 20 yards. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged a dozen blows, Kenpeki finding the hollow beast to be his match and then some. However, his superior experience won out, and in a vicious counter-attack he sliced into the beast's shoulder. "Come on, come on!" Kenpeki cried, pushing his blade down on the beast, who pushed back just as hard. "Ya gotta do better than that." The beast let out a long breath, as if unimpressed. "I ain't the stupid kid you just saw, Zaraki Kenpeki. I'm a monster just the same as you." Before Kenpeki's eyes, the injury started to knit together, and come to think of it, the kid's injuries from before were gone, as well. Kenpeki let out a whistle. "Now you're talking," he said approvingly. Letting out another shriek, the hollow beast pushed Kenpeki back, and launched into a series of quick, hard attacks. Like the captain's own, his style seemed to have no form, only a ruthless desire to do grievous harm. Before too long he had managed to bat Kenpeki's sword aside, and in one ruthless thrust he pushed Zanjitsu halfway into the captain's gut. "What's wrong, demon of Zaraki?" cried the beast mockingly. "Your flesh is softer than I thought." "Good boy," Kenpeki said with a grin. "But kid, ya gotta do better than that." Firmly grabbing hold of the blade piercing him with his free hand, he cut the hollow beast once, twice, with force that could have cut Ichigo in half. The hollow beast reeled back, still holding on to Zanjitsu, 2 massive flesh wounds across its chest. However, the injuries were already starting to seal shut, and they didn't even seem to spill that much blood. "Well, there we go," Kenpeki said, and his grin widened. "I guess I can lose it after all." He reached for his eye patch, but that same moment, the hollow beast stopped dead in its tracks. Its limbs trembling slightly, one arm slowly forced its way to the face, white fingernails slowly but firmly grabbing hold of the mask's edges. "Stop!" cried the beast. "We're winning, damn you! Let me handle this. I'm stronger, I can make it work dash." Its cries went ignored, and slowly the arm started to pry the mask off. The energy of the hollow beast started to fluctuate, and then as the mask was pulled off, it disappeared altogether. The mask cracked, turning to dust, and Ichigo's skin went back to normal. With it, unfortunately, came the injuries he'd had before, and he sunk to his knees again, falling on his back. Kenpeki sneered disapprovingly. "That's twice now ya went and got my hopes up, ya dumb punk." Ichigo did not reply, lying still on the broken ground. "Fuck it," Kenpeki muttered, shrugging. Resting his bloodied sword on his shoulder, he turned around, seeming entirely unaffected by his injuries. He took a couple of steps before he once again had cause to turn around. Landing with a loud thud, the ground around her shaking under the weight of her massive, infuriated riot suit, was Erza Scarlet. Clad in armor, her hand on her sword, she had a scowl that would have made the angriest of punks proud, and a look of barely restrained rage on her face. Kenpeki grinned. Check the description for the links to the author.